We're live. It's probably gonna be. Teddy, do you know why it won't get past 2%?
Yeah, it's like so cash money. Yo, god damn it! That was my first time ever getting up there properly. I know. That's why I don't like you doing it. But I wanted to actually like see how to work that.
Well, Teddy, I'm gonna leave the party. I'll be back tomorrow. Bye. I waited till somebody told me to stop. Well, I'm just gonna let this go in the background while I go do something else. Ooh, new episodes.
War is full of uncertainty.
We strike when the moon is highest.
Moonshadow elves are dangerous elite fighters. Can't you just make peace with them?
It's not that simple. There's history, with wrongs on both sides.
Humans cut down the king of the dragons and destroyed his only egg.
I wonder if there's new episodes.
The Dragon Prince. Justice.
And of course there's not.
Until now, I never can.
Toys.
Action.
Nick?
I'm coming in hot. Real hot. I'm going down.
I have to go to the bathroom right now.
Nailed it.
Why is everybody so obsessed with boobs?
Boobs are beautiful. Because they're big and mushy. Big, round.
Yeah.
Bounce, bounce, bounce.
I'm not growing. Is there something wrong with me?
Are we just a couple of freaks?
My mom says real beauty is on the inside. Close your colon. That's packed with crap. I just don't think boys care that we're smart.
Watch out.
We live in a society that fixates on the female form in a psychologically intimidating way.
Boo, feminism.
I can't be horny and still be a decent guy. Shine. Shine.
Who are you?
The Shine Wizard! Oh.
My girl's parents are going through a divorce, and she needs to act up. Go to your room.
I'm already in my room. You go to your room.
Fine. That was beautiful. No.
I'm just trying to be normal.
As puberty begins, hormones are released, and the sexual organs begin to change.
The uterus is the center of female reproductive activity.
The uterus? I thought girls had vaginas.
I thought that too, but I guess they don't.
Maybe vagina is like slang?
Did someone say vagina?
Oh, no. Not now.
Again!
Go away. You are not real. You're just some hormone monster my brain created.
If I'm not real, then how come I'm sending blood to your sweet penis right now?
The ovaries release the egg, then travel down the fallopian tube.
Fallopian. What a savory word. Describes exactly what it is, you know what I mean?
Okay, I should tell you, this is school, and we need boundaries.
If you want me to go away, you know what you have to do.
Jerk off.
Jerk off, yeah, exactly. Let's go to the bathroom and climax into that thin toilet paper.
How come in all these videos, puberty for boys is like the miracle of ejaculation, and for girls, we're just a yarn ball of aching tubes?
Ew, that's gross.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why we need equal pay.
My dad says when you take into account maternity leave, you do get equal pay.
Your dad's a scumbag DUI attorney.
Yeah, and he makes bank.
Too bad he can't afford tweezers for that unibrow.
Shut up, Matthew! Come on. Wheels up in 30 seconds.
Miss Kazan, can I please go to the bathroom, please?
If you don't get out of here right now, we're gonna Jackson Pollock all over your pants.
Who?
He's a famous abstract expressionist.
Oh my
I'll
God.
take notes for you, Andrew.
Thanks, Missy.
Ooh, let's go.
I'm coming.
Not yet. That's why we gotta get to the bathroom, sweetheart.
Am I a lucky guy or what? I've got this beautiful family, a gorgeous home, the sounds of Duke Ellington, a great African-American American.
Keep sticking, Mouse. Oh.
let's do this one last time. My name is Peter Parker. I was bitten by a radioactive spider. And for 10 years, I've been the one and only Spider-Man. I'm pretty sure you know the rest. I saved a bunch of people, fall in love, saved the city, and then I saved the city again, and again, and again, and again. And I did this. We don't really talk about this. Look, I'm a comic book, I'm a cereal, did a Christmas album, I have an excellent theme song, and a so-so popsicle. I mean, I've looked worse, but after everything, I still love being Spider-Man. I mean, who wouldn't? So no matter how many hits I take, I always find a way to come back. Because the only thing standing between this city and oblivion is me. There's only one Spider-Man. And you're looking at him.
Needless to say, I keep my check. She was in bed, less. Calling it quits now, baby, I'm a wreck.
Miles!
She wanna
Miles!
Yeah.
Are you finished packing for school?
Yeah. Where's my laptop? I don't know. I don't say it.
Want me to drive you? We gotta go now.
No. I'll walk.
Personal chauffeur going once.
It's okay. Miles, gotta go. In a minute.
In a minute. Papa, llámame. See you Friday.
Okay, mommy. Hasta luego.
Oh, look who's back. Yo, what's going on, bro?
Hey, I'm just walking by.
How you doing?
No te olvides de dónde vienes.
Seguro que sí. Yo, Miles. Feel that earthquake last night? Oh, what you talking about? I slept like a baby last night.
How's that new school?
So easy.
You miss you, Miles.
You miss me? I still live here. Wait, you miss me?
Come on. Seriously, Dad, walking would have been fine.
You can walk plenty on Saturday when you peel those stickers
You
off.
saw that? I don't know if that was me, Dad.
And the two from yesterday on Clinton.
Yeah, those are me.
Troll, look at that. Another new coffee shop. You see that, Miles?
Totally, yeah.
You see that one? What's that one called?
Home party.
Foam party? Come on. And everyone is just lining up. You see that, Miles?
See it.
Is that a coffee shop or a disco?
Dad, you're old.
Reports of another mysterious seismic event last night. Sources close to Spider-Man say he's looking into the problem.
Spider-Man. I mean, this guy swings in once a day, zip-zaps out in his little mask and answers to no one, right?
Yeah, Dad, yeah.
And meanwhile, my guys are out there.
Yeah.
Lives on the line, no mask. You know, we show up.
Oh, no. Dad, speed up. I know these kids.
You know, with great ability comes great accountability.
That's not even how the saying goes,
Now, I do
Dad.
like a cereal. I'll give him that.
Oh, my gosh. Don't cops run red lights?
Well, yes, I do. But, not your dad.
Why can't I go back to Brooklyn Middle?
Miles, you're giving it 2 weeks. We're not having this conversation.
I just think that this new school is elitist. And I would prefer to be at a normal school among the people.
The people? These are your people.
I'm only here because I won that stupid lottery.
No way. You passed the entry test just like everybody else, okay? You have an opportunity here. You want to blow that, huh? You want to end up like your uncle?
What's wrong with Uncle Aaron? He's a good guy.
We all make choices in life.
It doesn't feel like I have a choice.
You don't. I love you, Miles.
Yeah, I know, Dad. See you Friday.
You
gotta say I love you back.
Dad, are you serious?
I want to hear it.
You want to hear me
I
say
love you, Dad.
You're driving me off out of
I
school?
love you, Dad.
Look at this place.
Dad, I love you.
Dad, I love you.
That's a copy. Tie your shoes, please.
I love you, Dad. Hey, come on, Dobby. How you doing? You going short, huh? Oh my gosh, this is embarrassing. We wore the same jacket.
Hey,
Yeah?
your shoe's untied.
Yeah, I'm aware. It's a choice.
Theory is that all matter is composed of at least three fundamental particles: protons, electrons, neutrons, photons,
Who solves this for XY?
Yes, electrons,
A bit expectations.
Quiz of volumetric pressure. Essay with your conclusions stressed.
Other possibilities. There could be a universe where I am wearing red. Or wearing leather pants.
Mr. Morales, moving in the dark. You're late again.
Einstein said time was relative, right? Maybe I'm not late. Maybe you guys are early.
Sorry, it's just so quiet. Would you like to keep standing there, or do you want to sit down?
Our universe is in fact one of many parallel universes happening at the exact same time. Thanks to everyone here at the Fisk family.
I liked your joke. Really? Wasn't funny. That's why I laughed. It was smart. So really? I don't think I've seen you before.
Every time you make would create countless other possibilities.
A zero? What? A few more of those, you'd probably have to kick me out of here, huh? Maybe I'm just not right for this school.
If a person wearing a blindfold picked the answers on a true or false quiz at random, do you know what score they would get?
50%?
That's right. The only way to get all the answers wrong is to know which answers are right.
You're trying to quit. And I'm not gonna let you.
I'm assigning you a personal essay. Not about physics, but about you. And what kind of person you want to be.
Twist cabbage off instinct. You don't think think my Detroit players. Tim's for my hooligans in Brooklyn. Dead right. If they head right, Biggie there, head right. Papa been school since days of under rules. Never lose, never choose to. Bruce Cruz who do something to us. Talk to us.
Hey, were you scared?
What's up with school?
Going great. Tons of friends.
You can't tell me it's all that bad there. Smart girls is where it's at. The place must be full of them.
No, there's no one. There's no one.
I can't have no nephew of mine on the street with no gang.
Hey, I got game. It's a new girl, actually. You know, she's kind of into me. You know how it is.
What's her name?
You know, we laying down the groundwork right now.
You know about the shoulder touch?
Of course I do. But tell me anyway.
Tomorrow, find that girl. You walk up to her and be like, hey.
You serious, Uncle Aaron?
I'm telling you, man, it's science.
So walk up to her and be like, hey.
No. Like, hey.
Hey.
No. Hey.
Hey.
You sure you my nephew, man? Is that her?
Should probably go. Still got a paper to do tonight.
Yo, you been holding out on me? You throw these up yet?
Nah, man. You know my dad. I can't.
Come on. I got a spot back on believe.
Nah, I can't. I'm gonna get in so much trouble.
Hey, man. Tell me I'll teach you a teacher.
Hey, how'd you know about this place?
Did an engineering job.
history on these walls.
So fresh.
Now you on your own, Miles. Slow down a little. That's good. Perfect. See what you got now? Make mistakes is part of it. Real Miles. If you do, that's cool, but if you don't, you gotta keep it moving.
That's intentional.
Wow.
You're too crazy.
Nah. Miles, I see exactly what you're doing. Yeah. You know me and your dad used to do this back in the day.
Stop lying.
It's true. Then he took on the cop thing. He's a good guy, just... You know what I'm saying. All right, come on, man. I gotta roll. Miles, let's go.
That's weird. My pants shrank. I think I hit puberty. I gotta get my pants. Wait, why is the voice in my head so loud? What?
Oh, are you okay?
What? Why am I so sweaty?
Why are you so sweaty?
It's a puberty thing. I don't know why I said that. I'm not going through puberty. I did, but I'm done. I'm a man. So you're like new here, right? We got that in common.
Yeah, that's one thing.
Cool, yeah. I'm Miles.
I'm Gwanda.
Wait, your name is Gwanda?
Yes, it's African. I'm South African. No accent though, because I was raised here.
Do the shoulder touch now before she walks away. Why is this so scary? Am I doing this in slow motion or does it just feel that way?
I'm kidding. It's Wanda, no G. That's crazy.
Hey.
Okay, then. I'll see you around.
Oh, see you.
Hey.
Okay.
Can you let go, please? Ow, calm
Let
down.
go.
It's fine, just... Miles, let go.
Working on it. It's just puberty.
I don't think you know what puberty is. Just relax.
Okay, I have a plan. I'm going to pull really hard.
That's a terrible plan.
One.
Don't do this. 2, 3.
Nice to meet you.
Sure. Total pleasure.
Couldn't I just cut off the pieces that were on his hand?
No one saw. It's okay. No one knows. No one knows. Everyone knows. Who knows? They're talking about me. They saw everything. He knows, she knows, they know. Wow, she's super tall. Why is he smiling? Oh, am I the weird guy now? What am I doing? How do I stop? Can they hear my thoughts? Why are all my thoughts so loud?
I know you snuck out last night, Morales.
Play dumb. Who's Morales? Not that dumb. You're okay. You're okay. He'll never find you. No.
Hey, he's got a nice voice. Open up!
Stop! Keep sticking, mouse! Hofstadter is suggesting is that we were on the other. Okay. My room! Why is this happening? Please stop sticking. Please keep. Wait. How could there be two Spider-Men? There can't be two Spider-Men. Can there? Come on, Uncle Henry, pick up. Pick up.
Yo, man, I'm out of town for a few days. I hit you on back.
No. It's not possible. It's just puberty. It's a normal Spider-Man. I'm a normal kid. Tell someone. Being crazy, Rose. Being crazy. Spider-Man. You'll see. It's a normal spider. It's like boring how normal this spider is.
Brooklyn is not zoned for that.
It's not after me.
Is that Green Goblin?
Why won't you quit?
I don't know, I guess I like Brooklyn not being stuck into a black hole.
I think I'm gonna go.
Staten Island, baby, not Brooklyn.
This is a onesie, so I don't really have to worry about it. I thought I was the only one. You're like me.
I don't want to be.
I don't think you have a choice, kiddo. Got a lot going through your head, I'm sure.
Yeah.
You're gonna be fine. I can help you. If you stick around, I can show you the ropes. I just need to destroy this big machine real quick before the space-time continuum collapses. Don't move. See you later.
How does it do that?
Here. No, it's here. All right, folks. I always get this wrong. Oh, boy. In the middle of something. I am so tired. Are you mad at me? I feel like you're mad at me. You got? Oh, it's so gross.
I should go up there and help him. Who am I kidding? I should not do that.
Do we do? What we do? Yup, yup, do-we-do, do-we-do.
Watch out.
Picked up this Spider-Man. You like my new toy? Cost me a fortune, but hey, can't take it with you, right? You came all this way. Watch the test. It's a hell of a freaking light show. You're gonna love this.
I try to warn you, pal.
Okay?
I'm fine. Just resting.
Did you get up?
Yeah. Yeah, I always get up. The coffee's probably not a good sign.
Now.
Listen, we gotta team up here. We don't have that much time. This override key is the only way to stop the collider. Swing up there, use this key, push the button, and blow it up. You need to hide your face. You don't tell anyone who you are. No one can know. He's got everyone in his pocket. If he turns the machine on again, everything you know will disappear. Your family, everyone. Promise me you'll do this. Promise. Go. Destroy the collider. I'll come and find you. It's gonna be okay. Get that thing ready to go again. That's so. Run faster. I'd say it's nice to see you again, Spider-Man, but it's not.
Hey, Kingpin. How's business?
Booming! Nice. Ah, that's a no-no.
This might open a black hole. Look at Brooklyn. It can't be worth the risk.
It's not always about the money, Spider-Man.
Don't you want to know what I saw in there?
Wait.
I know what you're trying to do. And it won't work. They're gone.
Get rid of the body. Jose. Kill that guy.
Yeah, I think it's a Banksy.
Police, put your hands up. Miles? Miles? Why aren't you at school? Whoa. It's okay. It's okay. Whoa.
Miles? ¿Qué te pasa? Is it the earthquake?
Can I sleep here tonight? Yeah, Miles. It's a weeknight. You made a commitment to that school.
Jeff, he's upset.
Of course you can stay.
Dad?
Yeah.
You really hate Spider-Man?
Yeah. I mean, but a vigilante you do.
Jeff, mi amor.
What? He asked me. Baby, you know how I feel about Spider-Man. Come on.
Tú sabes que te quiere mucho. That's why he's tough on you. You know that, right?
So you ever think about moving out of Brooklyn?
Our family doesn't run from things, Miles.
Yeah, I know.
We interrupt this broadcast for a special report. Sad news tonight. The hero known as Spider-Man has died after injuries related to another powerful earthquake in Brooklyn. Multiple sources are confirming that Peter Parker, a 26-year-old grad student,
I'm not scared
operated as Spider-Man
of the dark. I'm not running. No, I'm not afraid of the fall. I'm not scared. I'm not scared. I'm not scared.
My husband, Peter Parker, was an ordinary person. He always said it could have been anyone behind the mask. He was just a kid who happened to get bit.
I'm going to miss him.
Yeah, We were friends, you know.
Can I return it if it doesn't fit?
It always fits. Eventually.
He didn't ask for his powers. He chose to be Spider-Man. My favorite thing about Peter is that he made us each be powerful. We all have powers of one kind or another. But in our own way, we are all Spider-Man. And we're all counting on you.
They're counting on me. Probably not you specifically. I think it's a metaphor.
Sorry, Mr. Parker. That thing you gave me, that key, I think I really messed it up. I want to do what you asked. I really do. I'm sorry. I'm not sure how I forgot. I can't do this without you.
Hey, kid. Alright, people, let's do this one last time. My name is Peter B. Parker. I was bitten by a radioactive spider, and for the last 22 years, I thought I was the one and only Spider-Man. What a day. I'm pretty sure you know the rest. You see, I saved the city, fell in love, I got married, saved the city some more, maybe too much. My marriage got testy, made some dicey money choices, don't invest in a spider-themed restaurant. Then like 15 years passed, blah, 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 super burned, I broke my back, a drone flew into my face, I buried Aunt May, my wife and I split up. But I handled it like a champ. Because you know what, no matter how many times I get hit, I always get back up. I got a lot of time to reflect and work on myself. Did you know that seahorses, that they mate for life? Could you imagine a seahorse seeing another seahorse and then making it work? She wanted kids and it scared me. I'm pretty sure I broke her heart. Flash forward, I'm in my apartment doing push-ups, doing ab crunches, getting strong. When this weird thing happened, And I gotta say, weird things happen to me a lot. But this was real weird. You see, I was in New York, but things were different. Also, I was dead. And blonde. I was kind of perfect. It was like looking in a mirror. I have a feeling that the thing that brought me here was the thing that got him killed. You want to know what happened next? Me too. Who are you?
What are you doing over there? Freeze! PDNY!
Kidding me right now. I got you.
Hey kid, drop the body!
Whoa!
See ya!
Oh, come on.
Put him up, son!
Adios?
Looks like a child dressed like Spider-Man dragging a homeless corpse behind a train.
Yes! I didn't kill you. Who are you? Who are you? Why are you trying to kill me? I'm trying to save you.
Maybe you guys can go around? All right. Thanks, New York.
Get electrocuted. What is this? You're like me.
I got some questions. Why do you look like Peter Parker?
Because I am Peter Parker.
Then why aren't you dead? And why is your hair different? Why are you older? And why is your body a different shape?
Pretty sure you just called me fat.
No, it's just...
Hey, listen, you don't look so hot either, kid. Most superheroes don't wear their own merch.
Are you a ghost?
No.
Are you a zombie?
Stop it.
Am I a zombie?
You're not even close.
Are you from another dimension? Like a parallel universe where things are like this universe but different? And you're Spider-Man in that universe, but somehow traveled to this universe, but you don't know how?
Oh, that was really just a guess?
Well, we learned about it in physics.
Quantum theory.
This is amazing. You can teach me just like Peter said he would.
Done.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, all right.
Look, I made a promise to him.
Here's lesson number 1, kid. Don't watch the mouth. Watch the hand.
Peter, seriously.
Trust me, kid. This will all make you a better Spider-Man.
Hey, are you okay?
No, I'm not.
What's going on with your body?
I don't think my atoms are real jazzed about being in the wrong dimension. Look, I'm not looking for a side gig as a Spider-Man coach. I got a lot going on in my dimension, like a lot.
With great power comes
Don't
great...
you dare finish that sentence. Don't do it. I'm sick of it. My advice? Go back to being a regular kid.
I don't have a choice. Kingpin's got a super collider. He's trying to kill me.
Wait a second, what did you just say?
Kingpin's trying to kill me.
Who cares about that? Where's the collider?
Brooklyn, under Fish Tower.
Goodbye.
Where are you going?
When it runs again, I'll just jump in and get back to my life.
Let them run it. I'm supposed to destroy it, so...
That is what they always say. But there's always a little bit of time before everybody dies, and that's when I do my best work.
Aren't you gonna need this?
Oh, you have a goober. Give it.
Wait, no. Not so fast. You called it an override key.
There's always a bypass key, a virus key, a who cares key I can never remember, so I always call it a goober. Give it.
I need it to destroy the collider.
I need it to go home.
No, I'll swallow it. Don't play with me.
What?
I said... Hey!
The collider created a portal that brought me here, and I have to get... Did you break this?
No, it broke. I don't remember what happened.
This is why I never had kids. This is why I never did that.
Can't we make another one?
No, we can't do anything. Thanks to you, I have to re-steal what your guy stole from Malcolm X and make another one of these.
Look, if I don't turn off the collider after you leave, everyone in the city, my parents, my uncle, and millions of others will die. And you're just gonna go home and leave me here to figure this out for myself? You good with that, Spider-Man?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Making you feel guilty. Is it working?
How can no, it's not working. Look at me. Does it look like it's working? No, it's not. All right, kid, you win. Come on, we don't have a second to lose. I love this burger. It's so delicious. It's one of the best burgers I've ever had. In my universe, this place closed 6 years ago. I don't know why. I really don't. You have money, right? I'm not very liquid right now.
Can we focus?
Sure.
The other Peter,
You gonna eat that? I'm listening.
The other Peter said he was gonna be showing me the ropes.
Wow.
You got any Spider-Man tips you can tell me now?
Yeah, I got plenty. Disinfect the mask. You're gonna want to use baby powder in the suit, heavier on the joints. You don't want any chafing, right?
Anything else?
Nope, that was everything.
I think you're gonna be a bad teacher.
Look up where Alchemax is.
A private technological campus in Hudson Valley, New York. You can teach me to swing on the way there.
I'm not swinging to the Hudson Valley, man. I'm not after a hearty burger breakfast. Keep your legs fresh. You're gonna thank me later. And it's a no on the cape.
I think it's cool.
Take that off. It's disrespectful. Spider-Man doesn't wear a cape.
So how do we retrace Peter's steps?
That's a good question. What would I do if I were me? Got it. Step 1, I infiltrate the lab. 2, find the head scientist's computer.
That lady with the bike is the head scientist. I saw her in this documentary at school.
Cool. Step 3, I re-examine my personal biases. Step 4, I hack the computer.
It's not technically hacking. Kind of.
Hold on, I just lost my train of thought. Step 5, download the important stuff. I'll know it when I see it. Step 6, I grab a bagel from the cafeteria and run.
So what am I doing?
Step 7, you stay here. Your lookout. Very important.
Look, man, you gotta teach me how to do Spider-Man stuff, or I'm not gonna be able to help.
All right. Watch and learn, kid. I'll quiz you later.
Why did I get stuck with a janky old broke hobo Spider-Man? That's new.
here. Kingpin's here. Just move over. God, you're stepping on my foot. Go back outside. No, I can't sit there and just let Spider-Man die without doing anything about it. I'm not doing that again. What?
Most people I meet in the workplace try to kill me, so you're a nice change of pace.
Look at this data. I know you can't really understand it, but these are really good numbers.
And I got the password.
Mr. Fisk, if we fire again this week, there could be a black hole under Brooklyn. You see this and this? This is multiple dimensions beginning to crash into each other.
This is pretty standard Spider-Man stakes. You get used to it. Watch this. He's gonna say, you've got 24 hours. You've got 24 hours.
What this means is there could be a rupture in the space-time continuum.
Ooh, that's bad. Actually, everything she said was bad. I was lying before.
Okay, hold on. Give me some more here.
What are you doing, bud? Oh, yeah. Okay, relax your fingers. You don't have time. Just let go. Be in the moment.
I am in the moment. It's a terrible moment.
I'm not refusing.
No more excuses.
I just need more time.
They're right there. They're gonna see you. Miles, you gotta understand. What do you do to relax? Relax.
Needless to say,
Oh, for crying out loud.
calling in quits now, baby, I'm a wreck. You're a wreck.
Teenagers, just the worst. Miles, where did you go?
I'm right here.
Where? I can't see you.
I'm right in front of you. Can Spider-Man turn invisible?
Not in my universe.
You just poked me in my eye.
This is incredible. Some kind of fight or flight thing.
What's that?
Remember this password. Capital DGFAMPESAND $4.35376534545535 and download the schematic.
I want to do that.
I turn on the charm.
Spider-Man?
Oh, hey. Didn't see you there.
Okay, I'm kind of freaking out right now. I mean, you're supposed to be dead.
Surprise. Oh, okay. That's a no-no. We don't like that.
This is fascinating.
Okay, that's my face.
Entirely different Peter Parker. Okay, a little bit of a gut, perhaps from dimensional warping.
Oh, yeah. I was way flatter before I warped.
Travel through the multiverse.
What was the rest?
Hey, how old are you? Because you don't look a day over 35. You're not crazy.
This might pinch a little. I just need to get these samples.
Okay.
Organize your desktop, lady.
Wow, just complete cellular decay. Never seen anything like this.
Why are you going? I'm just taking the whole thing.
And obviously you've been glitching.
Glitching? No. Why would you even say that?
You stay in this dimension too long, your body's gonna disintegrate. Do you know how painful that would be, Peter Parker?
I don't know.
You can't imagine. And I, for one, can't wait to watch.
What did you say your name was?
Dr. Olivia Octavius.
Can I assume that your friends call you Doc Ock?
My friends actually call me Liv. My enemies call me Doc Ock.
I got this! Run! I got it!
Oh, you got it, Peter!
I got it handled, buddy! Everything is fine! Okay, this is a little bit bad.
You're chatty.
The moment that I'm losing the fight. All right, let me tell you the good news. We don't need the monitor. Oh!
You didn't tell me you had an invisible friend. Could you give me that back, young man? It's proprietary.
Oh! Wow, this would be a good time to turn invisible.
Yep.
Okay, not gonna turn invisible. Selecting a bagel. Act super normal.
Spider-Man?
You know, that's funny.
I get that a lot.
Hey.
Hands up!
Okay, now we do a switchy. What?
Get back here! Where do you think you're going? He took a bagel!
All right, time to swing, just like I taught you.
When did you teach me that?
I did. It's a little joke. Team building.
Hey!
All right, you ready?
Of course I'm not ready! Go! I can't do this yet!
Everybody knows that the best way to learn is under intense life-threatening pressure. Oh, come on.
Uh-oh.
What are you doing down there?
I run better than I swing!
You gotta swing or they'll catch you. This is what you wanted. Aim with your hips. Look where you want it to hit. Square your shoulders. Don't forget to follow through. Don't shoot off your back foot.
That's too many things!
Then stop listening to me.
That's the best idea you had all day!
Double tap to release and flip it out again. Okay. Whip and release it. Whip, release. Whip and release. You're an athlete. Whip, release. Feel the rhythm? Good, Miles. I gotta say, you're amazing, man. We're a little team. Me as the teacher who can still do it. You as the student who can do it just not as good. I'm proud of us. Is there something you want to say to me? Peter!
Hey guys.
Wanda?
It's Gwen, actually.
Oh, you know her. Very cool.
I'm from another dimension. I mean, another dimension. All right, people. Let's start at the beginning one last time. My name is Gwen Stacy. I was bitten by a radioactive spider. And for the last 2 years, I've been the one and only Spider-Woman. You guys know the rest. I joined a band. Saved my dad. I couldn't save my best friend, Peter Parker. So now I save everyone else. And I don't do friends anymore. Just to avoid any distractions. And one day this weird thing happened. And I mean like, really weird. I was blown into last week. Literally. I landed in New York, but not my New York. My spider sense told me to head to Vision's Academy.
You guys are...
Wasn't sure why until I met you.
I like your haircut.
You don't get to like my haircut. Let's go.
How many more spider people are there?
Save it for Comic-Con.
What's Comic-Con?
3, actually. No, this is good. This is very, very good. This means you get what you want. It means my collider works.
All we have to do is kill a couple of spiders, and the collider will bring your family back. As many families as you want.
Tomorrow, my collider.
Our collider.
You broke this?
Yeah, he's actually really embarrassed about it, so just keep it between us, okay?
I know where we can make a new one, and we won't let him break it this time.
I'm sorry about your friend.
Thanks, Miles. I know how hard this is, to have to figure this stuff out on your own. It's kind of nice not being the only spider person around.
Yeah. If you ever decide to do forensic again, I could always open up a slot.
I'll keep you posted.
We should probably go.
Peter, we're literally on the doorstep.
Bad idea. Just a bad idea.
You guys are all very sweet, but no more fans today, please.
I'm not ready for this.
Peter? Hey, Emily. So this is gonna sound crazy, but I'm pretty sure that I'm from an alternate dimension. Yeah.
You look tired, Peter.
Oh, I am tired. And older. And thicker. Yeah, I've heard that already.
Oh, geez, are those sweatpants?
Yep, it's what they are.
I was there when it all happened. I'm so sorry.
And what dimension are you from?
Brooklyn? Did Peter have a place where we could make another one of these?
Like Uber. Follow me.
Oh yeah, I got one of these too. There's a little shed where I keep my spider gear. I mean, this place is pretentious. Mine was like this, but take away the Jeep plane. Imagine it way smaller. Imagine a futon. I feel sad for this guy.
Peter, I think this is a game.
Peter knew how dangerous the job was. But he figured the only one who could stop this guy was Spider-Man.
Kingpin knows we're coming. We're going to be outnumbered.
Don't be so sure. You might need these. You think you're the only people who've got to come here?
Hey, fellas.
Is he in black and white?
Where's that wind coming from? We're in a basement.
Wherever I go, the wind follows. And the wind, it smells like rain.
This could literally not get any weirder.
It can get weirder. I just washed my hands. That's why they're wet. No other reason.
You're like me.
My name is
name's Peter Parker.
My name is Penny Parker.
My name is Peter Porker.
I was bitten by a radioactive spider.
In my universe, it's 1933, and I'm a private eye. I like to drink egg creams, and I like to fight Nazis. A lot.
I'm from New York in the year 3145. I have a psychic link with a spider who lives inside my father's robot. And we're best friends. Forever.
Sometimes I let matches burn down to my fingertips just to feel something, anything.
I'm a photographer for the Daily Beagle. When I'm not poaching around, I'm working like a dog trying to sniff out the latest story. I frolic and I dance and I do this with my pants and my...
enough! So, how did you get here?
Well, it's kind of a long story. Maybe not that long.
No, we're just trying to find a way home.
The only way home is back through that collider gizmo. The only trouble is...
One of us has to stay behind and destroy it.
I'll do it.
No. You guys don't get it.
Don't get what?
None of you can stay here. If you stay here, you'll die. I'm the guy who's gonna turn it off. And I'm gonna get you all home before I do.
Look, I made a promise. So, I have to keep it.
Who are you again?
This is Miles, and he's gonna save the multiverse.
Yeah, man.
This kid can turn himself invisible. Watch this. He can do it now.
I can't do it on command.
He can't do it on command, but it is cool. Show him the zappy thing, Miles.
Can't do it on command.
Can't do it on command, but he can do so much more. Like what else do you do?
Just those two things.
Just those two things.
Look, I've seen him in action. He's got potential. I think he's gonna get us home.
Okay, little fella, Kingpin's gonna send a lot of mugs after you, and I'm talking hard boys, real biscuit boxers. Can you fight them all off at once?
Well, I haven't actually fought anyone.
Surprise attack!
Can you rewire a mainframe while being shot at?
Can I? What?
Don't
Surprise attack!
Can you swing and flip with the grace of a trained dancer?
Can you close off your feelings so you don't get crippled by the moral ambiguity of your violent actions?
Can you help your aunt create an online dating profile so she can get out of the dang house once in a while?
Can you float through the air when you smell a delicious pie?
What?
Can you be strong?
Ruthless?
Disciplined?
I don't know. Maybe.
Nazi soldier.
Above all, no matter how many times you get hit, can you get back up?
Just when Spider-Man is on the
When you think you can't keep going.
Come on, Miles.
Get up, Miles. Get up, cool it.
Come on. Come on, Miles. Get up. Get up.
You need to be more honest with yourself about this. He's not ready. It's obvious.
No way. Just
But if we can't do this, we have to stay and do it for him.
he's looking right at us while we talk about it.
Miles? Miles? See that? He can, turn invisible.
When it gets dark outside and you ain't confined, you help me face my demons. I won't hide.
Miles, what is going on with you? Nobody's heard from you. We don't know what's going on. Look at God so far. You need to come clean. You call me back. Now.
He's not answering me either.
Aaron, is Jeff. Look, I need you to call me if you've heard from Miles. He has a soft spot for you, and we haven't heard from him. And you know I wouldn't reach out if this wasn't important. Hope you're good.
Dear Uncle Aaron, I gotta do something, and I don't know if I can do it. I'm scared, man. I'm just tired of letting everybody down. You're the only one I can talk to. I just wish you were here.
Mr. Fisk. I've got the security tapes from the tunnel right here. The kids out there. I'll find them.
You know me, sir. I don't ever quit. This is purple. Now. Blue. Now.
Has anyone heard from Miles?
Look, he's just clearing his head. I know the kid. He's got what it takes. I bet you he's gonna come back through that door, recharged, and ready to fight.
My uncle.
Hey, where have you been?
My Uncle Aaron, he's the prowler.
Slow down.
He works for Kingpin. He tried to kill me.
This is a pretty hardcore origin story.
It's okay. It's okay. We're gonna figure it out.
Were you followed?
No, I don't think so.
Cute play. Real homey.
Oh, great. It's Liv.
I guess I was followed. Oh, no.
Get out of here, kid.
You messed up big time, kid. Very sloppy. What just the center? Guys.
Let me guess. You're Scorpion? We're the Spider,
Would you
gang.
mind taking us outside?
We don't pick the ballroom, we just dance.
Oh, I think I'll be taking
Está nenito, dale.
Prepárate a morir.
Oh, damn stupid pillow.
I said take it outside.
I got this, buddy. Leave the kid alone. You gotta go, man.
Yeah, on my way.
Give me that thing. Don't be too weak. Just hand it over now. Lower left one. Miles? Oh, no.
Prowler, what are you waiting for? Finish it.
Get out of here!
Claire.
No, Ma. I'm sorry. I wanted you to look up to me. I let you down, man. I let you down. You're the best of all of us, Ma. You're on your way. Just keep going. Just keep going.
Hands up! Put your arms up now! Turn around. Hey! Hey!
All units. I want any PPE on the new Spider-Man.
Hey, bud. You okay? We've all been there. But for me, it was my Uncle Ben.
For me, it was my Uncle Benjamin.
For me, it was my father.
For me, it was my best friend.
Miles, the hardest thing about this job is you can't always save everybody.
Like if it was my fault, you wouldn't understand.
Miles, we're probably the only ones who do understand.
Oh, no.
Hey there.
Do animals talk in this dimension? Because I don't want to freak them out.
What's going on?
Bye, Miles.
Miles, I came to say goodbye.
We can say goodbye at the Collider.
You're not getting it. You're staying here.
I need to be there, so you can all go home.
They are going home, Miles. I'm the only one staying.
You're taking my place? If you stay here, you'll die.
I'm doing what needs to be done. I just wanted you to hear it from me.
What about MJ?
Not everything works out, kid. I need the goober. Please don't make me take it from you.
That's not fair. You gotta tell them I can do this.
It wasn't their decision.
I gotta make Kingpin pay. You have to let me make him pay.
Miles, you're gonna get yourself killed.
But I'm ready. I promise. Ah!
Then Venom strike me right now. Or turn invisible on command so you can get past me. You don't have it yet. I'm sorry.
When will I know I'm ready?
You won't. It's a leap of faith. That's all it is, Miles. A leap of faith.
Miles, it's your dad. Please open the door. Miles, I can see your shadow moving around. Yeah, okay, I get it. I get it, Liz. Still ignoring me. Look, can we talk for a minute? Something happened. Look, sometimes people drift apart, Miles. And I don't want that to happen to us, okay? Look, I know I don't always do what you need me to do or say what you need me to say, but I see this spark in you. It's amazing. It's why I push you, but it's yours. And whatever you choose to do with it, you'll be great. Look, call me when you can, okay? I love you. You don't have to say it back, no.
miles per hour with a blindfold on. Mama always asking where did I go wrong.
Took you long enough.
What's up, danger? What's up, danger?
I see this spark in you. It's amazing. Whatever you choose to do with it, you'll be great.
Our family doesn't run from things.
You're the best of all of us, Miles. You're on your way. Keep going.
When do I know I'm Spider-Man?
You won't. That's all it is, Miles. A leap of faith.
Like, what's up, danger? Like, what's up, danger? Like, what's up, danger? Like, what's up, danger?
Made them myself. They fit perfectly.
Didn't count on having an audience.
You gotta be kidding me. Thank you. It's nice to be with you this evening to celebrate Spider-Man. You and I were very close. It's always a...
What a pig.
I'm right here.
Hold on. Get a load of how the waiters are dressed. It's in poor taste, but can't be that easy. It's that easy.
I just want to thank Mary Jane Parker for being here this evening.
MJ?
Pay attention. It's not your MJ, Peter, okay?
I'm sorry, I'll be right back.
Peter, come here. Trust me, I've been there. You gotta move on, buddy.
1 second, let me just... Oh!
Hello.
Oh, wow.
I just wondered if we could have some more bread at table 12?
Yeah. I'm really sorry.
Oh, don't be sorry. It's just bread.
Oh, I wasn't there for you when you needed me. I didn't even try.
That's fine. You know, I should really get going.
I know I could do better. If I just had another chance to give you, the bread that you deserve.
Are you okay?
Ma'am, we'll take care of that bread right now.
Well, it's been nice, talking to you.
Really, they should fill this place up with fresh bread.
Are you alright, man?
Oh, yeah, totally.
Okay, good, because we are not getting any bread.
Still good. I'm just sorry my family can't see what we're doing here tonight.
Initialize primary ignition sequence.
Start the sequence.
Uploading Vanessa Fisk and Richard Fisk DNA sequence.
Beginning scan for dimensional matches.
Secondary ignition. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Peter, you don't have to stay behind. I can do it.
It's okay. I've made up my mind. I'll put the goober in and take over the feed. After you're gone, I'll blow it up. Good luck, guys.
They know we're here.
Nice to see you again, Peter.
Oh, these guys are the pits.
Why is it always difficult?
Any last words?
Can I get a minute to think about it? Give a pen.
Goodbye, Peter Parker.
You figured it out.
I love you. I'm so proud of you. Bravo, kids.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about her.
Well, that doesn't look promising. No, it doesn't.
I've got genetic matches. Hold on. It's too risky.
Shut up and turn it off.
I'll be right there.
I tried to scoop and can't get through. Looks like our dimensions are coming to us.
Does look cool though, right?
We gotta get back up there.
Is that all you got? You got a body, you just bump and gum. You hard-boiled turtle slapper.
What are you? Some kind of silly cartoon?
You got a problem with cartoons?
Aw, did that feel like a cartoon?
I like your suit.
Thanks. I made it myself.
That was adorable, kid. Now hold on tight.
Buckle up, guys. This is gonna take a while.
Alright, never mind. Let's end this thing.
Guys, I got it.
I'll go. I'm the one with the goop.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Don't wash your mouth.
Wash the hands.
Be careful!
That was crazy.
Yeah, we taught him that, right?
I didn't teach him that. And you definitely didn't.
This is it. Well, nice to know we're not alone. Right?
Yeah. I got the portal open. You first, Penny.
Thank you, Miles. From both of us.
I love you all. I'm taking this cube thing with me. I don't understand it, but I will.
I want you to have this. It'll fit in your pocket. That's all, folks.
Is he allowed to say that? Legally?
Do I get to like the hairdo now?
You know I'm older than you. 15 months, but it's pretty significant if you ask me.
Well, Einstein said time was relative, right?
Nice.
Friends?
Oh, you should have zapped her and been like...
See you around, Spider-Man.
He just jumps in and like, yeet.
Your turn.
Yeah. Right.
I'll hold them all. You shut this down.
Peter, that wasn't the deal!
Push the green button. Do not wait for me. What are you doing?
Peter, you gotta go home!
This guy can kill you. I can't let Spider-Man die.
Neither can I.
It's okay.
Yeah, it is okay. You gotta go home, man.
How do I know I'm not gonna mess it up again?
You won't.
Right. Thanks for the leap of faith. Not bad, kid.
Sorry, that's cheating. Adios.
Not so easy going on your own, is it? I can't wait to kill one more Spider-Man. What?
Is this what you want, man?
What are you doing?
Stay away from me.
Vanessa, Richard.
What are you doing here? I don't know, Richard.
Vanessa, stay, you know me.
We're leaving now.
No, no. Stay with me. Please. You're not stopping. Not today.
I am stopping it. Right now.
I need backup. You took my family. Now, I'm gonna make sure you never see yours again.
Spider-Man.
I'll always have my family. You ever hear of the shoulder touch?
Hey.
Miles? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. You're probably busy, so...
No. I can talk. So I came by earlier because, your uncle...
I know, Dad. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Did you know who did it?
I thought I did. I was wrong. Look, Miles, what I said at the door, it wasn't just talk. Look, I was thinking maybe we could run a nice wall, privately owned, like at the police station.
All right.
And you could throw up some of your art. Okay, Miles, you there? Come on, man, see mobile.
Officer
Spider-Man. Listen, down there, that was, I mean, I owe you. Yeah, okay.
I look forward to working with you.
yeah, me too, I guess. But I don't approve of your methods, but we're just gonna have to agree to disagree.
Thank you for your bravery tonight. I love you.
Wait, what?
And look behind you. was part of the movie. Okay, let's do this one last time, yeah? For real this time. This is it. My name is Miles Morales. I was bitten by a radioactive spider, and for like 2 days, I've been the one and only Spider-Man. I think you know the rest. I finished my essay, saved a bunch of people, got hit by a drone. I did this with my dad. Met my roommate finally. Slapped a sticker where my dad's never gonna find me. When I feel alone, like no one understands what I'm going through, I remember my friends who get it. I never thought I'd be able to do any of this stuff, but I can. Anyone can wear the mask. You could wear the mask. If you didn't know that before, I hope you do now. I'm Spider-Man. I'm not the only one. Not by a long shot.
She was all bad, bad, nevertheless. Calling it quits now, baby, I'm wrecked.
It's got 2%. Of course it is. This has been going for 2 hours.
新たな予兆。
YouTube.
Peep. So I saw this video from Wired. It's about this guy who's a memory champion. Apparently he can memorize anything, and he shows you how to memorize 100 digits of pi. He has this technique, and this is what really interested me. It's called the major system, and apparently it really simplifies long strings of numbers down to a digestible form so you can memorize enormous numbers with relative ease. I'd really like to try out this technique and see if it works. I love any technique that kind of hacks your brain, so I'm going to try it.
Well. Any last words? Y'all are in my parking spot?
like dog diarrhea.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Dip it. Oh, it's delicious.
Hello and welcome to Lemonade. Today we have a pretty simple video for you. Straightforward. We're making the world's largest Reese's peanut butter cup. I wish we didn't make all this giant stuff with chocolate, because Callie can't eat it. I just want to see her go to town on some food.
We're gonna make a ginormous Reese's cup. It's gonna be as big as, what?
A kiddie pool.
A kiddie pool.
Why? Because we're making it in the kiddie pool. That will not be in the recipe.
2 children. Let's get started. Alright, we're gonna butter up this tub.
Butter up this tub. Only the best for me. Kerrygold, grass-fed, Irish, organic butter. Butter my biscuits. I'm gonna use this like a paintbrush.
Oh, that's not the way to do it. This is gonna work, guys. I'm sure this is what they do at the Reese's Cup Factory. A bunch of Oompa Loompas with butter sticks.
Stop telling us about your dreams, bro.
Yeah.
You guys went from producing high-level commercials, cinematic masterpieces, to buttering cool. Hey, these kids are never gonna know what hit them.
Buttery, and delicious. My wife eats this. My wife literally.
So do I.
It's pretty good. Yeah, you know, check this out. There's some things I just prefer not to do, and I'm thankful that rhyme is the opposite. It's a better method.
He's having fun right now. He's not even trying to do this for the camera.
Graham likes the leg butter.
Oh my gosh. All right, gonna break out that heat gun.
Yeah, heat gun me.
Like the video and subscribe right now, and this tiger will teach you how to do yoga. Ask Reddit, what is a superpower that is underrated, that you would want? There was an X-Men character with the power to make everyone forget he existed. It turns out, as the one responsible for a ton of shit that happened. But, well, no one remembers. I forget the characters' names. Sounds like you're referring to Forget-Me-Not. He's just some chubby middle-aged guy who lives in the Xavier mansion. He's basically a normal guy, but as soon as you stop looking at him you forget him. He pops up now and then. The only person who kinda knows him is Professor X. Honestly seems like he's pretty lonely. He's called for Gemminate. There's a species on Doctor who that's like that too. The ability to know what to do / say in any situation. I'm really awkward, so this ability would make my life easier. Sort of like charisma. Density manipulation is one I always think of. Walk through walls, or make myself so dense / heavy I can punch right through it. Fly or walk on water, jump up and land on something, now that I weigh hundreds of tons. A lot of different ways to use this power and I feel like it's not seen much. Remember, if you can walk through walls you can fall through floors. The first time you try this, you will probably end up sinking into the earth. Sounds like a bad time, man. Oh heck, I just posted something like this. We twins now. There was a superhero that just had the powers of a door. The doorman. The guy who could create portals to anywhere, as long it was in the next room. Sticky fingers. So Bluno from One Piece with his door fruit abilities. He can create doors on any surface, turn your face into a revolving door, and even open doors to a pocket dimension, effectively creating portals. Electrokinesis. Too many people sleep on the power to control electricity, lads. Couldn't you mess with people's actions and thoughts? Because our brains function with small electric pulses. People think too small when it comes to electricity. You're really talking about controlling electromagnetism, which would allow you to control electricity proper, the transmission of free electrons through a material. Magnetism, the strength and polarity of magnetic fields. Electromagnetic radiation, that is light, radio waves, X-rays, microwaves, gamma rays and so on. This radiation is simply a component of, or aspect of the electromagnetic interaction. Chemical and molecular bonds. You would be able to directly manipulate the bonds that compose all matter. Radioactivity and nuclear power. While you can't directly control the nuclear force, it's extremely possible to use the electromagnetic force to induce nuclear fission, nuclear fusion, and to control aspects of radioactive decay. Have fun being a god. The ability to understand and speak with perfect dialect any language, whether written or spoken, including computer codes, encrypted messages, or animal and alien languages. Edit. Thanks for the Reddit gold, whoever you are. Edit 2. Added further clarifications. Thanks to everyone for the very good comments and suggestions. Look up Cypher from X-Men. He's that dialed up to 1,000. can read body language so well that he predicts movements, and can basically read emotions, can speak to computers and hack without touching them, can talk to reality and understand it, etc. Any language. In modern scenarios, this could be the best thing ever or underutilized. A businessman. Absolutely amazing. It's not common for guys here to know Japanese or
That doll was supposed to be a temporary measure. But this has gone too far.
The sexy crab. Please delete this footage.
In today's video, we're trying out 3 cool tricks with bubbles that people have sent to us to ask if they are real.
Hey guys, in case you missed it, we've got new winter merch for sale in our shop, like this hoodie. We have a few new options, so go ahead and click the link in the description below to check them out now. Thank you.
Guys, we've done a lot of stuff with bubbles.
We like bubbles. Bubbles are fun. And sometimes people seem to like what we're doing with bubbles. And we've had multiple people send us multiple different videos asking if they're real using bubbles. And, you know, sometimes people like to fake weird things on the internet, so we want to try and see if we can recreate those and see if we get the real effect. Here's the basic idea. We're going to do our best to recreate the setup scene in 3 different clips of videos using bubbles. They make some really cool tricks, and people have asked us if they're real or camera trickery. We'll try to recreate them as best we can and see if we can determine whether or not they're really possible. First one is, I was sent a video of people making square bubbles. They did this by making a frame that was like a cube, and all of the bubbles around the cube sort of joined together to make a smaller inner cube.
Somehow inside a smaller version of the cube that you've created, there is a smaller cube-shaped bubble, which seems bizarre to me if it's possible, but we want to find out.
To start off, we're going to need 6 pipe cleaners and 6 drinking straws. So we're going to take all of our drinking straws and we're going to cut them in half. I've got marked the halfway point on this straw here.
Nice.
And here we go. Now these are bendy straws. They don't have to be bendy straws.
We have now made something that isn't actually necessary completely useless.
But don't bend it. Oh. Now we have 12 pieces of straws, half straws.
Straw.
Now we're going to cut our pipe cleaners in half as well. So now what we're going to do is separate out our pipe cleaners into bundles of 3, and then we take 3 of them at a time, and we're just going to twist the top centimeter or so. Once they're all twisted, we're going to open it up. We have 1 pipe cleaner on the x-axis, the y-axis, and the z-axis. It's like the corner of a cube, because it is the corner of a cube. So you're just going to do that with all 4 sets of 3, and we're going to have 4 of those corners. So now we take our straws and we fit them onto each of our pipe cleaner arms.
This is entertaining. It really is. I like this.
Now we're going to twist everything together into a cube.
Wow, this is a very simple, easy to put together design if it actually worked.
All right, we've got, well, it's a little lopsided and imperfect in places, but it's still generally cube shaped, and that's what we're going for.
Now, from what I understand, all you have to do at this point is you dip it down into the liquid, then you have the liquid on all sides, and then you drop another bubble down onto it, and it causes it to form a cube.
Yeah, I've seen multiple ways. That's one of them. That's the first way I've seen. And the other one was just dipping it into the water, and then they just sort of shook it back and forth, and they ended up getting the bubble to form in the middle. As the film moved from one side to the other, it would stick to itself, and when they got it doing that from all 6 sides, I guess it formed a cube.
All right.
There's a square in the middle, so that's a good start.
Yeah. All right, I want to blow a bubble directly down onto it.
Try and get a bubble right down onto that.
Ah!
That looks like...
Oh my gosh! Okay.
Well, it's got an extra side one, but...
We have quite a few extra tiny bubbles, but that's a bubble cube. And it's dead.
They don't last forever. Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm just curious. I'm going to see if I can
Well, now you've put a bubble inside it, and you've made it larger.
That was my goal, was to just embiggen it.
Embiggen it? We have a proof of concept. Yes, you can, in fact, make a square bubble. It's not going to float off on its own because, guys, that's not how it works.
Physics.
However, if you have one of these little things that takes 30 seconds to put together, you can absolutely make some square-shaped bubbles. So, proof of concept, this absolutely works. This is awesome.
So the second thing that people have sent us is a video where people make a bubble sheet. Like, they don't blow a sphere bubble out of it, they just stretch the film between a frame, and it was square, and then they put a little ring of string into it, pop the middle of it, and the string just bounces into this perfect circle that's a hole, like a hole right through the bubble film. So that's what we're going to try now, and for this we need 4 bendy straws. We're going to bend the bendy straws at a 90-degree angle, and then we're going to fit one straw into the next straw, go around until we have a square. We also need some string. We've got here some cotton string. Now this cotton string is actually way too thick for what we need. So what we want is one of the little tiny threads that makes up the string, exactly.
Okay. It's still actually bigger than most thread is going to come, so.
All right, so now what I believe is the trickiest part is dropping the thread in kind of a circle onto our bubble film.
Okay. Okay. Not like that. Oh, wait! But! Ha 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 ha!
Wait, put your finger in. Boom!
Ah!
Wait, there's still a little loop. Let's see if I can shape that out.
What do you mean a loop?
That one right there.
Oh, well, no.
Beautiful.
Squish my hand. Never mind. I'm going to make a bigger one because that's really
so you can
cool.
fit your whole hand through?
Yes,
that
I
was
have
a loop
to.
in a bubble.
That was a loop in a bubble. We have a soaked string, a larger diameter. Okay, okay, this is better than the ones we've had before. Pop. Ah! Okay.
Reaching your arm through a bubble.
Now I'm thinking with portals. My arm is through a portal?
Braun Series 9, 7 and 5 with responsive intelligence. Designed for what?
Alright, so this last one is my absolute favorite, and I learned about it this morning, and Nate taught me, and
It looks like wizardry, which is why people send it to us. But there are multiple videos of multiple people pulling this off, so I'm inclined to think it's real, just kind of difficult. We're gonna give it a shot.
it involves, never mind, we'll show you.
A big bubble is blown on a wand, like a bubble wand, but after a good-sized bubble is blown, then a second bubble is added at the bottom from some mysterious canister, and then another device is used to blow smoke into that second smaller bubble, and then it's removed, and then air is blown into the bubble with no smoke in it, and then that smaller bubble, the membrane between the small bubble and the big bubble, pops, and then you have swirling smoke down at the bottom of it, and then something at the top is popped, and you see like this reverse tornado form of all the smoke coming up out of the bubble, and then it gets lit on fire, and you just have the reverse tornado coming out of the bubble and fire, and it's this whole big beautiful mess, and
Because it's
looks
not
amazing.
air that you are pumping into it, it's butane.
That's what we've been using, is this highly modified butane canister that I added a spray nozzle to and the straw at the end, so that we can do things like blow butane bubbles out of it.
Close enough! It does not look as cool as theirs does.
All right,
But we did it.
We didn't get quite the same vortex pulling it up. There's a bit of a tornado in there. Well, I'm gonna count that as pretty.
That was
freaking
pretty close. I'm worried about your hand, but are you ready?
Ready. After the bubble was gone, the fire was still there. So I think the keys here would be to have some higher quality bubble soap.
Yep.
I don't know what the best kind is. We've
don't
tried
know.
several different recipes. That worked okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what the magic key is to popping one, because he's able to pass his little wand
and it pops
through one bubble, pops another one, and then back out. That, as far as I'm concerned, might in fact be black magic, or there's just some simple technique to it
A
that we
few
don't
people
know.
online have sold their soul to the devil
For bubbles. Yeah, it was worth it to them, I think.
Thank you. Thank you.
Guys, that's not all. You know, we've always got more for you to see. Click that box up the top.
At Bayer, we create medicine that treats bleeding disorders like hemophilia, so Victor can keep doing what's in his blood. At Bayer, this is why we science.
Now, if you were to open up your fridge or pantry right now, what are the chances you'd find some bottles of Sunny D in there? How about a fresh batch of congealed salad? Why are these foods so unpopular when just 20 to 40 years ago they were flying off the grocery store shelves? Well, let's take a walk down memory lane and learn why these once beloved foods disappeared from our kitchen tables forever. Bon appetit! Counting down from number 8, TV dinners. Look, after a long day of work, the idea of slaving in the kitchen, whipping up dinner sounds awful. That's when frozen food comes to the rescue. While today it's not uncommon to store veggies or pre-made pizzas in the freezer, you'd be hard-pressed to find classic TV dinners in there. TV dinners first stepped onto the scene in the 1950s when Swanson was looking for a way to sell their Thanksgiving food leftovers. They came up with the idea of serving ready-made food frozen on a convenient tray. These TV dinners became quite popular and were a quick and easy way to serve dinner to the family. According to The Atlantic, Swanson sold around 25 million frozen meals in 1953, which was when they first started to become popular, and it changed the dinner game forever. Over the next 5 decades, different food companies began selling their own versions of TV dinners, like Hungry Man and Lean Cuisine. Remember those? Well, some of these frozen dinners still sit in popular supermarket freezers today. They're not anywhere near as popular as they once were. That's because in the last 10 years or so, an emphasis
You know, there's nothing better than harvesting a Hespori. This thing gives you so much farming experience, and what we're going to be trying to do right now is the dragon knives on it. I don't know if this is going to be effective at all. Honestly, with this boss, you kind of just come in and send it. I don't even know what to pray, really, and I don't think you can pray anything to negate damage. But yeah, let's hope we get a bottomless bucket so we never have to pull out compost buckets again. Clear Hespori. Hopefully we get the bucketless bottom. Please. Watermelon seed and an added seed. You know what? I will take the watermelon seeds. With half of the garden pie left, I have managed to boost my farming level enough so I can come into the high tier guild and plant my first dragon fruit tree. I'm gonna need these dragon fruit to actually protect my future redwood tree for that easy points. We will eventually have 85 farming to enter this guild without a boost though, which is kind of the goal. But yeah, just a nice little way to cheese the guild so we can do this redwood tree thing. Okay, finally out to some Slayer after that farm run. We're going to do some blue dragons. Hopefully we can get some dragon scale drops to make anti-fire potions for other types of
Have you ever felt like you're living in a body you literally know nothing about? Ooh, Freaky Friday. Every once in a while, your eye starts twitching by itself. Your stomach starts singing like a whale, or you get covered in goosebumps for no reason at all. It's time for you and your body to get to know each other better, and these 11 facts will help you with that. 1. Why do your muscles twitch for no reason? It's kind of embarrassing when you have to explain to someone why you're constantly winking at them. If your eye starts to twitch occasionally, it's a signal that you're dealing with stress or having a hard time trying to get a good sleep. If not, then you probably drank too much coffee or ate something extremely sweet recently. The twitch itself is harmless. It's caused by muscle fatigue and overstimulation from your brain. 2. Why do we shake when it's cold? We're all familiar with uncontrollable chattering teeth and shivering legs when we're cold. This happens because all your muscles are slightly, yet rapidly, moving to generate some heat from friction. Rub your hands together on a cold day and they'll become warmer. This is the same thing, but on a smaller scale. Your brain works like a conductor. It conducts the temperature of your skin. If it's warmer than 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit, it'll send a signal for it to start sweating. If it's colder than that, it'll send a signal for your muscles to start shivering. 3. Why does your leg fall asleep? It's scary to stand up from your desk and have the sensation that one of your legs is useless now for some reason. Well, don't panic. We all know that it'll wake up in a while, even though the process will include a complete lack of control and a few minutes of unnerving comfort. This happened because you were sitting in an odd position. The way you sat restricted the amount of blood that could get to your leg. Only 10 minutes without proper blood circulation will cause this numbness, and the uncomfortable feeling afterwards is the sensation of blood rushing back in to every bit of your leg. Yep, pins and needles. 4. Why are your eyes wet when you wake up? Sometimes it's not only that, but you might also wake up with a crusty mess in the corners of your eyes. It all happens for the same reason. You see, when we sleep, we don't always keep our eyes tightly shut. To compensate for the lack of protection and wash away all the dust that might settle on your eye during the night, special glands in the corners of our eyes produce tears. And when you feel tired and are getting ready to go to sleep, your eyes water from all the yawning. Yawning applies pressure to the lacrimal glands and at the same time blocks tears from their regular path to our eyes. That's why they overflow as soon as you stop yawning. 5. What about yawning when you don't want to sleep at all? Basically, yawning isn't only supposed to happen when you're sleepy or bored. That's just the most common circumstances for it. Fun fact, parachutists often yawn right before they get ready to jump from a plane. Now, I wouldn't call that a good moment to take a nap, nor would I say that skydiving is the most boring thing ever. Haha, try it sometime. Yawning is basically stretching your jaw and inhaling as deep as you can. Both actions make the blood in your vessels rush to your head and spinal fluid go down your spine. Surprisingly, it's a way for your body to shake you up. Whenever you feel stressed or anxious, you might yawn as your body prepares itself to deal with it. Yawning also has psychological reasons. You've probably noticed that it can be contagious. That's because we're a highly social species, and as such, we need to synchronize our cycles of sleep with each other. In short, when one person starts to yawn from fatigue, he or she sends a signal of fatigue to others around and makes everyone sleepy. Well, it turns out yawning is magic. 6. What are eye floaters? Have you ever seen those strange, ghostly-looking flies that seem to float aimlessly right in front of your eyes, or maybe even inside your eyes? Well, don't be afraid. These aren't flies at all. They're eye floaters. They're especially easy to see if you look at the blue sky or other light in clear scenes. Floaters aren't exactly objects. They're just tiny imperfections in one special part of the main body of the eye, called the vitreous. We see them because these structural imperfections stand in the way of the light that passes from pupil to retina, which forms your vision. So, you don't have to rush to an optometrist the next time you see them. They're usually perfectly harmless. 7. Why does falling asleep sometimes feel like literally falling? The worst kind of waking up is when you jerk or jump, startled, with the terrible sensation that you fell off your bed or a cliff. It turns out this happens right after you've fallen asleep, at the exact moment all your muscles simultaneously relax. Your brain may mistake it as a distress call, because normally, if all your muscles relaxed, you'd fall. To prepare you for the fall, your brain will naturally send a lot of quick signals to your muscles to make them work again. This phenomenon even has a special name, hypnic jerks. The same thing also happens on a smaller scale, making your legs or arms twitch when you're falling asleep. Number 8. Why do your legs feel lead heavy when you're afraid? When startled or just scared, your legs might become as heavy as tree trunks. Your heart will be pumping, and your skin will get covered in goosebumps. These are all result of the same process, a reaction to adrenaline coming into your blood flow. When adrenaline kicks in, it triggers what's called the fight or flight reaction. This reaction causes increased muscle tension and blood flow, making your legs feel heavy. All your body's systems become highly alert, getting ready to act hard and act fast. But at the same time, this reaction could go two different ways. You might run like an Olympic athlete, or you might not be able to move a single muscle. The reason is that there are two kinds of reactions to a dangerous situation. You can deal with it by overcoming it, or you can avoid it completely. 9. Why do your fingers get all wrinkly from water? Because it's easier to pick fruits from trees in rainy weather with hands like that. No, seriously, let me explain. The wrinkling itself happens when small blood vessels constrict under the skin. But that's not the most interesting part. Scientists discovered that if the nerves in your fingers are damaged, the wrinkles won't appear at all, no matter how long they've been underwater. That means that wrinkling happens because of a specific reaction of our body to water. It's not just a quality of the skin itself. So it must be important for some biological reason. Further tests have involved trying to collect wet glass marbles with dry hands and with wrinkly wet hands, and they've proved that it's much easier to collect those marbles with wet hands. The same goes for feet too. It's much easier and safer to stand on a wet surface with your feet covered in wrinkles. I guess it's nature's way of improving our grip in a slippery situation. Number 10. Why do joints pop? Even if you don't always notice that horrifying sound because of your own bad habit to crack joints, you'd recognize it anywhere. To be fair, it's even worse when you just stand up from your desk and hear a click as if you've somehow hurt yourself or broken something. That's not the case at all. It's been proven that cracking joints doesn't even affect our wellness that much. The clicking and cracking sounds happen when a serious force pushes on a joint, bending it in a way that causes a small bubble of gas to escape and deflate. Sort of like a joint fart. This bubble appears naturally in every joint of your body and doesn't pose any threat, just like joint cracking itself. Do you have a bad habit of cracking your joints? Or are you one of those that can't stand the sound? Let me know down in the comments. 11. What makes your stomach growl? Belly bubbles, gut rumble, a rumbly in your tumbly. Call it whatever. We all know this embarrassing sound too well. What's not as well known is what causes it. In basic terms, your brain is mocking you for not eating. I know it sounds strange, but how else would you explain this? When your stomach is empty, your brain sends a signal to start the process of digesting something and transporting it further down the digestive system. But there's nothing to move except gas, which is what makes all the noise. So just put something down there, will ya? Hey, if you learned something new today, then give the video a like and share it with a friend. And here are some other videos I think you'll enjoy. Just click to the left or the right. And remember, wow. Here are 19 facts that'll make you fall in love with your body. Our bodies hide so many exciting mysteries. For example, did you know that you can eat onion through your feet? Or that kids grow faster in the spring? If you're ready for more fun, weird, and fascinating facts like that, then stay tuned. And before you learn everything about your body's many oddities, hit that subscribe button and ring the little bell icon to join us on the bright side. Here we go. Number 1. Humans and slugs have a lot in common. At first glance, it seems like slugs couldn't be further from humans. However, every single person's DNA is 70% identical to the DNA of slugs. But slugs aren't the only thing we share DNA with. All of us are also 50% banana and 40% cucumber. I also think I got some tomato in my family tree, on my mom's side, of course. Number 2. Humans can have an extra rib. Believe it or not, some of us, 1 in 200 to be exact, are born with an extra rib. It's called a cervical rib, and it's located just above the collarbone. Thankfully, this spare part rarely ever bothers the person who has it. Still, about 1 out of 10 people develop thoracic outlet syndrome because of it. Number 3. ATMs and public restrooms are equally dirty. We're so careful about hygiene in public restrooms, doing gymnastics just to avoid touching the flusher and the door handle. Are you as curious about germs when it comes to using the ATM? Probably not, but you should be. Tests conducted by British scientists confirm that ATMs are just as dirty as public bathrooms. Swabs that were taken from ATM keyboards showed the presence of health-threatening bacteria. Well, makes sense if you think about it. How many people actually disinfect their hands before using them? Exactly. Number 4. Your fingernails grow faster than your toenails. You ever notice how you have to clip your fingernails a lot more often than your toenails? Well, the nails on your fingers grow faster because they get more sunlight. And if you really pay attention, you'll see that the nails on your dominant hand also grow faster. Look even closer and you'll notice that each nail grows at its own rate. The general rule is the bigger the finger, the longer the nail. But the longest nail can usually be found on the middle finger. So the middle finger gets more sunlight or what? Number 5. Botox deprives a person of emotion. Botox can make you look young and feel more confident, but at what price? In case you didn't know, Botox eliminates wrinkles by literally paralyzing your facial muscles. But according to a study conducted at Barnard College in New York, your facial expressions directly affect your emotional state. This means that if you have Botox, you can't really express your emotions fully, both physically and mentally. Number 6. We inherited hiccups from our ancient ancestors. Those annoying hiccups that we all get from time to time are actually a little hello from our distant ancestors that lived 370 million years ago. These guys used to swim in the ocean, therefore their bodies were equipped with both gills and lungs. So the perfect way for them to protect their lungs from water coming in was to hiccup. Not much comfort in that for some of you, but it is what it is. Number 7. Most heart attacks happen on Mondays. One study that was published in the European Journal of Epidemiology found that the risk of having a heart attack increases by 20% for men and 5% for women every Monday. And it's very likely that this is due to the stress caused by having to go back to work. Man, talk about a case of the Mondays. Number 8. You can eat garlic through your feet. Craving some garlic? Just rub it on your feet. If you don't believe me, try it yourself. Cut a piece of garlic in half and rub it on the soles of your feet. After about 30 minutes, you'll feel its smell and taste in your mouth. And it's not magic, it's just allicin. Allicin is an organic compound that's formed during the breakdown of garlic. It can penetrate through cell membranes, travel through your bloodstream, and easily reach your taste buds. Number 9. one human can feed over 1 million mosquitoes. If you've ever wondered how many mosquitoes it would take to eat an entire human, well, first of all, that's kind of weird. But I do have the answer for you. The human body has enough blood for 1.2 to 1.8 million mosquitoes. Of course, everything depends on the height and weight of the person. But considering the fact that one mosquito drinks about 0.
Common practice has no actual purpose. Saying bless you when somebody sneezes. Do you want to be possessed by vampires? Vampires aren't real. Don't be daft. The real purpose of saying bless you when someone sneezes is so their soul doesn't escape their body. When random people say bless you after I sneeze, I tell them that it's unnecessary since I lost my soul years ago. Not putting elbows on the table while eating. It's much more comfortable, easy to eat some things with elbows on table provided said table isn't too crowded. Edit. Wording. Sometimes when my girlfriend is sitting at the table having her coffee, I get out my flaccid penis and flop it onto the table and drag it across like a slug. She gets upset when this happens. Goddamn daylight saving time. It's the shift back to standard time that I can't stand. You go from longer hours of light in the afternoon. Then suddenly you plunge into afternoon dreary premature darkness. Yup. I'm in favor of just staying daylight savings forever. FCK getting home after work and having just an hour or two of light to do stuff. No one needs or cares about having light in the morning. Passengers giving a round of applause after the airplane has landed. I have never been on a plane where this has happened. Seems like kind of a grim way to celebrate a safe landing though. Oh man, it is like a community coming together was on a crazy f-king turbulent flight during winter in Street. Louis. Did all kinds of crazy G-force tricks. We exploded with applause upon landing. All of us expressing thanks at once. I was on a crazy turbulent flight once. I literally thought we were going to die. I was near the front and really started to worry when I realized the flight attendants were strapped in, holding hands, and saying the rosary. Not only did everyone clap at the end, several people hugged the pilots on the way out, and I still stay in touch with my seatmate, because I totally thought I was going to die holding his hand. Wearing a tie to work. This is actually a lessening requirement in the professional world. I work at one of the top convention hotels in the Midwest. At first, I noticed our Asian guests not wearing ties in business meetings. Then, a lot of US West Coast groups, probably taking the lead from the Asians, like many do. And now our own company has come out and said no more ties. I think from a psychology standpoint, you want to look familiar to your customers. If we wear ties and we sell to people who don't, it affects their willingness to trust buy. Putting turn signals on BMWs. I saw a BMW driver use their indicators the other day. I'm going to write to the Vatican about it. Half their bulbs were broken and they'd flicked on the hazards to park in the middle of the road, skipping the 13th floor and labeling it as the 14th in elevators, along the same lines, avoiding street numbers like 666. But that's different. I want to live on 666 Occult Lane. We all do. But they don't have 666 as a street number in a lot of places. Open bracket. I work in a 666 building in a major city. Also notice we have a floor 13, so I guess we're not very superstitious. Wiping restaurant tables with a dirty rag. I worked at a Mexican chain restaurant for a while. The coastal Baja style place with the green logo. Famous for their fish tacos, and our cleaning rags looked like shitty most of the time. We kept them submerged in some pretty concentrated quaternary sanitizer when we weren't using them. Though, there may have been some discarded salsa or guac embedded in the fibers. But it's sterile discarded salsa or guac embedded in the fibers. I would much prefer to eat at a table with a few sterile salsa particles than one coated with some sinister microbes left by a sticky-handed kindergartner. Checking the shower bath before taking a dump in the toilet. My aunt does this. I always thought it was dumb. But she once found her kid hiding in the shower behind the curtain when she went in to take a shit. Scared her half to death. In most cases, though, I agree. It's pointless. Astrology. Anytime someone points out that Saturn is in retrograde in the sign of Taurus with a Ras moon. Really? It doesn't mean anything. It's all stupid babble that pertains to nothing at all. Chakra stones. It's just minerals. It's just a stupid stone. Also Reiki. Good grief. As far as stones go, I'm not sure specifically about chakra stones or whatever, but I know many people who maybe wear amethyst to calm them or what have you. While I don't believe the stone itself has any effect, the act of wearing it does. It's a placebo obviously, but even if you don't believe in what is it, energies or something, it can still work. Let's say you are about to give a presentation, so you maybe carry a little chunk of amethyst in your pocket. Feeling it, there can be a reminder to stay calm, confident, and relaxed before giving your presentation. I just think that's kinda neat, and if it helps people cope with the increasingly stressful lives we lead, that's cool too. Writing cover letters. Look, I want to get rid of like 10 resumes today. Do you really want me to write you a love letter that says how much I have dreamed of working for your company? The relevant info is in the resume. You know I'm seeking employment or I wouldn't have given you the resume. If I'm a good match, a great place to get more information about me is during the interview. Dimming the running lights before engaging the jump drive. Back with the old villainy jump 1 and early jump 2 drives, they needed every possible one to ensure those old drives wouldn't misjump you some 30 parsecs out into the middle of nowhere without an atom of hydrogen in range. But today, the modern reactors have power to spare and actually have backup capacitors to make sure even if there is a power drop right at the time you engage the jump drive, there will be more than enough power to charge the lanthanum grid. That being said, I still dim M. Call it a habit or a superstition. It just makes me feel safer. Those cringy roleplay scenarios companies do as a way to prepare you for a situation. My old company did this over a conference call, with branch managers from different districts, probably 15 or so people on the line. I could hear the disdain in their voice as they held down to vomit about having to do it. There are much more successful and viable ways to teach someone in management how to deal with a certain situation. All this does is create resentment and anxiety having to do this. I literally had to leave the room because I just felt so bad. It was made worse that the district's GM wouldn't let it go until they got it perfect. 30 minutes for something minor that could have been solved by saying do this when this situation arises again. Honestly think the DM was getting off on it. Blowing on dice for luck. Considering the previous outcomes of random generators, such as dice. Discussing what would have happened if things were different. I play a lot of card and tabletop war games, and a big factor is the element of variance. But folk constantly attach luck to everything. I'm crap at rolling success. I would have won if we'd had one more turn each. Nope. All made up and serves no actual purpose. You don't learn or progress from looking back at an unfortunate outcome that's out of your control and placing an element of blame on bloody superstition. Changing your clothes daily. You can get away with just changing your undies for a few days and your undershirt. But why do I need to wear a new pair of jeans every day? Or a new jacket button-up over shirt? I get called out all the time, but it's quite ridiculous to retire clothing that is pretty clean. I mean, if there is mud caked on it that you can't scrape off, I get it. But otherwise your undies take the full blow of your bodily soils. They are like sheets you wear. Being expected to tip, especially when you walk to the counter to order your food, then have to walk back to the counter to get it. Especially when you pay with a credit card at the register and there is a space for the tip on your receipt. Then you have to feel like a DCK for drawing a line through it and rewriting the original amount. Looking at you Firehouse subs, who always gives me a F-King pickle even though I clearly asked for no goddamned pickles. and who makes certain said F King pickle is touching my sandwich and leaching its disgusting pickle juices into the bread. Mandatory school pep rallies. At my school they locked the entire high school, around 700 students, in the gym and had us watch an entire game or cheer on a team going on to provincials the next day. I'm in Canada. Our school is insanely focused on sports. So these things were like sending the astronauts to the moon or something in that vein. Every exit was guarded by a teacher. And even if you needed to go to the bathroom, one would have to accompany you and make sure no unwanted shenanigans happened. The funny part was that the gym's locker room wasn't watched at all. So more than a few times a few of my friends and I snuck out those doors and went down to Tim Hortons to wait out the hour and a half. Thankfully I've graduated now, so I'm not subject to it anymore. Edit. Most students in the school didn't care for the many sports we played, aside from the ones who actually participated in them. Otherwise these things would be awesome and a great way to skip class. Late to the party. But this needs to be said, having kids start school at 8:00 a.m. It's been scientifically proven. Just Google the damn thing. The kids' brains don't kick into gear until it gets closer towards noon. We have the entire system backwards. Since adults seemingly become more adjusted to waking up early as they age. Ever wonder why grandma and grandpa always wake up at the crack of dawn? I've worked at a school that decided to push their start time to 7:30 am. Christ, if working adults are zombies without their coffee at 9:00 am, how the hell do you expect kids to be awake and learn even earlier? It serves no real purpose, other than being the established norm for decades. I'm sure we can figure out a better system, but that's obviously too much work to implement for us, considering we, Americans, still can't even convert to metric. Making your bed. Having lived in a lot of rough camping conditions for fieldwork, I've come to believe that pest control was the original reason to make a bed, and also was the reason that bed frames were invented in the first place, to get the bed off the ground. If you tuck the sheets in tightly and also cover the whole bed with a bedspread, and then put the whole thing up on 4 legs, it is much less likely that mice, roaches, spiders, centipedes etc. will encounter the edges of the sheets trailing on the ground and end up crawling up them and getting in between the sheets. After some nasty moments with bugs getting into unmade cot beds at field sites, I always make the bed in field stations now, especially where I'm living in the type of a penwood we support where critters can just come strolling right in all night long. But back home there are real walls. The place has no pests, and there is no reason to tuck in the sheets. Once the pest issue is gone, I much prefer an untucked bed, so much more comfortable for my feet. And it makes the bed warmer. I do like feeling organized airing out the bed though, but that really only takes 30 seconds and doesn't have to involve tucking the sheets. I just grab the top sheet and blankets, give them a big shake, let them settle back down on the bed so they look straight, and then flip one corner back so it looks inviting. 30 seconds. Truly. My work has us clock in with a card, which automatically enters our clock in time into their database, and automatically calculates how many sick vacation hours we accumulate through the day as well as any overtime earned that week. We then need to physically write how many hours a day we were there on a schedule sheet. If we used any sick or vacation time, we need to write on a separate sheet how many we used, what day and time we used them, and what we used it for. None of this needs to be done since clocking in on the time clock does it all automatically except for saying what the purpose was. Praying. It does provide an internal support, but no empirical effects. Praying in itself shows that you want to focus on something, or can work as a helping hand in unhelpful situations. Saying that you've prayed for someone to succeed at work won't make a difference per se, but saying that you've prayed for them can help boost their confidence. All in all, it doesn't work, but can be helpful in harsh times for you to reflect upon your day, and a way to show support without actually doing anything at all, but can help the other person to get motivated for the task. All in all, it's a time consumption, and will help out psychologically. So as a conclusion, it has no empirical purpose, but rather a byproduct of a psychological phenomenon. Taking vitamins. Unless you have a deficiency, you are contributing absolutely nothing to your health beyond a placebo. Having more vitamins doesn't make you more healthy. Either you have enough or you don't. And if you have enough, you don't need more. Posting a selfie on social media. The only reason people do it is to stroke their own ego. Unless you come up with a funny, imaginative way to make a selfie, or unless you're taking one together with somebody to save a memory, they're really all the same. Just your face. Over and over again. Other people only like them out of reciprocity because they want a like back whenever they do it. Or they do it because they want to get into the selfie taker's pants. In the UK, a lot of part-time jobs are listed at 20 hours a week, but nobody in their right mind would take 20 hours a week unless you didn't have financial responsibilities, because you can still receive welfare and work 16 hours a week. To work anything more that isn't full-time would leave any normal person unable to pay their rent. The thing that's really FK'd up is the people doing it must know what they are doing, because the job center know that nobody would take it, and the employer is probably doing it to weed out anybody on welfare. Only having hot taps in public toilets. Unique UK problem? Dot. More often than not, you can't keep your hands under them for more than 2 seconds without burning yourself. Fun fact. The temperature of the water you wash your hands with has practically no impact on the eventual cleanliness of your hands. The most important thing is how long you spend scrubbing with soap. For the water to do anything significant, it would have to be way too hot to touch. Hence why we boil things to sterilize them. Also, while we're at it, those taps that you press down to activate and they stop flowing before you can get your hands under them. So you need to awkwardly hold it down with one hand and wash the other on its own and then switch. And the ones with motion sensors that can't detect your hands when they're under the friggin' tap. A simple screw tap or maybe a pedal would be so much better. Tap rant over. Serious, retired soldiers on Reddit. What was something that you saw or experienced that you never shared with anyone? Made a throwaway for this. I've never been able to tell my loved ones about this. Sometimes you want to spare them the knowledge of just how much darkness there is inside of you. I'm not sure how I feel about telling complete strangers either. But it's been burning a hole inside of me for some time now. I made the mistake of falling in love with a fellow Marine. We kept it a secret, of course. For professional reasons. We deployed together. And still, no one knew. We never touched each other, made eyes at each other, or ever did anything that would be inappropriate during the deployment, which was torture in and of itself. A few months into the deployment, we were passing out food, candy, and other supplies to a village. It was part of the whole hearts and minds thing. A little girl walked up to get some candy from the man I was in love with. She couldn't have been more than 6 years old. She was holding a doll that someone had given her, with an IED sewn into it. As soon as she took the candy from his hand, the IED detonated. It blew both of them apart instantly. Injured 3 other people. I couldn't scream. I couldn't cry. I just remember watching it happen. I don't even remember hearing anything. I think the worst part was picking up the pieces of him afterward. Picking up his arms that had held me but were now in shreds. I don't even know how to describe what it felt like. It's so cliché to say, but a big piece of me died that day. Had a father bring his kid in who had got caught in crossfire. He brought his pillows, his blankets, everything to make him comfortable. We got him off the helicopter and just knew he wasn't going to make it. Bring him to the FST, work on him, he's not coming back. I look over and he just staring at us sobbing. Huge gasping sobs. You don't need to speak a different language to completely see absolute heartache and pain. I'm not a father, but that FK'd me up a bit. No one should have to bury their children. I've only told my wife, my therapist, and my mother what happened. I'm lucky I had someone there to save my life. But I resent him sometimes. I'm highly medicated for severe depression and anxiety disorder. I have no friends, no job, and some days find it hard to even get out of bed. I might leave the house once a week if I'm lucky. I can't enjoy the 4th of July or New Year's. I feel like I'm less of a human being because of what happened. I know other people cope with it better. I don't, and I hate myself that I can't cope better and be normal. Unfortunately, I feel like my family is paying the price. My respect to all of you have been through a traumatic experiences and are moving along with life. I'm trying every day and will keep trying. Because I don't have an option. I have to use a throwaway. Because I'm disgusted with myself. I pray to God every day that my family never finds out what I did. On patrol in Baghdad, my partner and I encountered a group of men beating a woman in the street. At the time there were many riots breaking out, and we were instructed by our CO not to intervene unless there was a clear and present danger to ourselves. We walked away. I'll never forget her screams. They were pouring scalding water on her face. I wanted to kill them all, but I couldn't. Her skin was coming off. I still see it in my dreams. I'm not a soldier, but my father served 2 tours. He told me I'm the only person he ever told this to. He's a helicopter mechanic. Him and his company often did something the military calls Air Force checks. When they didn't completely understand the manual. It's when you go to one helicopter, see how it's set up, then compare it to another helicopter and see if everything matches up. One day the chopper him and his crew were in charge of, something malfunctioned, and they crashed, and they all died. He said it will always haunt him that he didn't double check the aircraft, that he didn't do something that could save those young men's lives. There was no enemy, no fire, no explosion. Something just malfunctioned and they crashed and died. He only ever brought it up once when we were taking a walk together, and has never spoken of it since. I don't blame him. I saw one of my good friends who was going through an awful domestic issue to be divorced in Iraq strangle a cat just to cope with the issue. He was a nice family guy at one point, and eventually returned to that. He ended up going to jail when he got back because he tried to pull the gun out of an officer's holster. I should have checked him into the psych ward days before that happened. An early morning salvo of 3 rockets blew a tent near my hut to bits while I was in Afghanistan. I ran over to the Hesco bunker in my sleep. After I had come to a little bit, I was checking what I had with me. This is the part that I've never really shared with anyone else. But I didn't notice for a minute. I only had on my combat shirt, Kevlar, and weapon, and then was completely nude from the waist down. And number 3232. And number 3232. I was porky pigging it while tea was blowing up around us. It's all I could think about. I felt really awkward about it. Even though I've seen and been seen naked by everyone there. I think I just really didn't want to be caught up in a fight without pants. It was racing through my mind. If there's a perimeter breach, I need to get to my foot locker first and get some pants on. I was rehearsing it in my mind. Haha. Luckily the laundry tent took the brunt of the attack. But that really put us back on clean clothes for a bit. Convoy was stopped in some dirt village. Sun was starting to go down. All the kids and females went into the building about 15 yards to my left. Bunch of pickups came into the village full of military-age males who then went into the fields, pulled up long boxes and broke into groups, then scattered around various covers and buildings with said boxes. Gee, I wonder what is about to happen. Man, I'm glad the rules of engagement won't let us do jack shit about this. Just as the sun goes down, lo and behold, an ambush from the west with rockets and RPK fire. Gunner is pointed west, to the right, and doing what gunners do at times like this. As the sun sets and twilight turns to dark, full-on Star Wars mode is engaged, tracers everywhere. The first component attacked when the sun touched the ground from the west, second wave hit us from the east when the sun disappeared. Guy came out of the building to my left where the rocket kicked open the truck door and put my optics on the guy's chest to see a kid's face, completely terrified kid's face. Don't know if I shot. I know the fire support with a 30mm chain gun did. It blew them away in 4x zoom along with the small building they came out of. Sometimes I wonder about the stories my maternal grandfather, who was drafted at age 17 into Phoenicia Army, must have. They sent him to Stalingrad. All I know is that they told him to take the rifle of the guy he was following should he die and that his shoes were too small, costing him 2 toes. He was imprisoned in a Siberian mine and says he only survived because elder prisoners fed him, saying at least the kids should be able to one day go home. When he did finally return after 5 years, his own mother didn't recognize him at the door for all the weight he had lost. My little brother once asked him if he had killed anyone. He cried at the dinner table. I haven't had the guts to ask him about the war. He's still alive. Aged 86 now and I love him dearly. I guess I never really tell anyone anything unless they were directly involved. I'll try to keep them short and sweet. My engineer unit was tasked with clearing a road that had been black status for 7 years. Midway in we get ambushed by a whole village on both sides. We nearly ran out of cruiser ammo that day. What really gets me about it is that just minutes before it all went down, a mother and her child ran to safety in a nearby building. And to my recollection there wasn't a single building we didn't hit with either Mark 19 or Polish strikers. We tore that village to pieces when it was over. It doesn't really bother me, but I do wonder how much more harm we did than good. On a lighter note, in basic training one of my battles was really chafing on his ass. He couldn't quite get the baby powder in his crack. He must have really trusted me because he asked me very discreetly and I obliged. So there I am, shooting baby powder into another guy's ass. I took part in 78 separate attacks from hostile forces around Mosul in 2005. Lots of bad shit. But the one thing I near share is that one time I was in the turret of an M1114 HMMWV behind her in 250 machine gun doing convoy security and I looked in a vehicle as we cruised by and there was a little girl, probably 8, who had a healed up gunshot wound to the face. She was missing an eye. She was smiling broadly at me and waved at me emphatically. I just waved back. That little girl had the weight of the world on her shoulders and was smiling. I've never had a bad day since. There was also a kid that was cut deep to where his thumb was barely hanging onto his hand. I was in the turret again that day and the kid ran alongside the truck making a rapping motion with his hand. I tried to get my first aid pouch open so I could throw him my sterile bandage to wrap up his hand, but the old button, Vietnam era piece of shit, wouldn't come unsnapped. The little dude ran next to us for over a minute while I FK'd with it. Finally I just slipped the Alice clips, tugged it off my vest and tossed the whole thing to him. He was smiling the whole time too and was very happy for the packet. It's like FCK man. We really FK'd up over there. Why couldn't we have done more really good stuff instead of escorting Commander Douchebag and the whole F-King PR team to a school just so they could get some F-King photo ops with the poor kids to put in the newspaper back home? My very first patient in Afghanistan was a 10-month girl. The father brought her to our gate asking for help. We checked her out and she is literally missing all of the skin from shoulder blade to waist on her back left side. Burned to the bone. Dad tells Turp that she tripped and got cut up by gravel. Clearly she is burned. I can smell it still today. I can remember the screech she made. The charred skin I had to remove. And that arsehole just sat in the corner. Nothing I can do to right the situation other than do what I can for her. That single moment definitely set the tempo for the following 9 months. The feeling of not feeling anything after killing someone is crazy. It's not like you're stone cold. No emotion. But think of it as you're a waiter at a restaurant and you serve your customers. You don't think anything of it when it's happening. You just do and carry on. It doesn't hit you until later and you're like, motherfucker, I just did that. The emotion of everything is so bland when it happens but so raw when you take a step back. Whenever you have a buddy that gets killed, yeah, it's scary, but it doesn't hit you until later. Every moment in that person's life had led up to that moment. It's concluded. Over. Done. Every first kiss. Every Friday night football game. Every person they ever had any contact or relationship with. Everything they ever said. Every plan they ever had or memory they had created came to a conclusion in a single moment that ended their entire existence. TLDR, life is precious. Don't take it for granted. I served in the military here in Finland, as required by law, and there was this guy who chain smoked out and we called him Skorsten. Swedish for chimney. His father had killed his mom and then hung himself while Skorsten was young. Skorsten was always depressed, but he got along and we were good friends. Then 5 years after we got out, I get a message from an army friend who says that Skorsten had hung himself because his girlfriend had left him for another guy. I've accepted that there was nothing I could have done, but it still haunts me. Sometimes when I go out for a smoke, I still remember how he would ask me for a cigarette because he had misplaced his own. So I'll light a cigarette for him and place it on the side of the ashtray. That's my way to remember him. Edit. A big thanks to all who replied. You made my day. Hell, you made my week. Close bracket. Joking answer. A shit ton of dicks. Seriously. Infantrymen are like little kids. Always running around butt naked. Serious answer. We were ordered to shoot bayonet any bodies we came across because the militia had a habit of playing possum only to kill coalition troops later. Well, in Iraqi summer heat, after a few days of laying there, the bodies will puff up. They get super bloated and just nasty overall. But you can't always tell. Especially if they're all covered up. Well, when you shoot bayonet kick a bloated body, they tend to pop, and out comes the nastiest smell and a disgusting liquid pus goo. Jesus. Nothing smells that bad. And the goo pus gets all over your boots, or uniform, or rifle, or God help you, your mouth. Much vomit was spewed forth. Many memories cemented forever. Edit. 9 times out of 10. It was easy to tell they were dead after being hit with 105 millimeters, 40 millimeters, 25 millimeters, full stop, 50, 7, 62, 5, 56, or 9 millimeters rounds. There usually wasn't much left. What was left was also food for the fleet of feral dogs that followed us. So, if we came across an intact body, it was either alive and waiting, or had been passed over by the dogs. Posting this on a throwaway account. Long story short, killed an entire family during the Vietnam War without showing a single emotion. We were insensitive to even the most gut-churning things you could ever imagine. A father, mother, and 2 daughters. Our commander didn't give a shit if it had been nothing but school children in that house. Everyone had to die. They were accused of harboring weapons for the Viet Cong. I have nightmares every night, whether you volunteered or were drafted. I'm sorry you were put in that situation. I can't even imagine. Reading this thread has been a serious reminder that the cost of war is much greater than the money spent on the soldiers who died. Using a throwaway because I've never told anyone before and I don't think I ever could. On a motorcade patrol in Afghanistan, our point vehicle struck an IED. My best friend was thrown about 10 yards from the wreckage and impaled through the chest with a piece of metal. His face was blown half off. I'll never forget it. I recognized half of his face, and the other half was charred bone. He died in my arms. About 2 years later, I finally got stateside and went to see his family. They told me he wrote to them every day, and when the letters stopped coming, they knew he was gone. His 5-year-old daughter asked me how her daddy died. I didn't know what to say. There was a dead Iraqi guy on the ground halfway covered with a blanket after we shot him. I saw a pack of smokes in his shirt pocket and I remember reaching in there and taking them so I could hand them out to the guys. I even gave some to the other Iraqi prisoners we were watching at the time. It was one of the weird moments. Thinking about it, How strange would it be if your dead body was laying there and some guy came out and took your pack of smokes out of your shirt pocket? That morning, like most mornings, you put your smokes in your jacket and go out to face the day. You die and then some guy from another country casually takes them from you as you rot in the sun. Weird. I once did the recovery of some guys that had crashed their airplane into a shallow lake. We got their bodies out and put them under the only shade we had. One of those pop-up things. So hopefully they wouldn't stink too bad before they could be carried off. It was hot out. So we also stood under the shade around the bodies. Then food arrived that our captain had ordered up for us, so we stood there and ate our lunch. A few minutes in I realized how weird of a situation this was. These guys an hour earlier had been flying around happy as could be. Now they are dead and I am eating lunch over them like nothing is wrong. But I was hungry and they were dead. Not much else to be done otherwise. A junior officer in my unit beat his wife to death, then nearly decapitated her with a blunt hunting knife. Sharp ones were around. Her son was in the next room over and heard it all. But the officer sent him to school the next day anyway. He was used to hearing his mom get beat up by this and all her previous husbands, so he didn't think anything of it. I had to go in after and catalog all of their possessions. He used a .300 Magnum to kill himself and his brains were in two corners of the room. Pieces of his scalp clung to a nearby mirror and skull fragments were in the ceiling. The wall behind their bed looked like a Jackson Pollock painting. One day, I accidentally kicked a piece of his skull with my boot. It was on the floor and I hadn't seen it. At that point, it didn't bother me anymore. I had to call for over 2 weeks for people to come in and clean up the mess. By that point the blood started to ferment and smell sweet. Just so many F-ked up things all wrapped into one. Back in 2004 the first people I killed were a teenage girl and a young man who were in close proximity to each other. The guy was armed but the girl wasn't. But I was on the 240G machine gun, and felt like it was a pretty good chance that I'd get her too if I shot at him. I was right. And I hit them both. What was really weird for me right then was I had this kind of sickening moment of total clarity where I thought I'd killed a woman before I've slept with one. I didn't really feel different after. But everything was different. I was 19 at the time. I didn't have that same kind of nothing is different but everything is different sensation again until I actually did lose my virginity. Which was a shitty thing to remember your first time being naked with somebody else. For years, I'd flash to that moment right at the end of sex. It still happens sometimes. Not me, an old coworker. Not even sure if true. Anyways, it's a great story, so I'll tell you all about it. I guess my co-worker was leading a patrol in Iraq during what I think he said was the Gulf War. While out on patrol, the guy up top on the gun spotted something quite odd in the binoculars and told them he was seeing the golden arches of McDonald's. Thinking the sun was baking his mind, he told him to come down and take a break. But the gunner insisted he take a look. So he obligated, and sure as hell there they were, as if they were back in the States. Naturally they plotted out where it was on a map, and to their surprise it was just over the border in Saudi Arabia. Now they were on strict orders not to go into Saudi Arabia. But the men couldn't resist getting their burger on. So he radioed the trucks in his company to convey on the McDonald's. When they got there, I guess no one spoke English, so they ordered by pointing to the pictures and then retreated back to Iraq to have a feast. Needless to say, I guess every man that gorged themselves that day got sick from eating their first junk food in months. To this day I have no idea if the story is true or not. But it's fun to hear and think about how a company of men invaded Saudi Arabia for McDonald's. Suicide bomber blew himself up in a crowded restaurant. 40 people dead instantly. 150 wounded. Due to the fact that it was a civilian matter, we were ordered to let the Iraqis deal with it. They had no ability to in the slightest, and we watched as they bled to death of simple injuries. I remember a child watching me from about 20 feet away as he bled out. I saw father cradling his son who had taken the full force of the blast and was nothing more than a leaking sack of charred meat. Worse, I saw Iraqis just not care. I lost my faith in that war right there. Not a soldier myself. No. But my grandpa was in Korea for a while. As a tank gunner. He didn't talk about it much, but sometimes he'd just bring it up out of nowhere. One day we're talking about football or some bullshit and he looks out the window from his chair in front of the TV and says that one time he and his guys were on one side of a deep ravine and they saw a person in the woods on the other. They knew North Koreans were in the area, so they were going to shoot the person and keep moving. But before they could shoot, the person turns and they see she has a kid riding on her back. She pulls the kid off and threw her off the side of the cliff. Then she jumped after it. He doesn't talk about the war much. Only people that know this are the ones in my unit while I was in Iraq, out on convoy. I'm the convoy commander, so I'm in a gun truck, blockading traffic. It's night. Car comes at us at high speed. Gunner shines his spotlight, flashes it, then takes his M16 and shoots a bunch of tracers past the car. Dude doesn't stop. I tell him to light his ass up. Now. Dart. 50 calories opens up. Shoots out his engine. Guy finally stops. No kaboom. We'd go in and find out it's a taxi cab. Driver's foot has been shot off. Passenger is a woman with a baby. Thank the gods they were fine. Never did sort out why he didn't stop, even after we fired tracers past his car. Same convoy. We got hit by insurgents firing RPGs and machine guns. I called in an airstrike. 7 insurgents taken out. Oldest was 18. Youngest was 14. Still have nightmares about that convoy. My unit came under fire trying to protect a medical facility in Iraq. The insurgents had us surrounded, and we had to choose between taking cover for ourselves or hold position and wait for backup. We held the position. 3 of us took position behind a vehicle and engaged the enemy. We couldn't see who was firing on us. I remember aiming my weapon at their position and pulling my trigger. I was the only one of the 3 of us to walk away from that battle. The 2 men who died next to me were good soldiers. And good men. Both of them were better men than me. I'll never understand why I survived. Later on I discovered that some of the enemy firing on us were children. I never found out whether or not I had killed a kid. At the time I didn't care. Now it kills me. This wasn't me, but my great uncle. He had a journal that this story was kept in and no one knew it had happened until after he passed away. He was stationed in Vietnam and there was a young girl, maybe 10 or 11, that always used to spend time with the soldiers. They would give her treats and drinks and stuff like that. One day they were at their base and the girl showed up. This was a little unusual since he usually saw her off base. On this day she was wearing a backpack. My uncle was with his commander while she was coming closer. He was yelling to stop, in fear of what was in the backpack. She got closer and closer, smiling the whole time. The commander ordered my uncle to shoot her. My uncle refused to do it and the commander shot her right in front of him. In the backpack there were colored-in pages from a coloring book that she was going to give to the soldiers, along with some other toys. My uncle carried that inside for his whole life. My dad was in Vietnam. He was one of those young punks who had to choose between war and prison, so he thought he'd choose the easy way. Comma, and went into the Marines. He was a seriously f-ked up man growing up and probably a sociopath to some degree. That war mentally killed him. He would tell us stories at bedtime when we were still tiny. My mom had to leave him for all of our safety when I was 5. He spent most of my childhood in San Quentin. The story that sticks out most to me isn't any of the ones he told me, but the one my grandma told me when I was an adult. At some point he came back home from 3 years in Vietnam with a full-blown addiction and what can only be severe PTSD. He couldn't function above the level of a 5-year-old mentally for months. So he stayed with his mom and she took care of him. One night after a particularly bad nightmare he told her about the rural Vietnamese girl he dated there. She had a daughter. The Viets Cong took the baby and quartered her live in front of the mother. The mother brought him the body and he gave her money for a funeral. I can't confirm if this is true or not, but from what my grandma told me, he certainly believed it to be true. I forgave him for a lot of shit after hearing that. Poor fucker. Iraq. We were called out to go retrieve a downed bird. We jumped into our LMTVs and rushed out to get this aircraft. Along the way we saw a dead animal alongside the road. We didn't think much of it and kept on a trucking. Then it hit. The first blast, then the second one. 2 IEDs were tripwired together in a dead animal. The truck in front of us was hit with the first one. The second one us. Everyone in the front truck was completely filled with nails, broken glass, metal, you name it. But nobody was killed, thank God. 2 of the 3 soldiers lost body parts and we had to retrieve them. The explosive that hit our truck wasn't too strong, so we walked away with a bent bumper and blown tire. But this was a traumatic experience for me, being 18 and on my first deployment. I'd never experienced anything like the horror I felt when I saw that first truck get hit. When you're running over to it thinking you have 3 dead friends, brothers that you will have to watch be put into the ground. It's a scary world out there and people do sick things. I was on one of the first teams into Afghanistan in 2001. We were out pretty much on our own the majority of the time we were in country, and had multiple standoffs. I had RPGs pointed at me. Lots of AKs. Not to mention the stink eye from quite a few people. One time, we were given targets by our warlord, and had a bunch of F-18s overhead waiting to drop bombs. We served over 3,000 Afghanis at a makeshift clinic. We helped dispose of a bunch of unexploded ordnance, mortar rounds, artillery rounds, etc. After a truck blew up in town under questionable circumstances. I share a lot of my stories with people, but the thing I rarely share is that we never dropped a bomb. I never fired a shot, and never killed a soul. And the memory that actually sticks with me in slow motion is of having my weapon on fire and having a guy in my sights ready to kill if anything went down. It is weirdly kind of embarrassing that going through all of that I came home with all of my rounds. I may be late, but this isn't my story but my dad's. My dad was in the Air Force during the Vietnam War and was in a crew that was in one of those C-130 Hercules planes that carried supplies and fresh soldiers to front lines deep in the jungle and would bring back the wounded and dead from the front lines. During one supply run with about 100 plus fresh out of boot camp soldiers, he meets some guys that he had grown up with and gone to school with. They chatted it up and talked about meeting after they got back to the States. The plane landed and dropped everything off, picked up some dead soldiers and head back the main airport. About 5 months later, my dad and his crew went on a supply drop to a different place and the plane had to take back about 50-70 dead soldiers. While loading, he noticed one of the guys he chatted with on the supply drop 5 months ago and asked him how he was doing. The guy was obviously shaken up, according to my dad. The guy then said that the unit he was in was ambushed. Only 2 guys made it out. None of the guys my dad grew up with made it out. My dad had to load the bodies of the 3 guys he had just talked to 5 months ago. What's the scariest thing that's happened while you were home alone? In college, my live-in boyfriend had gone out with friends for an evening. I started to have a tingly feeling in my hand that wouldn't go away. Then the tingling spread up my arm to the entire right side of my body. Called my mom because I was getting freaked out and started slurring my speech and forgetting words. On the tip of my tongue but cold and soft, remember the specific word. We both recognize this as stroke symptoms and I call 911. Next thing I know, there are firefighters, paramedics, and police at my house, as well as my aunt and boyfriend that my mom had called. Turned out it was an atypical migraine and I was fine. But thinking I was having a stroke while home alone was terrifying. I still get nervous when I'm home alone or driving alone, even though multiple doctors have said it's also a freak thing that probably will never happen again. This has happened to me before too. Twice. I wrote down everything that happened. It's so bad it called a migraine aura. I woke up from a short nap feeling so strange. Like I wasn't sat on the right planet. Everything was just off. I got a tingly feeling in my left pinky that eventually spread all the way to my mouth to where my teeth and tongue were numb. To the tip of my nose and to my other arm. It's also a really scary feeling. The first time it happened I thought I was dying. I was alone in my apartment in a foreign country. But I don't think I was so scared as to call any medical services. Probably due to my stupidity. It was late at night. Like around 3 AM. And the rest of my family was long asleep. I was awake and restless and decided to go outside for some fresh air before attempting to fall asleep again. I was out on the porch for a few minutes before I hear rustling at the door immediately behind me. The front door has Venetian blinds. And I could clearly see a dark shadow and a gap in the blinds that served as the usual spot from which we'd peek. Except because I hadn't turned any of the lights on, I couldn't see who it was. I was staring back at them wondering which one of my family it was. Until I realized that they were staring at me for a little too long and a little too motionlessly to be normal. I expected I'd see a little wave. Or someone would crack the door open and ask what I was doing outside. But nothing. Then whoever it was ducked out of view. And it was quiet. I didn't hear footsteps. I didn't hear bedroom doors. I was frozen on the step, racking my brain for any logical explanation and kind of freaking out. I decided to go back inside. And everything was how I left it. No lights on. No bedroom doors open. Silent. Truly freaking out now. Because what the hell could that have been? There was no hint that anyone had been awakened out here. Until my fucking cat startled the shit out of me with a meow. That little fucker had a habit of standing up on the side table next to the door and balancing his front paws on the doorknob so he could look outside. I had completely forgotten. He almost gave me a heart attack out there. Maybe not the scariest thing ever. But it was a tense few minutes for me. I'm sure this will get buried. But here goes. When I was in high school, my parents and brother were away at a hockey tournament and my boyfriend was working, so I was waiting for him to finish work to go over and hang out with him. Our computer was in the kitchen, which was next to our basement stairs. My dog was happily snoring away on the floor next to me while I chatted with my friends on MSN. All of a sudden, my dog jumped up startled and started growling at the basement stairs. Figured she had a nightmare, so I went to comfort her when all of a sudden I heard a giant smash in the basement. Sounded like someone had thrown a pile of dishes on the cement ground. And then footsteps running up the stairs. I've never booked it out my front door so quickly. I ran the 6 blocks to my boyfriend's place. His mom was home, and called him at work. Asked him to go to my house. Turn off our TV, internet, and make sure our dog was okay. Yes. I am awful. I left my poor pooch there. I was 16. Give me a break, please. Close bracket. He went to my place. Dog was totally fine and nothing broken downstairs. We had lots of spooky issues with that house. But that was the first experience with it. When I was a kid, I was home alone one night. Must have been around 10 or so. That night they were showing The Exorcists on TV, and my mom had forbidden me to watch it. But hey, she wasn't so home. I watched it, mostly from behind a pillow I hike, and spent an awful lot of time talking to our GSD. As the movie ended, the fuse blew, and everything went dark. My mom's electrical system has always been a bit touchy, and the fuses blew regularly, along with her TVs that rarely live past 2 years. I spent what seemed like hours sitting on the couch, too scared to go flip the fuse back on. Meanwhile, our GSD was trying very hard to protect me from the danger. She could sense I was scared, but not what I was scared of. In the end, I managed to walk with the GSD very near me to the fuse box, flip the switch, turn on every damned light, and run to bed. That GSD helped me through so many things. And after it died, I almost believed in an afterlife. We called her name at the dinner table some years after she passed. as a joke because we had some leftovers. And immediately after we called her name, our cat turned its head towards the door and growled. It walked very slowly away from the door while keeping constant watch on it. I was home alone one Saturday afternoon. My parents were at some family event and I was watching TV when I heard some strange noises. I get up and look out the window and see two men walking on top of the outer wall, which is about 6 inches wide and maybe 8 feet tall. So it's quite easy to climb and walk on. As soon as I saw this, I felt my heart fall to the floor. So I ran to my parents' bedroom, locked the door and called the cops. The emergency services said it would take about 5 minutes for the police to arrive and that I should stay inside the room and try to grab something to defend myself with. The worst part came when right after I hung up the phone the doorbell rang. You could answer through the phone because we had an intercom system. So when I answered, the conversation went something like this. "Man, this is the police. We received your call. We caught the robbers. It's so safe to come outside." Me. "So how did you get here so fast?" "I literally just hung up the phone less than a minute ago and the lady said it would take about 5 minutes for them to get here. Can you please turn the police siren on so I know it's you for sure?" I didn't get a reply, so I just hung up and became even more terrified that they knew I was inside the house and were trying to lure me out. I remember shaking uncontrollably and after a few minutes the doorbell rang again. I answer and this time it really was the police. Asked them to do the siren thing and when they did I felt so relieved. They said they caught 2 of them but were not sure if anyone else was inside already since they couldn't come inside, so I had to come out myself. Jesus Christ, this is the most fear I have ever felt. It took me about 5 minutes to gather the courage to open the door and ran outside. I swear I almost flew from my parents' room to the street. The neighbors were outside by then and the lady from across the street had managed to contact my parents and let them know what had happened. In the end they only caught 2 out of 3 since the third one fled in a car when he saw the police arriving. Apparently they had been robbing the area and I was incredibly lucky to have been alerted by the noise. God only knows what would have happened to 20-year-old me, a girl, if they had been successful. A tornado siren went off, but I forgot it was the first Wednesday of the month. It scared the shit out of me. Not home alone, but the whole family was there, and I can't decide if that makes it better or worse. But I had a terrible day, and was hiding in my room. My family was watching a movie. About halfway through, I hear some steps over the crunchy leaves outside my window. I look out, thinking it might be my neighbor, but I can't tell. He walks back to the crabapple tree, and hides there for the duration of the movie. As soon as it ends, he quickly walks up to my sister's window with a short ladder, sets it up, and ducks down. I've been watching him for an hour at this point. So when he does that, I grab the gun I sleep with. I watched him peek into the window, and I could see he was dressed in all black with a ski mask on. So I couldn't tell who he was. Seeing that almost made me call the police, but for some reason I decided not to. Maybe just so I had the chance to shoot someone? I don't know. I slipped quietly off my bed, and went to tell my sister before she went into her room. She reacted a lot more calmly than I expected. I reached into her room, turned off the light, and ran back to mine to look again. He had grabbed the ladder and started running away. So I chased him down the street where he had parked behind a strip mall dumpster. He was gone before I could get the license plate number, and I never saw him or his car again. TLDR. A guy in a ski mask peeked into my sister's window, but ran away before I could catch him. The first time I ever stayed home alone, it was dark outside and storming hard. My parents had gone out to dinner and about 20 minutes after they left I heard a very loud no on the front door. And I went to the window to see who it was and all I could see was a tall person in black hoodie. But I couldn't see their face. They were standing on my doorstep and I didn't know what to do, so I grabbed the phone and tried to call my parents' cell phone. But they didn't pick up. Then I heard a knock again, but this time it sounded like whoever was outside was rattling the door handle. And then I ran to the back of the house, locked myself in the bathroom and called 911. I was crying and shaking, and next thing I knew, literally 5 police cars were in front of my house. Whoever had been trying to get inside was no longer there. But the police questioned me, and while they were there my parents pulled up and I had to explain everything to them. She was really freaked out. And the police started leaving and told us to call right back if we saw anything suspicious or the person returned. About an hour after the police left, my neighbor comes over and knocks on the door. My mom answered, and the neighbor explained he had gotten home later in the day and he was trying to pay my mom back for gas money she had lent him. He told her that Hesod knocked on the door earlier but no one answered. It turned out the intruder was literally just my neighbor. I was so embarrassed because my mom told him that I thought he was trying to break in and call the police. But yeah, that was long, but it was horrifying until the very end. Got a call from my mom that my brother had been in a skiing accident and the paramedic there was debating whether or not to take him to the hospital. I know it's not as scary as some of these other stories, but I was a little rattled. I couldn't drive yet. So what am I supposed to do? Keep on playing video games until someone comes home? My brother ended up okay. He just had a brace on his knee for a while, and he loved to tell people about it. Not me, but my uncle. He was home and fell asleep on the couch. Apparently he woke up to some sounds and the curtains were moving. My uncle grabs his cig off the coffee table in front of him, yells out a warning and squeezes 3 rounds off into his curtains. It was around 3 a.m. in a suburban neighborhood. Cops were called. Half of Plano PD are in front of his house screaming for him to come out. Long story short, it was his cat. Cat jumped at him and the 4-round went through his window and his neighbor's window. What a shit show. His wife made him give all his guns to my dad. Great story for the holidays. Me and my brother slept in the same room. Him on a bed and me on the mattress. We would stay up during the night playing on our Gamma Boy sauce, and we swear we would hear heavy footsteps going up and down the stairs all night, and when we told our parents they would never believe us. I slept on a memory foam mattress, and I remember one night I woke to what sounded like laughter, so I muttered under my breath for my brother to shut up, and as I went back to close back my eyes the laughter sounded like 2 kids, so I woke right up. And as I got up I saw what looked like kids' footsteps run between my legs and off my mattress. I swear I saw the footmarks pressed into the mattress. A lot of weird stuff happened into the house, but it stopped as years went by. But our parents never believed us. This actually happened last night. My parents' house is on a dead end. Poorly lit street. I was house sitting with my brothers while my parents were abroad in Europe. My brothers left to get my parents from the airport at around 9 p.m. And at around 9:15 I heard the front handle jiggle and the dogs went crazy. I yelled that it was locked, assuming one of them had forgotten something important. Then I heard the screen door slam shut, and I didn't see anyone or any cars outside when I looked out front. Fat sauce when I noticed our side of the house motion detector lights had turned on. I grabbed one of the guns stored at the house and a flashlight, and I searched the yard to find that somebody had opened the gate to the backyard. We keep it firmly latched at all times because of the dogs. Never really been happier for, or had a firmer belief in the Second Amendment. Being all alone at home on a dead-end street with shoddy cell reception. A random car stopped in front of our house with 2 women in it. The lady in the passenger's seat popped out and came to our front door and left. She didn't ring the bell or anything. I'm sure they didn't actually see me inside. After they left, I went outside and they left as present. So in my teenage brain, I was like, that's weird, and then went back inside to continue my homework. About 30 minutes after my parents got home, I remember these ladies in the present on the porch. I told them what happened. They were appalled that I didn't say something sooner. We decided to see what's in the bag. Mind you, it was nowhere near Halloween. It was springtime. There was a doll-sized coffin in the bag, and in the coffin was a homemade voodoo doll with pins sticking in it. We are all weirded out by the entire thing. Nervous laughter and all. So we decided to call the non-emergency police number and left that shit on the porch. The police officer came by and I told him what happened, and he agreed it was weird and creepy and took the bag of goodies away with him. My kids were on the trampoline and 3 guys in a car stopped and the driver asked them to get in. I was on the couch, door wide open, and saw everything. Kids came in and I shut the blinds and locked the doors and waited till they left. But they drove around my block 4 times before stopping in some car parks across the road. The driver then got out of the car and started pounding on the doors. We have 3 floor-to-ceiling glass ranch slider doors surrounding the living room. He then came and looked through the kitchen window. Meanwhile, my kids were sitting on the couch, scared. And I was on the phone to TGE police. They drove off and police looked around but couldn't find them. My husband lives and works in another city during the week and he came home for a night, but I basically lived in fear the remaining week. I had just moved into my first house. Only me and the dog. I, being a genius, decide to watch The Grudge. Just when it gets really creepy, the power goes out. Slept on the sofa with the dog. Couldn't bring myself to walk past the attic hatch to get to my room. I sleep early as there was nothing to entertain me. And there's a massive hammering on the back door. Turned out to be my cousin coming to check I was okay. But being a dickhead, he decided to just keep hammering and shouting to be let in, rather than saying who he was. 2 days later, power cut number 2. I was in the shower. Had no towel or dressing gown. I get downstairs, wet and naked, light a few candles, go to take one upstairs so I can get dressed. And there's a face pressed against the frosted window in the back door. Handle jiggles. I crap myself and scream. My boyfriend shouted sorry he was early and to please let him in. Made him wait until I was dressed. Was in the living room. It was summer and I was dying from the heat, so I had opened the front door, which we usually do to get some air circulation. Well, I was watching TV with the volume kinda loud so I didn't hear anyone coming. And this guy walked straight into the house. Scared the crap out of me and he looked shocked at the sight of me. Was a delivery guy. Wrong house. I was in a house in South Seattle 2 years ago. The homeowner began renting out the house after he finished some renovations. He had some not so safe contractors work on the house. The homeowner didn't sell the pitch to me so well over beers the first month of living there. The contractor ended up losing his mind on drugs. Stole a truck. Called the homeowner at 3 a.m. asking for $200 and to bail him out of jail halfway through the electrical work. The only issue was he didn't finish the job and left his tools there. Well, 6 months later, I am chilling on the couch working from home and I hear this guy banging on the door with all his might. This guy is going ape shit, screaming his lungs out to get in and get his tools back. Mind you, the tools were like a screwdriver, pliers, and a drill bit set. I grabbed my pistol and yelled out that the homeowner doesn't live there anymore. The contractor begins yelling that he is going to kick in the front door. I retort with, "If you kick in that door, I am going to unload this clip at you." Double quote. Washington State has the castle doctrine law. So yeah. He knocked the fuck out pretty fast after I said that. I am not one to pull on someone, but this guy was threatening my life. I think I've had a paranormal experience last week. I say I think because it might just be me freaking out. But I can't find any logical explanation. For context, I live in a really small apartment in the ground floor, and no attics, basements. I was sleeping while all my roommates were in evening classes. I wake up to go to the bathroom and I notice a shadow, but make nothing of it. I just thought it was one of my roommates that came back early from class. As I approach my bedroom door to go towards the bathroom, the door closes and locks from the opposite side of where I was. So someone locked me inside my bedroom. My first thought was it was my roommate pranking me, but then I noticed that they just went live on Instagram. So I thought it was an intruder. I pick up my phone, a coat hanger for protection, and my keys that luckily I always put in my bag so it's in my bedroom. Since my windows faces the front lawn of our apartment complex, I go out and then enter the apartment through the main door. When I enter, I notice that every single window, even the one I crawled out of, were closed. I checked every single corner of the house, and no one was there. So someone has to be either still hiding, or there was someone who managed to enter my home and go out and lock the windows from the inside. Needless to say, it freaked me out. I had just moved into my first apartment, like second or third night. I usually keep the AC off but decided to turn it on that night. The instant I flipped the switch to turn it on, fireworks started going off across the street. Some back to school thing for my university. Thought my AC unit was about to explode. Sounds dumb, but it really freaked me out. One time I was sitting on the couch home alone when my Siri randomly opened up and started typing out words like someone was talking to it. It started typing "so know what you are so good at." Saw something like that, but I closed it out almost immediately before it could say anything creepy. It was kind of unsettling, but I just brushed it off. Not too long after that, I heard pots and pans banging around in the kitchen. Nope. I grabbed my dog and keys and literally ran right out the front door. Didn't not even so much as glance toward the kitchen. I walked to the park down the street and just stayed on the phone with a friend until one of my roommates came home. I told her what happened and we checked the house, but found nothing amiss. Didn't not like being home alone for a while after that. I had just gotten out of the army and gone to college where my sister was going to school. I lived a block from the bars, whereas my sister lived across campus. I often left my door unlocked for her so she could crash on my couch if she didn't want to risk a cross-campus drunk walk. Note: she never took me up on it. One night, I am awoken by the sound of someone in my apartment. I was a bit more high-strung then, and I slept with the giant hunting knife under my pillow. I grabbed it and see the form of a guy, definitely not my sister, in my apartment. I flick on the lights as I yell, holding this giant knife as naked as the day I am born. Fun fact: your most scared can easily be someone else's most scared. The guy seeing a raging Hulk carrying a 8-inch knife was enough to make him try to scream, but too afraid to get the sound out. He curled up in a ball and shriveled to the floor. I fortunately collected myself when I saw how afraid he was. I realized he was drunk, and I told him he was going to get himself killed walking in other people's apartments. I ushered him out, still naked, and locked the door. 15 seconds later, I hear the doorknob jiggling. Best I can reason is that my apartment was where he used to crash, and in his drunken stupor thought he entered the wrong one. It took me a good 4 hours to get over the adrenaline rush and get back to sleep. I was living in a rented flat for a bit. I was asleep one night and kept hearing some weird cracking sounds. I woke up and realized someone was throwing stones at my window. I looked out and there was some drunk dude yammering to himself looking on the floor. Then I saw him pick up a carefully selected pebble, almost stumbling over on himself in the process. Stand upright, take a moment to steady himself and compose himself for the final act of throwing. He took aim, completely oblivious to my confused face in the window, and took a well-aimed throw. The pebble bounced off my window, followed by a drunken slur out loud which I think was a name. And X200B. I opened the window and called out, "What the hell, man?" He looked at me and said, "Who the fuck are you? Where's Jasmine? Common name changed." I said, "There is no Jasmine. I live here." Double quote. And X200B. He looked annoyed and said, "No you fucking don't. I'm coming up." Dot. He disappeared into the front lobby and started on the entrance system. I suspected that my buzzer would start going off, but alas it didn't. He instead got through to a neighbor who had apparently let him in. I heard him stomp up the stairs while I put my trousers on. I have limited sympathy for drunk idiots usually, but it seemed this lad was love-struck. And X200B. Again, I expected him to start knocking on my door. However, instead knocking on the neighbor's door, yelling, "Jasmine, opened our fucking door, man." I opened my door and asked him again, "WTF?" My neighbor emerged after hearing my voice, sensing safety. Turned out the lad was actually after my door. Said Jasmine had moved out as I had moved in. After making a drunk friend, I assured him that Jasmine did not live here. I wasn't doing his girlfriend and I absolutely lived alone. I managed to get a couple of glasses of water in him and sent him off into the night. And X200B. While it was flattering having someone throw pebbles at my window to get my attention, I have to say I'm glad for Jasmine that she had moved out. He was harmless enough. Just the drink got the better of him. I was home from school sick one day when I was 12. Woke up to a loud noise. Thinking it was just my older brother getting home. Went to the bathroom, then back to sleep. An hour or so later, my brother is calling my name from the first floor. My room was on the second. He asks me if I left the front door open. A door we never use. Turns out someone broke into my house through the back kitchen windows. Came up to the second floor. And then must have gotten spooked when I flushed the toilet. I had no idea someone was in my house at the time, and I'm just glad he didn't see me. A sick, weak 12-year-old girl. I remember being home alone and I was in my bedroom on the computer. Suddenly I heard a big rustling sound. I froze. But I didn't dare get out and check it. Just told myself over and over it was my imagination. Then my sister came home and she went to the kitchen and me after her. I looked in the trash bin and there lay my newly bought buns in a bag from the store. I asked my sister why she had thrown them in the bin. She just, "What? I didn't do that." And then I realized that the sound I heard was the bag of buns falling into the bin. And I remembered I didn't put them properly on the shelf when I got home. I felt so relieved, but also stupid. So this was pretty grand. I was nearly home alone. My family and I lived in an apartment, so noises from the little kids below us were commonly heard. My wife had a 10K run that she had gone to and I was getting out too. 1/2 years old daughter dressed a little while after she left. The idea was to meet her at the finish line. So we were out the door a half hour behind her. As I was finishing getting her dressed, I asked if she slept all right. "Daughter, snaha," the old lady sang to me. Me. Son. Mum's not old. Daughter snow. Points her behind you. I got chills and froze. At that second, the pitter-patter of feet from the kids in the underneath apartment ran away from where I was kneeling. At that same second, as I turn my head, our AC kicks on and the last thing I see is our cracked closet door shut. I sit and stare at the door, piecing the logic of what happened. Kids made the noise. AC shut the door. When I entertained the idea it could also have been an adult sneaking across the room, every hair on my arm stood up. So I am just sitting there staring at a closed door. The damn thing jostles. Looking back on this, I imagine it was someone leaving our apartment building and slamming their door. I just remember the feeling of stress move from the hair in my arms to my face and feeling all the hair on the front of my scalp. It wasn't subtle until my daughter then sits in there. So she pointed to the closet. I caved. I snatched her under my arm and hauled us outside. As I am finishing getting her dressed in my car, I am keeping an eye on our door. We leave. And for the next 3 hours it's all I can think about. Nothing ever came from it. But for a brief second I thought there was the crazy bitch in my daughter's closet with a pickaxe just waiting to make her move. I was maybe 15 years old and my family had gone to a concert. They were gone till about midnight, which, at the time, was pretty late for me. I was sitting at my desk with my headphones on listening to music and playing video games on my computer when my family got home. I never heard the garage door open or hear the car pull up in the driveway since my headphones were blasting music into my ears. My family apparently didn't have a way to get in the house. Still don't understand why none of them had a key, so my sister goes around the back and pounds on the large locked glass sliding door that I was right next to as hard as she could. I had never been more frightened in my life. I sincerely thought someone was trying to break into the house since the blinds were closed and I was too scared to open them. So, naturally, I grabbed a broom and swung the door open as fast as I could and started screaming while my sister is on the other side enjoying my agony and laughing her ass off. TL. Dr. Family went to a concert. Couldn't get into the house late at night. Made me shit my pants by sneaking into the house trying to get in. Thankfully, my kids were gone and I was alone for this one. One of my ex's drug dealers came to collect. I was in the back bedroom when he pounded and yelled at the door. Then I heard him come in. So I hid in my closet. He was on the phone with someone while he was ransacking the house, cursing the whole time that he's gonna fuck him up. I was on the phone to 911 when he comes in the room. I'm scared now just remembering it. I don't know how he didn't find me. He actually went through my ex-husband's closet. Luckily the police came and caught him, but I know it would have been really bad had he found me. I was home alone and was dozing off on the couch when my whole house shook. It felt and sounded like people were on my roof running and jumping across it. After what felt like minutes I was brave enough to go outside. Nothing was there, no one. I called my friend to come over since my parents were out of town. He told me it could have been raccoons, but the whole house shook. Must have been a pack of them. Really fat ones. I'm not sure they live in groups, to be honest. It was a slightly breezy night, so it may have been the trees hitting the roof, but I'm not sure what it was to this day. When I was around 12, I lived in an apartment complex with my dad. I was sitting in my room watching Sesame Street when I started to hear moaning coming from outside of the apartment. I paused my TV to listen and it was definitely coming from outside of the front door. I paid it no mind at first, but then I heard the loudest sound my young ears had ever experienced. I ran to grab the house phone and called my dad. He didn't answer because he was at work at the time. I creeped downstairs and stood on a chair to look out of the peephole. I saw the body of a woman lying there with blood gushing from her head. I called the police and locked myself in my room. To make a long story short, she was getting abused by her boyfriend and left the apartment to get help. He found her and ended up killing her in front of my apartment. I was sick and fell asleep on my couch before taking some medicine. Wasn't feeling well before. Woke up with feverish delirium. Could still keep track of my surroundings, but I hallucinated a ton of stuff that wasn't there. I kept seeing soldiers firing at each other in trenches. Explosive and gas shells landing around me. I knew they weren't real, but it was a pain to keep myself from dodging those imaginary shells coming at me. Went straight to the kitchen, grabbed a glass of water and took some medicine. Called a family member and asked them to take me to the hospital. They did. They kept track of me and I left there the morning after. Was cooking dinner one night several months ago when our Shiba sat in front of the door and started growling and doing his low bark that he does when he tries to act menacing. I looked out the kitchen window and didn't see anyone and went into the living room to peek out there, but still didn't see anything. As I turned to go back to the kitchen, the doorknob started jiggling and trying to twist. I just sort of quietly locked the deadbolt and ran to the back to get my fiancé, who hadn't heard a thing. He'd been watching YouTube videos with his headphones on. He grabs a hammer and starts yelling at the guy through the front door to leave. But whoever it was just started banging even harder and saying incoherent things. We called 911 and held the door shut as the guy kept trying to open it and pry open the windows. We watched him pace across the porch and went to our vehicle and started messing with the doors and banging the windshield before finally face-planting in the yard and knocked himself out. When the police arrived, they talked with my fiancé for a bit and it seems the guy was super drunk and thought he was trying to get into his own house as he apparently lived at the apartment complex across the street. After making sure nothing was broken, we told the officers we didn't want to press charges or anything. We've gotten more lights and are now working on setting up a smart security system to monitor the house because now we're always on edge anytime the dog barks at night. We've had another guy come up and start the whole cliche my car broke down and I need a phone line inside. And fiance still won't wear both ears on his headphones. But doggo has done a great job and he earned a lot of snacks and cuddles that night. He now sits proudly in the living room and keeps watch by the windows for any suspicious activity that might reward him with more food. So when I was about 12-ish I got home, put a frozen burrito in the microwave, set up all the fixings. Sat down to eat and watch cartoons. Took my first bite. Got stuck in my throat. Tried to dig it out with my fingers, only pushing it further in. I hit myself in the stomach a few times, nothing attempting the Heimlich maneuver. One fist of a 12-year-old isn't enough. I could feel everything spinning and lack of oxygen to the brain. Seeing stars. I walked up to the sink in the kitchen and shoved my whole body up against the counter edge, putting enough force to push it out. I took smaller bits after that. Dot. Greater than sign. It was like 11:30 at night and I was in bed. And I started hearing a knocking, but it only lasted a second. I didn't think much of it, but then it happened again and I realized someone was at the door knocking. So, I got out of bed and grabbed the largest buck knife I had and went downstairs to see who the hell was at the door. It was some bald guy and he asked me if some girl named Abby lived here. I told him no and he left. I was still freaked out though, and I was pretty sure he was just checking to see if anyone was home before he tried to break in. 3 a.m. the smoke detector in my bedroom started going off and I thought it was the house alarm and someone was breaking in. I thought, this is it. This is how I go. Realized it was the smoke detector and none of the others were going off. Waved my pillow towards it to fan the air and it stopped. Got back in bed and started falling asleep and it fucking did it again. I then could not go back to sleep because I didn't know if it was a CO2 detector, so I started to Google symptoms of CO2 poisoning to figure out if I was going to die, and got in my head that I was starting to feel dizzy and wouldn't make it until morning. Turns out the AC had kicked on and blew some dust from those stupid high up shelves Florida homes have, which made it go off. I posted this in another thread, but it definitely also fits here. I walked home from my boyfriend's sus house very late one night and was staying at home alone with my dog while my mum and brother were away. I had been home for about 20 minutes and was on my computer when I heard a weird noise. At first I thought it was the TV. Wait, no, that was off. Then I thought it was the dog. So I ran to check on her. Staring directly at the dog. I heard it again. Definitely wasn't her. I can only describe it as a mixture between heavy breathing and a human laugh coming from right behind the door to my brother's bedroom. I'm pretty level-headed and I've never had anything unusual happen in the house before, but this sounded so clearly human and threatening it made my blood instantly run cold. For some reason my horror movie training failed me and I called out "So hello so" and heard it again. It sounded exactly like a person right behind the door laughing mockingly intermixed with shaky breaths. I fled out the front door to the neighbor's place at 2 a.m. Nothing was found, but I'm not convinced no one was there, even though everyone says it was a possum or some kind of animal. My boyfriend's roof has a family of them and I've never heard them make any noise like that. It was also very clearly from in the room, not outside. I have a bad habit of leaving the front door open for a bit while I do stuff, often with my earphones in. After I come home and the door was open while I ran next door. Someone could have come in and left. I still get chills recalling that noise. I was 22, renting a few rooms in an old house, built in 1912, that had no air conditioning. This was in Texas in the summer. My bed was in the sleeping porch because summer. I had all the windows open with box fans in them for air circulation. At the time, I slept in the nude. My boyfriend had lived with me before we broke up. I'm deeply asleep when the exterior door busts open and a man about my age is standing there. He's so drunk that he has to hold onto the door to stay upright. At the sound of the door opening, I leapt out of bed, butt naked. It takes a minute to realize why he's staring at me like he is. Once I snap to the fact that I'm standing naked in front of this intruder, I grab a robe, cover myself, and shout, "What are you doing?" Double quote. Drunk guy, is X's name, here, still wobbling and leering at me, hanging onto my door. Me. No. Get out. I'm naked. Double quote. Drunk guy. A hug. Still leering. Looks like he's trying to decide if he can take me down. Me. I said, "Get out." I pick up a stick I kept by my bed and hold it like a baseball bat. Drunk guy shakes his head no, turns around, and leaves. I try to lock the door but he's broken it, so I block it with something to keep it closed. I was too shaken to go back to bed, so I got dressed and informed the guy who was the leaseholder that I was going to need a new lock for that door. I talked to my ex later and apparently he had been drinking after work with some co-workers at the bar across the street, being maudlin about how he missed me and what I was like in bed, and this guy got it into his head to try to see for himself. I'm eternally grateful that he decided I would probably put up too much of a fight. I wasn't at home alone. My wife was sleeping. It was morning. My wife works nights, so she was laying down as I got up. I had a nasty email from corporate about shipping back equipment within 30 days. Sure enough, I have a stack of stuff I haven't sent back yet. So I print shipping labels, then begin my process. It's always the same. Cut shipping label in half. Stick half in the box with the serial number, and tape the other on the outside of the box. I'm on my 6th or 7th box by now. I cut the label. Set the scissors down next to me on the arm of the couch. Stuff one half of the label in the box. Then go to tape the other on the outside. The scissors are gone. I swear I put them right on the arm of the couch. It's fairly repetitive. I look everywhere. Lift up the cushions. Look in the box. Nothing. I just cut the damn label. I hadn't moved. It made 0 sense. So I walk to the kitchen scratching my head. Reach up and grab my kitchen scissors. I turn around. Walk back into the living room and I shit you not, the scissors I had are sitting right on the arm of the couch where I thought I put them originally. Now I know there was a glitch in the matrix. So I start googling this. And apparently it's a phenomenon. So I try to think scientifically. How can I prove to myself this happened? I go get a compass from my room. I have 2 pair of scissors that are identical. Seems like a fairly simple test. I hold the compass out and level it off. Slowly lower it until it's 2 inches over the kitchen scissors. It throws the compass off by maybe 5 degrees. Seems about right. I grab the scissors that disappeared and repeat the same test. It throws the compass off by 180 degrees. Something, whatever happened, caused a magnetic distortion, magnetized the scissors. It lasted for maybe all of 15 minuets until it was back to normal. So I proved to myself that I wasn't losing it. However, I wasn't comforted by my assessment. Bounty hunters pulled up to the house and got out with guns drawn. They ran around the back of the house and then started knocking on the door. I wasn't about to open the door for a couple of gun-wielding men, of course. So they were about to break it down. My mom happened to get home right before they did it. Turns out they had confused the address. So I used to have this huge German Shepherd, which was a really well-trained dog. We had had this dog for 6 years. He had perfect behavior. One day I came home from school and no one was home. Like usual, I go over to pet my dog and he attacked me. He yanked me down by my legs, so I tried to crawl away. He then proceeded to bite me on the back of the neck and behind the ear. I then managed to get to the door and get up and run out. Conveniently my friend was outside, so he took me into his house. I then had to be taken to the emergency room and get sticks. To say the least, that wasn't fun. I was working upstairs and heard very loud bang, followed by my front door alarm being triggered and the dog giving loud warning barks. Shouted downstairs that I was armed and whoever it is had better leave. cautiously came downstairs gun in hand and found nothing out of the ordinary, then heard the next door neighbors arguing outside. The loud bang was one of the neighbors slamming the front door shut. He did it with such force it tripped my own alarm sensor, and obviously set my dog off too. Dot. His boyfriend apologized later. They were having relationship problems. They split up soon after. Apparently door slamming guy was also physically abusive. Good riddance. The other guy was really nice. This happened like 2 weeks ago. My husband and I live in a townhouse with 3 floors to ourselves and neighbors on either side. It's not the greatest area. Lots of drug deals going down. And I definitely am more aware of that at night. My husband had a late shift, so I was home alone with our dog at 2 a.m. I'm doing my thing, scrolling through Reddit and half-heartedly watching Netflix in our basement, when a door on the 2nd floor slams shut. Sometimes I hear the neighbors slamming doors and getting fucked up. So I'll check in with my dog. If he doesn't respond, I know it's the neighbors and not in the house. But his head shot up as fast as possible and just stared at the stairs leading up. Needless to say, I was freaking the fuck out. It's a petite woman. We had no weapons in the house. And it's 99% sure there saw someone hiding behind a closed door upstairs. So naturally, I find the only weapon-like object in our home, which happened to be a metal paper towel holder, and dial 911 and have it ready to go in my hand. I'm telling you, it took me a full 15 minutes to go up those 2 flights of stairs and clear every room leading up. I was shaking so bad. My dog wouldn't even come with me because he's a pansy. I got up to the 2nd floor, and sure enough, the door at the top of the landing is closed. I was just up there a few hours before, and I know I left it open. I stood outside of that door, bracing myself for some ungodly being to murder me in my own house. Literally threw the door open like a wild woman and stood there, brandishing my paper towel holder in any direction, ready to fend off an intruder. My husband had left the window open, and the wind had caused the door to slam. I was about 13 and home alone with the dog. Great start. My sister had this helium balloon of a silly cartoon character. Being the young scientist, I pulled it down from her bedroom ceiling and attached cardboard ballast to the bag on the end of its string, carefully adding tiny scraps until it was neutrally buoyant. I watched it drift idly here and there in the room, following the tiny air currents that exist in a house that has drafts, sunbeams, etc. Anyway, about an hour later, as I was watching TV in the living room, my heart jumped when I realized something was right next to me. It was the fucking balloon, which had managed to make its way from my sister's room, through the hallway, into the living room, and end up right next to me. I'm getting the chills just thinking about how fucking startling that was at the time. Heart pounding. I took the thing, put it back in my sister's room, and pulled the door closed. Later, I got up to go to the bathroom, stepped into the hall, and my heart fucking jumped again. The balloon was at the end of the hallway. My sister's door had been pushed open by our dog, who had gone into the room to nap on my sister's bed, and had left a gap just wide enough for the balloon to drift through. And it had made its way all the way down the hallway to the front door, the opposite direction to which it had gone before, when it made me jump in the living room. As I watched, the balloon turned lazily so that the cartoon character's face was facing me. I took off the ballast, returned the balloon to my sister's room, and didn't screw around with neutral buoyancy again. Once I was in my bedroom and all of a sudden the door, which I had open, slammed shut. No windows were open. Fans weren't running. AC wasn't on. No one was home but me. Another time I was home alone and the doorbell rang. I went to answer it and 2 police officers were standing on the doorstep. They asked to speak to my dad, by name. Told them Dad wasn't home. They asked me what kind of car he drove and if I knew where he was. They then asked me how I was related to him. They asked for his cell phone number, so I gave it to them. Then rather cryptically they said, So if you see him before we can reach him, tell him to give us a call. Dad was arrested later that day. Okay, so I was 10 and home alone for one of the first times. My instructions were to never open the door for anyone I didn't know. There was a peephole so I could see if it was a neighbor or something. Well, I hear a car in the driveway and I watch from an upstairs bedroom as a middle-aged man gets out of his car and then rings our doorbell. He waits a little while, then rings again. Once. Twice more. Then he sits in his car in our driveway and is freaking out. But I'm young and stupid and I don't want to call my parents so they will continue to let me stay home alone. 5 minutes later the dude gets out and goes for the front door again. Now he's banging on the door like a madman and I hear him yelling but he's too scared to go downstairs because we have a giant window beside the door and he will definitely see me. When he finally gives up and goes to his car again, he parks it in a driveway across the street facing my house and then just waits. Meanwhile 10-year-old me knows this is seriously creepy behavior and thinks he's definitely 100% coming to kidnap me. So I finally call my parents as he's getting out to ring our doorbell again. My parents call our neighbor who goes over to talk to him and see what's up and why he's obsessed with our house. Meanwhile there's in Tez trying to hide in the closet with a phone, awaiting my imminent death. So, my parents call me back, probably laughing at me, and tell me this guy is the son of our cleaning lady, Connie. He came to pick her up but got her work addresses mixed up and she was not at our house that day, as Connie was an older lady with a hearing issue. Her son thought she had fallen in our house and either cold get up or cold get to a phone to call for help. So while I was upstairs freaking out, he was outside freaking out thinking his mom was hurt or dead. Not scary as an adult, but scary as a 10-year-old. For the whole week before I was home alone I'd been searching for my key to my front door. Cold find it anywhere so thought I must just lost it. Then one night while talking to my mom I realized I might left my key in the front door because when I came home after losing my key let myself in. I was so panicked and stressed out. My neighborhood isn't exactly safe. We got a locksmith in straight away and changed the lock. Even though I wasn't 100% sure I left my key in the door, it's better to be safe than sorry, right? So few nights later my mom was working late and I was home alone. I was in bed and knew she'd be home soon and as I was dozing off I heard a key in the door. The key was jiggling about for ages and I froze. Instinct told me it wasn't my mom. I creeped into the front room and looked out the window and there he was. A man at my door with a key trying to get in. I was frozen with fear. I knew the key wouldn't work because it had the locks changed but the thought that if I hadn't what cold happened terrified me. After a few minutes he must realized the locks had been changed and left. I obviously left my key in the door and he seen it and took. He must have been watching the house waiting for a dark night when there was no car in the garden and all the lights were off so it looked like no one was home. I thank God every day that I just played it safe and changed the lock straight away when the doubt came into my mind. No doubt that was my worst night alone. So I used to work for my uncle, serving food in a few different places located close together. He owned a few businesses in a party town, and I had gotten out of work late at night, smoked a little, and went to sleep on one of the couches in my uncle's house. I woke up a few hours later, and someone was sleeping on the other couch. I assumed it was my brother because he was working later than I was that night. Turns out it was a random guy who was strung out on drugs and wandered into the wrong house. Still gives me goosebumps knowing that I slept next to a complete stranger for a few hours without a clue. When I was a kid, maybe 8 or 9, my brother, 11 or 12, and my sister, 15 or 16, and I were home alone while my parents went Christmas shopping. All of a sudden, we hear a big thump on the sliding glass door. We look out and see that the outer pane is fully spider-webbed with cracks and a large hole in the middle. The inner pane was still solid. We called the police because we thought someone was shooting at us. They come out and dig the bullet out of the window and figure out it's a ball bearing. Likely fired from a wrist rocket. Turns out our juvenile delinquent neighbor and his sociopathic friend decided they wanted to shoot stuff. In the dark evening, during a heavy snowfall, they told the police, "We saw something moving in the woods and were scared, so we shot at it. Our dogs live out there, you shats. Also, the door is on the second story and there's a deck in the way. Also, my sister was sitting at the table basically right in front of the door. If it had gone through both panes of glass." Home alone hungover one Sunday morning. Went downstairs to get a drink. I look out the dining room window and there are a number of police cars sitting outside my house. And a bunch of fully armed police pointing their guns at me. Honestly thought I was going to die. Turns out some crazy lady had called the police saying her son had been dragged into my house and shot. I'm a 5'3" relatively petite woman. They soon realized there was no way I had done that. The adrenaline cleared the hangover pretty quickly at least. Close bracket. This was the only time I ever considered leaving my house despite the fact I had no car. I was putting on makeup to go to an event later that day and heard something fall. I thought nothing of it since I have dogs who are clumsy. A minute later, I hear footsteps approaching the room I was in. I stopped everything I was doing and just listened. I heard nothing for a few seconds but decided to go check it out anyway. House has been broken into before. As I exit my room, I see my dogs are laying in the hallway together and they looked scared. They once not come with me, so I just brave it myself and go into the living room where the sound was coming from. I see nothing and just sigh. A few seconds later I hear the footsteps from earlier rapidly approaching me from the dining room. As they were getting closer, stuff was falling off the tables and chairs. I froze and just said no. Sit stopped and I didn't hear the footsteps for the rest of the day. A few days later, my sister came to me shaking because something kept running up to the side of her bed. I decided to sleep in her bed with her so she wouldn't not be scared. No joke. 5 minutes in I hear heavy footsteps running up to the side. The fan that was blowing on us was being blocked by whatever was standing there. My sister slept with her Bible for a few weeks after that, lol. Well, lately I've been waking up and finding strange things. Just this morning I woke up and found some cheese and hot dog buns in my bathroom. As if I had sleepwalked and tried to make a midnight snack. Someone also ate my leftovers that I was saving. Then yesterday morning I woke up and found some chips and graham crackers in the living room. And I just don't remember doing it. At all. Haven't had a blackout since college and as far as I know I'm not a sleepwalker. I'm sure it was me, but... It was late at night and my parents had gone to a baseball game or something. I have this one robotic T-Rex toy from when I was like 8 that I had placed outside because I had no room for it inside. I live in Southern California. And it was summer, so I had no reason to worry about it getting rained on. Keep in mind I haven't turned it on in years and the batteries are dead or close to it. So I was eating a bagel with a blanket over my head and basically just walking around the house at random. I glanced outside through the sliding glass door and saw the toy. It was just sitting there. Being a toy, I went to the kitchen to get some water and came back. While getting the water, I heard some weird moaning and roaring noises coming from the toy. When I came back, it had moved at least a foot and its eyes moved for a couple seconds before turning off again. The eyes on the toy moved when it was functioning. So that was definitely possible. I'm getting the chills just typing it. I found a strange dude leaving my house just when I got back. I had only stepped out for about 7 minutes. Our house is right in the village center and our backyard borders on the Market Square parking lot shopping street. I had gone there to pick something up and was only a few meters away. Then returned home to find our back door, which we use for going in and out. As is custom here, open. A stranger saw a bicycle parked right in front of our yard and a dude strolling out of the door. We met halfway, in my backyard. I was so shaken that I let him go. Not that I cold so done much against him. Called my fiance. Called the police. Found out the dude had gone through my wardrobe, my panties and bra sauce. Never heard if they caught him. Late to the party, but the first time I babysat myself. I think I was about 10 going on 11. My parents went out to dinner and my 2 teenage brothers were never home. I sat calmly in the living room pretending to read but was really feeling so alone and vulnerable. My heart started racing as I thought what I'd do if someone broke in, where I'd run to, etc. I clearly made a mistake and was not ready. I stood up and walked down the dark hall toward my bedroom. I had to walk halfway down to get to the first light switch and had that brief feeling of sweet relief when the light flooded the hall. I proceeded to my bedroom and reached for that light when my oldest brother pops around the corner and says, "Why? Hello." I was so fucking stunned. My legs gave out and I collapsed so suddenly that I knocked the wind out of myself. I was trying to drag air back into my lungs and remember thinking, "They finally done it. They killed me." Double quote. Not necessarily scary because of what I found, but scary because I'd had a premonition of it. When I was about 8/9 staying at my grandma's house, I woke early in the morning. I laid there thinking about how horrible it would be if she fell and hurt herself when we weren't there because we only come once a week and we wouldn't know. And then I thought, well, I better go check in case she has. Not that it had ever happened before. Plus it was around 6:00 a.m. so realistically she wouldn't even be awake, so no idea why it had come to mind. Ran downstairs full on pretending to be a hero only to see my nan's feet poking out the door from the kitchen. She's taken a tumble sometime in the night and had been there for hours. She was okay, but it was the beginning of the end. I've had a few weird premonitions since then too. I was home alone with just my dog for the week. My mom was gone on a trip out of the country. As I was shutting my computer down to go to bed for the night, I heard the voice of a little girl say something indistinct. I heard, something daddy. I couldn't understand the first 2 words. But it was the voice of a little girl as clear as day. As if she was standing right next to me, speaking. I would have questioned if I was just hearing things. But my dog immediately stood up on my bed and was looking around the room as if he were looking for the source of the voice. He heard it too. Fucking weird, man. I was in my PC that's next to my bed, my cat was sleeping in it. Suddenly he jerks his head up, looks at the middle of the room for 10 seconds. I'm already creeped out calling his name and stuff so he would stop being creepy. Next thing I know he jumps in the air. Like he just got super scared and I see a white flash followed by a loud bang. Almost craped myself right there. I thought I had died. Fucking lightning. When I lived in an apartment building, the door straight across from me belonged to this lady whose ex would find his way into the building time and again and beat on her door. He'd scream threats. She'd scream for someone to call the fucking cops. These sessions could last upwards of an hour, and always happened when I was about to want to leave. It soon became a rule in the building to never hold the door for anyone. I wish I was joking. We were actually told regardless of circumstance never let someone in. No key, no entry. At the time I lived alone with the exception of a dog, and I was near plastered drunk and fell head first down the stairs and knocked myself out. It was dark when I remembered heading downstairs and woke to the dog licking my face the next morning. It was kinda terrifying waking up like that and remembering the events from the day before. If I had have seriously injured myself, no one would have been there to help and no one comes by to visit, so I could have been dead before I was found. The only other thing that terrified me while being home alone was having the flu for 5 days. I have never in my life been so sick and drained of energy that I couldn't even get out of my bed. I mean, I was so weak at one point I cried because I thought I was going to die. I finally snapped out of it and mustered enough strength to roll out of bed, crawl and make my way downstairs to find something to eat to get my strength back. Sometimes living alone sucks. But if sod on sod, think a sod trade it for anything else right now as long as it's I'm not sick, drunk or broke. Saturday before Thanksgiving 2015. My home was on the edge of my subdivision, with fields and ponds beyond our fence and homes for several hundred yards. As a result, I usually slept with my blinds open, because we liked the sunrise. I woke up at 2 a.m. to pee and opened my eyes to see a drone hovering outside of my window. The second I realize what I'm seeing, I bolt upright and the drone just shoots straight up out of my field of view. Called 50 for the small town I lived in. The 3 cops on duty assured me it would be okay. They probably didn't see anything. Close my blinds at sundown now. I wasn't at home alone but was alone upstairs. I was about 14 at the time. It was around 10 p.m. and I was sitting on the couch watching TV. The couch was against a big window with long vertical blinds which can be seen through if you saw up close and look through at a slight angle. I heard a knock on the window behind me. We had flower beds beside the front door so they would have had to step into them to reach the window. I was, and still am, an easily scared kid. I was paralyzed in fear and slowly slid down to the floor and out of sight of the window. I stayed there for a minute until I heard another knock. I found the courage to run down the stairs where my mother was doing laundry and told her what I heard. At first she didn't believe me but came upstairs anyways and looked out my brother's bedroom window where she was able to see the front door and whoever was out there. The window was a little higher than the living room window and as she looked down there was a man standing below my brother's window looking up at her. It scared the hell out of her which terrified my brother and I even more. My mother is a brave woman and went to the door to see who it was. Turns out it was the ex-husband of a friend who somehow knew where we lived and ended up passing by the house and stopped to say hi. We were in soft clothes with him, not his ex-wife, and he was known for being an angry and unpredictable man, so it was strange and made me feel super uncomfortable. Especially the fact he didn't just come to the door. It didn't exactly happen in my home. Instead it was a few blocks away as I was riding my bicycle around at the age of 7-8. A rather insane looking woman hit me with her car, sending me flying over her windshield, over the top of her car, and dropping off the trunk. It's important to note that she swerved into me. There's no reason she should have hit me. She immediately got out of the car and grabbed me saying I need to take you to the hospital, and started dragging me to an open rear car door. At the time I thought she was just panicking, but now I realize she was actually trying to abduct me. Luckily all my spider senses told me something was very wrong and I started screaming and pulling away from her. She immediately hopped back in her car and peeled out. My mom was in the hospital 50 miles away. I was 19. We were pretty sure this was it. I was home alone. My parents' house is big. It's off the beaten path on a small lagoon. My dad had been staying up at the hospital that night. I went to bed about 1 a.m. I was playing on my laptop. My room was in a separate wing of the house. It can be sealed off with a single locking door. The door was shut but not locked. I have always been scared of the dark, so I had the lights in my wing on. So was the closet light. As I was messing around on Gta5, I saw the lights in my wing turn off. All of them. The band of light under the door went black. I hopped up in bed and stared at it. My bedroom door was unlocked and I was debating getting up to lock it, when the shut door slammed. As in, it sounded like someone straight up kicked the bottom of the door with all their strength. I remember squeaking in shock. It took me about 6 seconds to be up on both feet with a blade about 4 paces back and just right of the door. I remember thinking if the door opened, I could be on whoever it was almost instantly. I was also silently cursing that there was no light under the door anymore. No way to see the shadow of whoever was out there. Nothing happened. I was fighting off the fear of the situation and stupidly decided that going on a fence was all that was left. I didn't have a phone in my room, and my Nokia was in another wing of the house charging. I threw the door open with my knife low and my left hand in a guarded position. There was no one there. I tossed the hallway light switch on. There was no one in my wing. There was no one in the house. The burglar alarm was still on. Confused, I turned on the main house lights and sealed the wing off with the locking door. I went back to my room and just sat there with my laptop open. My bedroom door now had a slight bow in it. A couple hours passed with me warily laying in bed. Around 3 a.m. the lights under the door went dark. Now I was terrified. My knife seemed pretty insignificant and my previous thumb courage had ran out. I scooted my bed, no easy task, against my bedroom door. Grateful the door opened inward. I retreated to my closet and waited for the sun to come up. When the skylight in my room got bright, my courage returned and I moved the bed and exited my room. The wing door had been unlocked, which required a key. I heard footsteps coming down the stairs in the main house and realized my dad was home. I felt a little foolish as obviously he had been responsible for turning the lights off the second time. I lead my greeting with sob. So it was you who turned all the lights off. She looked at me and said, "She got home about 10 minutes ago." I have zero clue what happened that night, but it never happened before that night or after. My parents built the house and nothing untoward had ever taken place there. My bedroom door at my parents' house still has a bow in it to this day. This was over 15 years ago. My mom is still alive. And for that, I'm extremely grateful. My cat likes to bring me random things from around our house and he makes a funny meow when he does it because his mouth is full. Every time I hear his muffled meow I know he is bringing me something. One time I heard him in my craft room funny meowing and looked to see what he had this time. He was walking towards me with an X-Acto knife in his mouth. It was lawyers. Has there ever been a time the opposing counsel accidentally proved your case for you and what happened? My favorite is a story from Jerry Spence. For those who don't know, he is a famous trial attorney. A witness on the stand was claiming that he had suffered injuries to his arm because of a city bus accident. Jerry asked him to demonstrate to the jury how far he can lift up his arm after the accident. The witness makes a feeble effort of lifting his arm. Then Jerry asks the witness to demonstrate to the jury how far he could lift up his arm before the accident. He lifts his arm much higher. The jury laughs. The case is over. Not a lawyer, but took my Bill's landlord to small claims court. He's on SSI and I'm his conservator. We sued her for over $4,000 after she just decided she didn't like him, and changed the locks on his apartment door. She also stuffed all of his belongings into trash bags and dragged them out to the curb. This was all done the day after she cashed his rent check. It all started because she was letting herself into his apartment with no notice and was going through his stuff while he was gone. When I found out about this, I told him to let her know that was not okay. He did, and that's why she kicked him out. I'm very organized, and presented the judge with a folder containing photos, receipts, short videos on DVD and the sheriff call logs, as well as a concise timeline of events. The landlord showed up with her son and countersued for the exact same amount we were suing them for, claiming that the apartment was trashed. There were holes in the walls and they would have to repair everything before being able to rent again. During the hearing, the judge asked for evidence of the damage to the room. The son whipped out his cell phone and showed a video panning and walking around the room. The video showed my Bill's apartment obviously still being lived in. His stuff was all still there, and no visible damage, but there were a lot of posters and things hung on the walls. When the judge looked at the video he asked, "Where is the damage?" The son replied, "You can't see it. It's behind all of the posters." The judge frowned and looked at the video again, and then said, "Did you take this video when he was still living there at this time?" The son replied, "Yes." This was the clincher. The judge then asked, "Did you ask his permission to enter the apartment to take this video?" Silence. We were awarded the full amount. This should be a lot higher up. I'm glad your brother is safe now. Domestic violence case where the husband beat the wife senseless. Landlord tried to evict wife for breach of lease due to the beating. Landlord claimed wife violated lease terms by allowing police to be called to property and causing a disruption. My argument was that as a domestic violence victim, Wife is covered under VOA and the property is HUD subsidized. Also ND law offers DV protections too. Landlord's counsel during his opening talked about how my client was beaten and the police were called in an ambulance, etc. I just stood there looking at him. When he finished, judge asked if I had anything to say. My response, no, Your Honor. I believe opposing counsel has said everything that needs to be said. Judge smiled and ruled in my client's favor. Landlord can't evict DV victim. That landlord sounds like a garbage human. I worked as an intern for a lawyer. Construction law, in France, are quite strict in regard to the neighboring of historical monuments. The city was denying a permit for heavy modification of the house of our clients. They were arguing that because you could see the house from the church's bell tower, modifications were impossible. As a support, they kindly linked us to a 360-degree picture from said bell tower. We, as kindly, pointed to them that our client's house was, indeed, not visible from the top of the church. Building permit was greenlit the following day. Not a lawyer, but I am a former insurance fraud investigator. We were at a hearing before the WCB. I had something like 18 hours of video spread over a 2-week period of a claimant doing roofing work. The problem, for me, was that the video didn't get a clear face shot. Normally what we like to do is get in close, show the face for a positive identification and then zoom out. Bonus if the claimant was wearing distinctive clothing that could easily be tied to him. Because of where this guy lived, all I could do was show someone who matched his description getting out of a truck registered to him every morning. He wore a hat, he had a beard, and he had neither at the hearing. So the company lawyer is prepping me and basically letting me know to be on point because the claimant's attorney is almost certainly going to challenge the fact that it is his client in the video. If the video got tossed, the case was lost. About 2 minutes into the hearing, claimant's attorney agrees to stipulate to the fact that it is his client in all of the video. All of it. Our attorney was shocked. That was pretty much the only leg he had to stand on. Claimant attorney was incredibly smug right after this, like it was no big deal. Evidently, his strategy was to show that his client wasn't really a professional roofer since he was doing the roof the wrong way. He tried to get me to answer questions about roofing. I refused as it was beyond the scope of my work, and he just wouldn't let it go. After about an hour of back and forth over this, the judge finally said, "Counselor, it doesn't matter if your client is doing the work well. What matters is that he has stated, numerous times and under oath, that he cannot work. Whether he's doing it for free, for cash or for fun has no bearing on the fact that he's doing roofing work while collecting compensation benefits which he was awarded because he couldn't do roofing work. The guy lost and had to repay a bunch of benefits. After a few of those hearings, I began formulating a list of lawyers I would never hire and ones I would absolutely want on my side. I worked for a PI. Some of our most lucrative work was surveillance of personal injury claimants. One guy was supposed to be unable to remove his surgical collar from around his neck. We got some great footage of him doing so, and sporting a rich, deep suntan. I had to go to court over a financial dong-up when I was a student. Took advice from the university legal support team who said I didn't need a solicitor. So I went in alone. The judge didn't like this, and postponed it for another date so I could prove I'd had more counsel first. The other party's solicitor caught me outside the court and said I didn't tell you this and pointed out a huge error in the financial paperwork that made it very obviously come out in my favor. Went back to legal support, got confirmation that it was right, went to the second hearing alone and got the entire thing thrown out. The other solicitor winked at me as he left. Saved me about £9,000. Nice chapter. What a great act. That lawyer solicitor had every right to argue their case and try to win, but instead made sure a kid didn't get screwed. A+ person. I had a misdemeanor possession case I was defending. Client was driving his mom's car. He gets pulled over for playing the stereo too loud. There are pills in the center console, in a prescription pill bottle. The bottle has his mom's name on it. Client gets arrested and charged with possession of a controlled substance without a prescription. Case is obviously bulls, but the dumbest I've ever met in my life won't dismiss. We go to trial. During closing arguments, the judge says this case is a circumstantial evidence case. During my closing, I slapped the jury instruction on the projector that says if a case is based on circumstantial evidence and there is one factual scenario that points to guilt and one that points to innocence, the jury must find in favor of the defendant and acquit. My client was acquitted. When I first started, my firm had me on a case where the client claimed he lost because of ineffective assistance of counsel, basically saying that the old lawyer didn't do his job. So we prepare an argument based on not asking the right questions, not communicating, etc. We think it's going to be a tough case, but not unwinnable. Then we get the response to our complaint where the old lawyer argues that he was only ineffective because he didn't have time to prepare for the case and only reviewed it the morning of the original trial. He had known about the case for months, by the way. The judge saw this, and during the trial we had essentially asked, isn't this the definition of ineffective counsel? Not giving enough time to your client. The silence from his side of the court was amazing. Needless to say, the trial didn't last much longer than that. Thanks opposing counsel. I guess you were ineffective for both of you. I once had a district attorney indicate to the court that if defense counsel had included this argument in his motions, it would possibly be a valid argument. I interrupted him with the page number and heading where it was located. I was an attorney for the estate of a husband defending against claims for money by the separate estate of a wife over proceeds from the sale of a business back in 1996. Both husband and wife died in 2010. Suit was filed early 2011. Went to trial in 2014. Wife got around 10% of the business in 1996. Husband got the rest. He had built and operated it for 35 years prior to marriage and sold it 7 years into the marriage. The whole case hinged on whether the valuation of the business in 1996 was reasonable or not. We say you can't value a business 15 years later with all the documents gone and all the main people in the business dead or missing. They say they have enough info to show the 1996 valuation should have been higher. Opposing counsel gets a big-time expert to testify that the business sold off $45 million based on a valuation, but should have sold for $70 million, and the husband hid $25 million in real estate in the transaction. We get that testimony and then realize the 1996 valuation of the business was done by the same expert. This is the absolutely most perfect catch-22 I have ever seen. So now we ask, okay, so was your valuation wrong in 1996 or is it wrong now? Expert says his 1996 valuation was right based on the information he had in 1996. But his valuation now is more correct. Which then bears the question, what information do you have now that you didn't have in 1996? Answer: I don't know. I don't have my file from 1996. Nobody keeps documents that long, and despite this lack of records, his valuation is somehow more correct now. Judge basically said the expert was talking out of both sides of his ass and we won. When I first started practicing, I handled a custody case where my client, Mom, had a problem with dad smoking around the kids. I asked him if he regularly smoked around the kids, to which he replied that he doesn't smoke tobacco, only weed in the house. Obviously this raised eyebrows as it is illegal in my state. He then went into a long diatribe about how he only follows the law of the streets. He actually said this, and doesn't recognize the authority of the court he was currently in front of. Needless to say, Mom got full custody, especially after Dad was arrested for going to the court services officer's house late at night and trying to kick her door in. My public defender wife, not a Redditor or I'd get her to speak for herself, was trying a case where the defendant was accused of filling fraudulent prescriptions. Now keep in mind, PDs deal with a lot of shady characters who maintain their innocence with increasingly implausible stories as the evidence gets worse, so you can get a bit jaded after a while. But you don't have to believe your client's story to represent them vigorously. So the prosecution has grainy surveillance video of someone who looks like the defendant getting the prescription filled and the ad used to fill it, which belongs to the defendant. Defendant maintains that someone stole his ad and is using it because they look similar, but never reported the ad as stolen. Wife is skeptical that the jury will go for that, but she's always willing to go to trial if that's what the client wants, so preps that defense and heads into trial. prosecutor brings in the pharmacist who reported the prescription issue, goes through the usual routine of establishing who she is, where she works, was this the ad used that day, etc. Finally, the prosecutor asks the pharmacist if the person who attempted to fill the prescription that day is in the courtroom. No. Oops. Did the judge immediately dismiss the case? My opposing counsel made some off-the-cuff remarks about how their client had to go to another remote office to get all the records they wanted to use against my client. That let me know the witness they were trying to use to introduce the records as evidence wasn't actually familiar with the records or the records-keeping process. In the jurisdiction we were in, records were exception to hearsay rule, but you needed someone familiar with the creation and maintenance of the records to get them admitted. I attacked the witness qualifications to get the records admitted and ended up getting the records excluded. I then made a motion for a directed verdict on the grounds they couldn't prove the case without the records and won. All because the opposing counsel complained that their witnesses had to go way out of their way to get records for the court. I had a hearing where the opposing party offered an updated contract that my client supposedly signed, except it was a horrible copy and barely readable. Then he assured the judge that the new contract was exactly the same as the old contract, except for the party name at the top. The original contract was in his mom's name, the new one in his name, and the date of the contract itself. He made that assurance multiple times, after he exhausted himself saying how everything was the same. I then pointed out to the judge that half the provisions were different and that my client had never signed that form. The judge asked if we were really accusing him of forging my client's signature, since that's a serious accusation. I held up the guy's prior conviction for contract fraud and said I absolutely am. Your Honor, we won. Hands down. No further argument needed. Row. Those guys were either incredibly stupid, or stupidly confident in their skills of trickery. Lawyers of Reddit, what are some interesting laws loopholes? In Oklahoma, if you are an adopted child, you will be considered an heir of both your adoptive parents and your biological parents after their death. Double inheritance. In South Dakota, if you ride a horse to school and the temperature is below a certain point, the school is forced to house and feed it. False. There are neither schools or horses in either of the Dakotas. As a lawyer, I'm going to give a serious answer, which may not be super interesting to the layman, but is an example of a true loophole. In Australia, as in most developed countries, we have a set of laws designed to stop company management from improperly fleecing the creditors of limited liability companies. So, for instance, if your company is going down the tubes and so you decide to simply transfer all of the company's assets to yourself, or if you keep running up debts you could not possibly pay, then you can be held liable. In order to be held liable for the above, the company's liquidator needs to be able to prove that the company was insolvent at the time you engaged in the improper conduct, which necessarily requires analyzing the company's financial records. If the company never kept financial records, which is itself a breach of the law, then insolvency is presumed, to avoid company directors being able to avoid liability in that way. Now for the loophole. The above presumption only applies if your company did not keep or retain financial records. However, the instant your company is in liquidation, the equivalent of bankruptcy in the USA, a company director ceases to be an agent of the company. So if they take the company's books and destroy them, then the presumption of insolvency does not apply, since it was not the company that destroyed them. You can be prosecuted for the destruction of the company's books, but it's basically a slap on the wrist fine in practice. So long as you can live with that, it means you can get away with virtually any unlawful conduct you engaged in while running the company. The above may not be something that pops up every day, and it may not make for great party conversation, but it is a rather gaping loophole that makes a huge difference to a director's responsibility in Australia. Posting a sign saying you aren't responsible doesn't necessarily make you not responsible. For example, say a dry cleaning shop posts, "Not responsible for lost or damaged clothing." My favorite are the gravel trucks that have a sign on the back stating "Stay back 200 feet, not responsible for broken windows." How many people actually believe that? In Michigan, if A sues B and secures a judgment for money damages, these are the rules on what B can keep. All family pictures, all arms and accoutrements required by law to be kept by any person, all wearing apparel of every person or family, and provisions and fuel for comfortable subsistence of each householder and his or her family for 6 months. B. All household goods, furniture, utensils, books, and appliances, not exceeding in value $1,000. C. A seat, pew, or slip occupied by the judgment debtor or the judgment debtor's family in any house or place of public worship, and all cemeteries, tombs, and rites of burial while in use as repositories of the dead of the judgment debtor's family or kept for burial of the judgment debtor. D. To each householder, 10 sheep, 2 cows, 5 swine, 100 hens, 5 roosters, and a sufficient quantity of hay and grain, growing or otherwise, for properly keeping the animals and poultry for 6 months. E. The tools, implements, materials, stock, apparatus, team, vehicle, motor vehicle, horses, harness, or other things to enable a person to carry on the profession, trade, occupation, or business in which the person is principally engaged, not exceeding in value $1,000. In Texas, you could keep your house in bankruptcy, no matter the value. Then one of the Enron guys claimed the homestead exemption on a $15 million house. The feds made them change the law after that. I regularly tell people there is no magic number on a DUI charge. While there is a legal DUI limit to 8 in the states, above which you are automatically considered impaired so long as the rating is considered valid and admissible. Most states have laws which allow any amount of alcohol in your system to qualify for the charge if the state can show the amount, no matter how low, sufficiently impaired your ability to operate the vehicle. Here we have DUI, driving under the influence, and DWI, driving while intoxicated, as, basically, separate laws. The first requires a 08, the second requires a showing you were intoxicated to a point your ability was sufficiently lessened. Fun fact to throw out at the local bar when someone starts talking about how they had 3 beers and are below the legal limit, and therefore won't get a DUI as a result. I work at a petrol station in the UK. If you fill up your car and walk into the shop without a suitable means of pay, forgot your cash, card doesn't work, we will give you an IOU form and you are not legally required to come back and pay the balance. We can send you a maximum of 3 letters and that's it. It would cost us more for court costs etc to get the cash off you. Sorry I ain't pertaining to ops lawyer answers, but I thought you would find this useful. I read in a book once that there is an outdated law in Alberta that hasn't been changed. This was a few years back though, that if you are released from jail you can demand a loaded gun and a horse to ride out of town. Anybody know what happened to this one? My boss homebrews beer, and he found out that in Texas, if you brew the beer yourself you can legally consume it even if you are underage. You can even buy all the needed equipment while underage too. My boss homebrews beer, with a beginning like that. This comment could not possibly be bad. Lawyers of Reddit, what's the stupidest case you've been asked to take on? And did you? My mother said that at a law firm she used to work at many years ago they had received a call from a gentleman that wanted to file a lawsuit against Walt Disney. When asked why he was filing suit, he claimed that the Disney characters were coming out of the TV and stealing food from his refrigerator. They told him they'd take the case for an advance fee of $100K and never heard back from him. Lawyer for 12 years. Client was charged with stealing a mobile toilet. After we won, he told me he still owns it. The sucker has the thing in his backyard because he was lazy as frick. His office was nearby. Forced him to deliver it back at night. Jesus. Still offended that he lied to me the whole time. Client wanted to sue because there were no strawberries in her fruit salad which she bought from a supermarket. Thankfully, a secretary was able to screen the call. She asked if the packet said it had strawberries, and the response was, no, but I thought it would have. I don't know how these people manage to make it through life. My father is a patent attorney, and when I was around 14 he told me about a guy who wanted to patent the iPhone 3 because aliens had given him the design for it. My father told him that if the aliens originally designed then they were the ones that had to patent it, not him. Freaking genius. I'm a prosecutor, so I don't get hired to represent anyone. I work for the government, but I do have discretion over how the prosecution progresses. That is, deciding to proceed, deciding what to offer in the event of a plea bargain, deciding to withdraw the charges, etc. I had a case a few months ago where a man was charged with shoplifting. Turned out he was 70 years old, had absolutely no criminal record, and had shoplifted a sandwich which he ate politely in the store. He honestly thought he had paid for it. I was so angry that he was ever charged in the first place. When I saw him in court, he was absolutely terrified. I withdrew the charges and wished him well. I have no idea how it progressed that far. I had a client come in saying that he needed to sue Stu for robbing all his checks. When I asked him if Stu had a last name, he said no. When I asked him if he knew any Stu, he said no. When I asked him what proof he had that Stu was robbing him, he showed me all of his pay stubs. There were clear, monthly deductions by Stu. As soon as I saw it, I knew. I asked, do you have children? He said yes. I then told him your Stu is the SCU, the support collection unit. They take money out of your check to pay for your child. He left the office insisting that we needed to find Stu. That's just really freaking sad. I did insurance defense for a long time, including insurance fraud investigations for insurance companies. You wouldn't believe how many people take a video inventory of their house only to have it mysteriously burned down the next day. You really can't fix stupid. Woman wanted me to sue McDonald's because their employees beat up her son, who was trying to rob a place. Reminds me of the other Galadvis thread where a parent was asking about suing a girl who had punched her son and broke his nose. But looking through the poster's history, it was clear that the son had been punched while attempting to sexually assault the girl. When I was in law school, I did the criminal defense clinic where we help a public defender. I say help because they just give you small cases to do by yourself. I had a guy accused of shoplifting a yellow Fubu shirt. Guess what he wore to the trial? A gosh darned yellow Fubu shirt. I asked the prosecutor to re-offer the plea deal. She did, and I convinced the guy to take community service and probation. If I remember correctly, our public defender system is tragically overworked and underfunded. But a guy who has an abundance of yellow Fubu shirts is less likely to shoplift another. Probably too late here, but I was a civil rights investigator. We had one guy complain that he was fired from his factory job because of his race. He was black. Owner of the factory said it was because the guy was smoking crack on his lunch break. Turns out he was smoking crack on his lunch break, but so were a few of his white co-workers, and they were not fired. The owner agreed to pay the guy 6 months of back pay and give him a neutral reference. That sounds like a really fucky case. Technically he was wrong, but technically he was correct. I was working in a law firm and got a call from reception advising that someone had arrived needing some intellectual property advice. I arrived at reception to find a clearly disturbed woman with a persistent facial twitch and a small wheeled suitcase. I took her to a conference room to discuss, making sure I kept a good line of sight to reception. She put the suitcase on the table and opened it to reveal a stack of thousands of handwritten pages and one half of a pair of scissors, so I guess a scissor. She explained that she had written a manuscript about how the city council gave her schizophrenia and hepatitis. Aliens stole her pets and that it was all part of a bigger conspiracy involving the army and the Illuminati. She was worried that our local newspaper was going to steal her thoughts and publish her manuscript without her consent, and wanted to register the copyright in her manuscript. We then had a perfectly rational and reasonable discussion about copyright laws. I explained that in our jurisdiction she didn't need to register it and that she had rights as an author automatically on creation of the work. I told her the most useful thing she could do is ensure she had evidence of her creative work, and that she should send a digital copy to herself and a friend, and also leave a copy with a friend. That way, if it was published without her consent, she could prove it was her work. We spoke for nearly an hour. She thanked me and then left. She got free legal advice, and I didn't get stabbed with a scissor. I hope she found the help she needs. A lady in prison in my state tried to sue the State Department of Corrections for holding her against her will. A lawyer wouldn't touch it. It takes a special kind of stupid to try that. I had a teacher that worked for a major video game publisher, one of the top 10 ones. He told me that when people tried to sue them for small amounts due to some game being bad, they would just pay whatever the person wanted. It was cheaper than dealing with a country's terrible justice system. Except one day a guy sued them because a game was bad. He was a law student, self-representing. and tried to throw the book at the company. They decided to make an exception for this guy. They instead threw the book back at him. The lawsuit kept escalating until both sides wasted lots of time and money. Then as final stroke, they offered to settle in front of a judge. They're in front of the judge. They put the price of the game on the table in cash, and told the guy to just take it and stop bothering them. The judge thought it was very fair, and told the guy that if he refused that settlement he would be fined. Guy was very unhappy. He expended like $5,000 in bureaucracy and airplane fares to get $60. I'm a lawyer, but this happened to a friend of mine. He got engaged, and apparently this pissed off his ex-GF. The ex-GF sued him for custody of their 2 cats and $500,000 for something like the lost value of the cats because she claimed they were service animals. Hint, they were not at all service animals. Guy I know worked for the DPP and told me about a case where a guy was up on car theft charges, which is like 5 years max, but he was very likely to get a suspended sentence probation as it was a first ever offense. The dumbass though, thought it would be a good idea to go and intimidate the witness into not testifying. The witness called the cops and had CCTV footage of this, so he copped an extra charge with a 20-year max, and there was no way in heck he was getting a suspended sentence or probation on that one. Not a lawyer, yet, but this happened while I was doing my 1L summer internship. I worked at a law library in a county lockup. There were plenty of interesting stories. One I already posted, but I figured I would share another. I also have no privilege issues. An inmate was charged with felon in possession and was coming down almost weekly to do research. He was basically looking for a way to get rid of a Walmart receipt and video, which indicated that he had purchased a box of bullets, giving officers cause to search and find the weapon. One day, he brings in one of the law books he purchased and had reviewed. He pointed to the section that discussed reasonable expectation of privacy and argued that the officers had not asked his permission to view the video and thus had invaded his privacy. I pointed to parts of the book that explained reasonable expectations. Still wasn't getting it. Finally, I asked him who owned the video. Walmart. Then wouldn't it be their decision? But it's me in the video. Whose video is it? Rinse and repeat for about 5 minutes before he finally huffed off. A lady once called asking us to sue her neighbors. They were using voodoo on her. Fortunately, she had psychic powers and thus knew what they were doing. I respectfully declined. Voodoo only works if you believe it does. Just tell any targets to stop believing in it, because believing gives it power. Without going into too many details, had a guy that wanted to bring a class action against the company that made his underwear, because he was convinced his underwear was the reason he had a crooked dong. He assured us that as soon as the jury saw his dong, they'd side with him. No, we didn't take it. I worked as a receptionist at a small personal injury firm and was the first line of defense against the more outlandish cases. One of the most ridiculous calls I took involved a woman wanting to sue her cat's veterinarian for malpractice because her cat scratched her, which in turn supposedly caused her liver to fail and a slew of other health problems to arise. She believed the vet was at fault because she was convinced the cat was carrying some obscure disease and the vet had failed to catch it. It was my second day on the job, so I put her through to an attorney, not yet knowing what else to do with such a ridiculous situation. She got a firm sorry, can't help you from our office, in part because we did not do malpractice, veterinary or otherwise, but also because she sounded like a one-way ticket to crazy town. A good secretary receptionist who knows how to keep the crazies out of your office is worth their weight in gold to attorneys. When one of the older partners in my office retired, there was basically a bidding war for his secretary among the younger partners who didn't have an experienced secretary. I am a personal injury lawyer in the UK. I took a call from a potential client that had fallen down the stairs in her own home. She had tripped over her own cat. She told me that she wanted to sue her local authority as her home was owned by the council and she was not allowed to keep pets as part of her lease. She claimed that when the house was inspected she was not told to get rid of the cat. It was therefore the council's fault that she fell down the stairs. We didn't take the case on. Honestly, if she could pay up front. I know plenty of plaintiff's side attorneys who would take that. Her money's as good as anyone else's. If she wants it on contingency, then frick that. A guy found a rock in the middle of Melbourne CBD that he believed came from an underground volcano, therefore he discovered the volcano and he owned the volcano, and that the Melbourne City Council and indeed the Victorian government should pay him rent to live on top of his underground volcano. No, I did not take on the case. Fun fact, Australia is the only continent with no active volcanoes. Sometimes you have no choice but to take it. I represented a guy who sold and leased cars. A woman worked for a company that let her drive a company van to work as part of a carpool effort. She'd keep the van at home and picked up fellow workers to go to work, then bring them back to their homes. One day going to work, she was stopped at a stoplight. Some guy didn't stop in time and bumped into the van. She got out to look. She and the other guy agreed no damage, so each went on her way. Later, a woman who was a passenger discovered she was injured, went to a lawyer. The lawyer sued the company, the driver, and every passenger in the van. The lawyer deposed each passenger, got the name of their auto insurance company, sent a demand letter for coverage. One of the passengers said, "I don't have a car, but my sister does," so they sued the sister. She said, "I don't have insurance because I'll lease the car, and they provide insurance," so the lawyer sued my client and sent a demand letter for insurance coverage. One prospective client wanted me to sue Burger King for no longer serving pancakes. And now they are back at 3 for 89 cents. You must have put the fear of God into M. My dad is an in-house lawyer for a major American insurance company. He once spent an entire year trying to help deny insurance benefits for a painter who had stepped off his ladder onto a cat, fallen down the stairs and become paralyzed. The insurance company was arguing that a cat was a commonly expected occupational hazard for a painter and that he was negligent in not checking for cats before stepping down. A whole year of his life over whether a cat is a known occupational hazard of house painting. Divorce lawyers of Reddit. What's the most outrageous reason someone filed for divorce? My aunt was dating an unemployed dude for a while. He was staying in her house rent-free. They got married and were getting ready to go on the honeymoon when the new husband tells her he's not going because he has to take care of his plants at the house. A big fight. Aunt goes on the honeymoon with her sisters instead. She comes home and tries to kick him out of her house. He refuses to leave. She tries to get the police involved. Dude is live streaming on Facebook how he is being trapped in his own home. Police tell my aunt there is basically nothing they can do. Can file for eviction after a divorce. Dude gets to live in her house with his precious plants for like 3 months until everything legally gets worked out. Paralegal. A couple got divorced over a cat. Wife called cat Snowball because of white fur and only wanted the cat to eat wet food or chicken breast. Husband called cat Lily again because of white fur and believed it should only eat dry food. These two argued for a year over custody of the cat but did not give a crap about their human kids aged 15 months, 4 years, and 6 years old. Colleague handled a case where money was not an issue but the kids were. Neither parent wanted them. My mom worked in abuse and neglect counseling and juvenile justice. There are a lot more cases like this than I'd care to admit. Parents divorce and neither side wants a kid. Some of them are that neither side wants a kid but will fight over another kid. It ends up totally screwing them over because they have to live with the fact that their parents didn't want them. My aunt had a case where the wife had glued all of the outdoor hoses together so he wouldn't spend more time washing his vehicle anymore. When the glue didn't work, she just cut them all up. When he bought new ones, she filed for divorce. My 90-year-old client, the husband, and his son retained me to initiate divorce proceedings with his 88-year-old wife. They'd been married 60 years. The wife had recently taken to beating him with his own cane because their daughter poisoned her into thinking he was hiding money from them. The battle came down to husband and son versus wife and daughter. At their first court appearance, my client showed up in an old 1950s style pinstripe suit and fedora. He was a farmer his whole life, and this was clearly the only suit he owned. He was such a meek and lovely old gentleman. I had to pass my client on to a new lawyer midway through the proceedings because I accepted a job in a different country, but I understand the divorce was eventually granted. Not a divorce lawyer, but I had a friend whose parents divorced for irreconcilable differences over time spent playing EverQuest. In my game design class, it was referred to as EverCrack. I've been aching to tell this story for a while. So this girl I went to school with marries this rich guy from Ohio. She moves in with him and they seem to get along well. 6 months later she files for divorce. Up to that point, all I've heard from her was how good it was going. Anyways, it turns out our buddy had a fetish for going off on urine. He asked her to urinate on him in the tub. At first she agrees to it as she thought it was a one-time thing. But he kept asking for it more and more. She tried to decline it respectfully, but he wouldn't get any of the hints. She finally used the tub being too small as a reason. Next day she comes home with 24 construction guys and their heavy equipment tearing the bathroom walls. A week or so later, they finish up the bathroom. She comes home to a sign left on the fridge with a note to drink up. She got some watering to do. I don't know what exactly she put down as the official reason in the paperwork, but that was definitely her biggest reason to walk out of that relationship. Oh, I forgot to add, he also wanted to bring a horse to do the deed as well, and at times asked her to make animal sounds while she stood on top of him. She comes home to a sign left on the fridge with a note to drink up. She got some watering to do. The thread above this made me sad, but this one picked me right up. Dying of laughter. My grandfather's brother was a judge who presided over state issue marriages from time to time. One couple he married returned 6 months later to confirm the wedding and end their trial marriage. When he thusly informed them that there was no such thing and that they had been married for 6 months, they subsequently broke up. That sounds nutty, but if you believed you so when they told you trial marriages were a real thing, the betrayal could very easily end a marriage. My dad was a divorce lawyer. He had a client who wanted to divorce her husband for 2 reasons. 1, he did not have enough hair on his chest. 2, he did not drive fast enough. Keep in mind this was in the 70s when chest hair was a bit more important. Crap, yeah. It would have been embarrassing to show up late at a pool party and your man not having a decent chest bush. I didn't like her anymore 2 days after being married. In sickness and in heath, till disinterest do you part. She was kidnapped in Mexico and he refused to pay ransom. Eventually her family managed to pay and she was left on the side of the road. It is not outrageous as in petty, but outrageous as how absurd that is. Honey, I love you, but we agreed to save up money so we can purchase a house. Your ransom would really set us back. I knew a guy from a high school job who divorced his wife of 2 months because she would sleep with a nightlight but he could only sleep in total darkness, as they apparently never lived together until after getting married. He hated her nightlight so much that he would often sleep on the couch instead, but sometimes he would claim the bed for himself and lock her out of the bedroom for the night. This was an eccentric late 40s man working at a Burger King who acted like all the other high school co-workers were his best chums, and often told us these weird stories. I'm glad I don't work with him anymore. He had an argument with the new in-laws during the wedding and moved out at around 5 AM during the first night. Man, I was going to say that our client was served divorce papers for sending a couple $100,000 overseas in a scam. But dang, you guys got better ones than me. Dang, you are too stupid to stay married to. I was a legal assistant when this case came in, but this lady divorced her husband of 2 months because he got her an iPad case for her birthday instead of the expensive jewelry she wanted. Failed exorcisms. Client had an inner ear condition that caused chronic vertigo, but symptoms could be treated with medication. Husband was an evangelical who was convinced his wife, 1, had become possessed and that her vertigo and general crankiness with his methods were evidence of demonic possession. 2, the medication she was taking was enabling the devil to hide inside her. And 3, the only proper recourse was exorcism. He would hide her meds until she got dizzy and then try various methods of exorcism. This included sweating it out, put under blankets while incapacitated and locked in a room full of space heater, freezing it out, pretty much the reverse with AC, fans, and bags of ice. Surprising it out, he would jump out and scare her like it was the hiccups, but instead of yelling boo he would recite the Lord's Prayer or Psalms. The final straw was that he tried to surprise it out of her by pushing her down the stairs when they were heading out for dinner. Note, this guy was some type of executive and they still went out to dinner after the stairs incident. She asked for the divorce at an Applebee's that night. I have often tried to picture that conversation. as she was adamant that he was a total sweetheart and never acted out of malice or anger. That one's just sad. My uncle has schizophrenia, and my grandaunt tried to convince my grandmother, his mom, to have an exorcist come instead of letting him stay on his medications. It's probably one of the reasons my grandmother stopped talking to them much. It pains me to think he could have gone through all of that if he'd been one of my grandaunt's son instead of my grandmother's. My client put his wife in an assisted living facility based on a misdiagnosis, the medication of which caused the wife to be unable to care for herself. While in the facility, my client Shocker started dating another woman and methinks began using hard drugs. He used a loot of money on both of these things. She eventually got off the medication and got better. Suffice to say, she was not happy about what had transpired, the medication of which caused the wife to be unable to care for herself. Oh my god, that is freaking horrible. I'm an intern, but the judge I work for used to do divorce work. He has some crazy stories, but this one is probably the most outrageous, though the divorce was pretty justified. Every morning this couple would sit in the bathroom together while one of them had their morning dump. One would sit on the toilet and the other on the rim of the bathtub. This particular morning the wife was on the toilet and husband on the edge of the tub. They started to argue about their relationship, so the wife reaches down, pulls her tampon out and flings it at husband. I'm told the tampon stuck for a brief second to his forehead before sliding off. He filed for divorce that same day or the next. At first I read this as one shoots in the toilet while the other shoots into the bathtub, as in they are both pooping simultaneously, in rock, paper, scissors for who gets to use the toilet. I was so concerned. I had some friends get divorced because she legit hated Dale Earnhardt and he legit hated Jeff Gordon. Wasn't the reason, but did happen during the course of the divorce. Neither side would follow the court orders. When they had to go back to court, they were fighting over a pistol and the man's grandmother's bowls. I assumed for weeks that these bowls were some sort of heirloom or expensive china. When they finally brought the bowls in to swap, they were freaking Tupperware. My douche cousin told his wife she had 3 chances to give him a son. Daughter was born first. Strike 1. Son was born second. Then they find out the boy can't eat gluten. So my cousin divorced her and has made 0 effort to see his kids. Not me, but a friend. My mum has divorced her husband because his mother still coddled him at age 40, with his consent. They lived with his mother, common in Asia. By coddle I mean that she would walk straight into their room after his shower and powder his back for him. They couldn't lock their bedroom door because his mother would come in as and when she wanted. If they locked the door, she would knock repeatedly asking what they were doing. LOL, what would they be possibly doing? Playing poker? My client was the outrageous one, so my heart went out to his poor wife. He had OCD, which manifested primarily financially, so he made their lives a penny pinching heck. Examples: he was obsessed with avoiding unnecessary driving, wear and tear on the car, gas expenses, so he cut the whole family's hair at home and never let them eat at a restaurant or go to the movies. Weirdest of all, he kept 1 toilet paper roll on him at all times and you had to get 1 square from him before you could go to the bathroom. He never gave more than 1 square. Wife finally got fed up and left him when 1, he gave her bangs during an in-home haircut, and 2, their daughter was so traumatized by the toilet paper thing they couldn't potty train her. Also, he hated paying his divorce lawyer bill. He was also an old-fashioned mega Catholic who considered divorce a deadly sin. He viewed my whole job as an unnecessary and sinful expense. My mum had a friend with a horrible penny-pinching father. As a child they took cold baths with 1 kettle full of hot water added, etc., etc. When he died and they went through the house, it was filled with hidden cash, bills behind the baseboards, bills in fake drain pipes. Needless to say, he was severely mentally ill. I worked as a paralegal for a divorce lawyer. Case analysis was one of my main responsibilities. I crap you not. A recently married couple of 2 years broke it off because the husband would not stop feeding the dog. The dog got outrageously fat. Apparently she saw connection between the dog and future children. It's always so sad when people overfeed animals. The dog will always be happy to get treats, and I think the tiny instances of validation and affection the person gets because of it are enough for them to ignore what they're doing to the poor animal. It definitely does suggest the person in question is irresponsible when it comes to other living creatures that depend on him to keep them safe. I am a lawyer that handles quite a few divorces, among other things, and I've seen all sorts of reasons for marriages ending. The only thing that is consistently true and relevant to this question is that it is never for just one reason, and it is never one-sided. In fact, I've started telling potential clients in our initial interview that I am well aware that I am going to uncover some dirt on my client in the process, not to scare them, but to put their mind to ease that I've seen worse. The fact that you haven't been 100% an angel up to this point doesn't scare me, and I'd rather find out about it from my client beforehand than later on from their spouse at the worst possible moment. All this is just to say that when you hear about people divorcing over one stupid argument or mistake, usually that's just the straw that broke the camel's back. That said, some of the lighter straws I've seen include a guy who is 100% convinced that his wife, our client, is actually a lesbian in love with his sister and just using him as a cover. But he also claims she is having sex with me to pay for her legal fees, and with every male whose phone number is in her call history. A woman who is divorcing my client because he was too sad after his father died last year. My client had to break down her door to get his father's ashes a few weeks after he left the house, and she refused to let him back in or give them to him. And a woman who claims my client was emotionally abusive towards her because he refused to yell at her, and sat in silence ignoring her when she screamed at him. He has this recorded, timestamped for the dates and times she insists the incidents occurred, and she's listened to them and his complete silence as she goes on tirades and insists this proves her point that he was emotionally distant and abusive. Not the most outrageous, but I had a client incur about 20 additional hours of billable hours because he and his ex-wife were battling and went to trial over their Star Wars collection. This was the only issue at trial. They were able to work out custody, child support, the house, but the Star Wars collection went to trial. The judge ended up splitting it in the most Asholish way possible, basically giving each side half of what they wanted and then mixing and matching everything else and breaking up collections. When speaking about it at a conference, the judge admitted she did it because if they were going to act like children, she would treat them like children. The thing is, the value of this collection was over $100K, so hardly kids stuff. Neither side had it in them to appeal, nor was the case law on either side given judicial discretion in property distribution. Lawyers police over it. What is the worst way you've seen someone incriminate him herself when they were actually innocent? A woman came into the shop where I was working and tried to pay with a fake €10 note. The cashier noticed straight away and told her that he'd have to keep the note and that it couldn't be accepted as payment. She became really indignant and said that she had received the note in her change from our shop the day before. She insisted that since we had, allegedly, given her the note, we had to accept it as payment. Eventually the police were called. An officer arrived and we explained the situation. We were all annoyed that this woman was making such a big deal about it. The officer asked her if she had known the money was fake before she tried to pay for things with it, but she said she knew. I didn't steal her jacket. I was only holding it so I can't hit her better. Maybe not robbery, but definitely assault. I did no heater. I did not. Here's a tip. Whatever you do, don't be a sarcastic smartass. They will take it as a confession. My cousin was at his older brother's college party, and it goes so rowdy that the police came to break it up. The music is off, and they've rounded everyone up, and the cop asks, "Okay, who here has been drinking underage?" He raises his hand without hesitation. He was the only one. I know a guy that went to a party to find his friend. He was 21 and everyone there was 20 or younger. So just as he's searching for his friend, the cops roll up. They tried to get him with like 40 counts of furnishing alcohol to minors. He fought the charges and won. The judge even made the officer responsible apologize. Haha. I'm a law student, and a professor told us today about her worst one from when she worked as a public defender. Apparently, a convicted felon was riding his motorcycle when he saw a cop issuing a traffic ticket to someone else on the side of the road. He pulled over his motorcycle, walked up to the cop, and said, "Excuse me, officer, I'm a convicted felon and have H in my pocket." As his public defender, she asked him why the heck he would ever do that. His answer? Well, he was gonna catch me eventually. Maybe he wasn't referring to that specific cop when he said, he was gonna catch me eventually. Maybe he's an intuitive addict that realized there was no getting away with a life or crime. Maybe it's Maybelline. I don't know. Officer, I don't sell drugs, I do drugs. Unless you want to buy some drugs. Saw a guy arrested for possession of marijuana and I think some oxycodone or something. At first appearance, the judge reads everyone the usual spiel about how first appearance isn't the time to litigate your case and to not talk about the facts. He gets to this guy and explains what he's been arrested for. The guy says marijuana. Nah, I ain't had that. I just had them pills. Get dispatched to a domestic violence call. Female said her husband punched her in the face and the ribs. Female has multiple scrapes and marks on her face and ribs. My partner asks if he hit his wife and he says yes. Partner asks him why he punched her in the face and ribs, meaning what led to the physical violence. Guy says, well, I was punching her in the face but then she covered her face. So I had to work the body so she would drop her hands. Then I went right back to the face. He explains this as he mimes a Mike Tyson-esque bob and weave. Greatest confession ever. Ugh. This is what happens when you combine good logic and a bad person. Not innocent, but stupid nonetheless. We were all drinking in a hotel room one time and got a little too loud. Almost everyone was over 21 but one of our friends was still only 20. A cop showed up to give a noise complaint and asked how old we were. Everyone said 21 or 22 except our friend who said 16, so the cop looked at him real strange and said he needed to check his id. He looked at it for a second and said, this says you're 20. He replies, I know sir, I thought I would get in less trouble if I was under 17. The cop tells him, you're real stupid boy, you know that, and told us to quiet down. My law professor had a client who was an accused drug dealer. He paid his bail and dirt-stained small bills his wife brought to the courthouse in 4 plastic shopping bags. Never did find out if they admitted to evidence. Oh, I have another story. This one is my own. So I got this call stating a security guard caught 2 people having sex in a car in a supermarket parking lot. I get there and find 2 cars parked next to one another in a semi-secluded space, one matching the description I was given. I roll up behind it with my lights all on and spotlights on them. I figured it would be an easy you're both done, go home type of call. Nope. As I walk up to the car, the guy is stumbling out of the passenger side pulling his pants up. I see him start to dig into a backpack in the seat. That's a big no-no. So I start shouting at him to show me his hands. He doesn't listen, so I shout louder. He jumps and then I hear clink. At this point I'm thinking, oh frick. I look at his feet and there lays a crack pipe. The guy and girl were obviously not there for just sex. I ended up finding insane amounts of cash and a variety of drugs and paraphernalia. The guy would have just gone home if he wasn't a jittery moron. He got the girl charged much higher than himself in the end since it was her car all the crap was in. And I thought it would be an easy day. My friend was speeding and saw a cop turn around for him. So he went faster to try and get to an exit to get away. Ended up getting pulled over by another cop. The cop asked him what he was doing in such a hurry and he said trying to get away from another cop. Yeah, he got a ticket. Don't know if this counts, but when I was training as a PPO, my trainer told me about a guy that ran for no reason once. A Hispanic male was pulled over. He had no license or any proper documentation. It's so common here that many officers just write tickets and avoid deportation. Anyway, when asked for his license, the guy freaked out. He waited for his chance and then took off on foot. That prompted a whole chase that eventually included K9. The officers didn't know why he ran, and it's generally safe to assume someone who runs is dangerous. So K9 gets in there and he does something to pee the dog off. The dog chews off his calf muscle. When asked why he ran, the guy just said he was scared. I don't know if he was charged. I doubt it though. It was a crappy situation. Not a cop or a lawyer, but a security guard. They're these 2 people on the property I was overseeing. Not illegal, and they cooperated when I asked for it to note who was on the property after hours. When I went back to my booth, and they then proceeded to slash the tires and break the windows on my patrol car, all the while saying I can't arrest them because I am not a real cop. I guess they forgot I had their names, ID numbers, license plate number, and faces documented and on camera. They were arrested 8 hours later. Sweet, sweet justice. I've heard about the old DUI gotcha when the response to recite the alphabet backwards is I couldn't even do that if I were sober. But I don't know if that's just an urban legend or not. It sounds like something one might reasonably say in response, though. It's legit though. I have never done it in my life. I can't do it sober or otherwise. I mean, I don't even know if that guy got it right. None of these stories are about innocent people. I've noticed. I'm still having fun though. About a year ago my friend had come out to the club with us. He was underage, but had one beer. On the way back home he was driving. His girlfriend in the passenger seat and her older brother was in the back seat. Both of the passengers were drunk, especially the brother. He started punching him in the back of the head while he was driving, trying to be funny. So my friend swerved the car quickly left and right, as to jiggle the car I guess, not swerve lanes, to make the brother stop. I guess he didn't see the cop car behind him, and got pulled over. The cop must have smelled the beer on him and ended up conducting the regular sobriety tests. I think he ended up failing the preliminary breathalyzer, so they arrested him. In jail they gave him the actual chemical test. Turns out in court that the test resulted in a .00 back level, so he would have gotten off no questions asked. But he says that while he was talking to one of the officers in jail, they were acting all friendly and asked him, so you didn't drink at all? Not even only beer? And he replied saying, well yeah, just one beer. Statement was brought up in court and bam. He was found guilty. This was his second offense having to do with underage drinking, so he got his license suspended for 6 or 9 months. Not sure, and had to do community service. So yeah, don't fall into a cop's trap. I'm gonna break these cuffs. I'm gonna break these cuffs. I used to do computer work for a police station, and one day, when I was working on a PC, a cop was at another computer listening to his recording of an interview of a person and writing up a report. This person had crashed into a parked car, was able to drive a bit farther but had to abandon their car and walked home. The police went to the owner's home early the next morning and interviewed her. I heard this. Police: okay, so you hit the car and came right home. Did you stop anywhere first? Suspect: no, I came straight home. Police: did you have anything to drink when you got home? Suspect: number. Police: nothing at all. Suspect: number. Police: so you didn't drink any alcoholic beverages between the time of the accident and when we arrived at your home? At this point, I said to the officer listening to the recording, say yes. The officer said, she is not very smart. Suspect: no, nothing at all. Police: so why did the breath test show a .11? Suspect: I have no idea. As a firefighter, we once rolled up to a car accident, where this kid about 17 years old had run into the concrete pillar under a highway overpass. Car was totally wrecked. Kid's arm was broken in 3 or 4 places and was bleeding pretty bad. The first thing he said to me when I got up to his driver's side window: the car is not stolen. There is no reason to call the cops. Normally people say stuff like, I'm hurt bad or get me out of here, but not this guy. He just kept repeating the car is not stolen over and over. We called the cops. My brother didn't exactly incriminate himself, but he sure made himself unpopular. He was DJing on a party boat when they got raided, just as the police were boarding their boat, and he claims he didn't do it intentionally, having only noticed the police after the record was spinning. He played out KRS-One sound of the police and, of course, a fair number of the party-goers were joining in with the whoop-whoop, but the police were not amused, taking it to be a deliberate attempt at humor at their expense. Record got taken off. My brother got an earful. Your brother is a hero, accidental or otherwise. There was a case years ago where a man had been accused from breaking into vending machines and parking meters. The constantly denied the charges, then had his bail paid in coin. Hey man, he was just a simple coin collector. Lawyer: since the accident, have you done anything else to alleviate the pain? Plaintiff witness: I smoke weed every day. This was during a deposition and was not admitted before the jury because it was scandalous and impertinent. My sort of stepdad failed a roadside sobriety test. He was taken to the county jail where he registered 0.0 back because he hadn't been drinking. I watched this happen. His lack of coordination is legendary. I was once pulled over in a crappy neighborhood. Being of a race that was not endemic to the area, the police asked to search my car. Stupidly, I was young and foolish, get off my nuts, said yes, and then jokingly added, remember though, this is my mom's car, so any crack is hers. Second search, canine search, and intimidating personal search all turn up nothing. I learned never to speak to the police, and all it cost me was a little dignity and a few constitutional rights. Saying you have C is probable cause for search. To be fair, the police go to comedy clubs for jokes. They don't pull you over for a laugh. Wrote a book called If I Did It. I'm a criminal defense attorney, and this happens much more often than you think. And every time it happens, it is the worst time. That is, if you care about justice. To be sure, it happens in the interrogation room, but more often it is part of plea negotiations. Whenever there are co-defendants, you may find yourself with a prosecutor who just needs one or some of them to take the weight. Sometimes, the discovery tells you who the heavy is, but a lot of times, it's up for the co-defendants to decide. If Aaron's death has taught this country anything, it should be that sentencing guidelines and prosecutorial discretion put defendants in impossible situations that led to desperate decisions. This was not only true with Aaron, but also hundreds of thousands of mostly poor, uneducated people every day. So, I have seen sons take a hit for their mothers, girlfriends for boyfriends, and every other possible permutation. Many times, these people are not squeaky clean themselves, but they are also not guilty of the crimes they plead to. That's why you don't say anything until your lawyer tells you what to say. I am a traffic cop in the UK, and we were filming for one of these Road Wars Police Interceptors Traffic Cops TV shows. As a part of the show, they ask us to do some filming of pulling people over and doing routine stops. So we decide that the next car to go through the set of lights we are currently in will get pulled over, and we'll record what we do as part of a routine traffic stop. So this guy goes through in a normal manner and we follow behind. Pull him over in a safe location and we all pile out of the car. I'm walking over to the driver's side and about to explain to the guy that we're filming for this show and they just want to see what happens during a routine stop check. He rolls down the window and immediately, before I could even say a word, blurts it's in the glove box. With a puzzled look on my face, I ask him what's in the glove box. The drugs comes the reply. So I detain him, cuff him and put him in the back of the traffic car, and my colleague and I search the glove box and find a substantial amount of H. When asked back at the station why he admitted the offense, he said he saw the two police cars. One was a backup car, and all the yellow jackets of the camera crew, and thought the game was up. If only he knew. Technically he was actually innocent because he hadn't committed an obvious crime up until that point. In traffic court, guy stands up. Judge says your officer isn't here. How do you plead? Guy starts explaining things, about to go into self-incrimination. Judge interrupts him, and points out again that the officer isn't here. Someone next to the guy pipes up with plead innocent, you moron. He then proceeded to plead innocent, and was a lesson to everyone else in court that day whose officer hadn't shown up. One of my friends had had a couple beers and was driving back home. A cop was pulled over on the side of the road ahead of him with its cherries flashing. My friend pulled up and over right in front of the cop. The cop came up to see if he needed help, smelled beer on him and gave him a DUI. He wasn't innocent by any means, but he wouldn't have been pulled over if he would have just drove on by. And I know drinking and driving is bad. I don't need to hear the lecture. It's just the only story I could think of, so I figured I'd share. Excuse me, so I don't know how you can associate with such a flagrant abuser of our country's laws. A friend of my sister's had already been ticketed twice by her college police for underage drinking. Her parents told her if she got ticketed again, they'd pull her out of school. So when the cops pulled her and her friends over one Friday night, she got the bright idea to flee. The cops caught her and cuffed her. So she ran again, this time managing to hide in the bushes and wriggle her way out of the cuffs. She stumbles home. The next day, the cops knock on her dorm room door. They ask for her by name, so she pretends to be her roommate. The cops give her a business card and tell her it's very important she contacts them ASAP. She flees her dorm room and spends the next couple days hiding in friends' dorm rooms, including my sister's, for a few hours. She gets phone calls from friends of hers. Apparently, the police are and canvassing the campus for her. They found her photo at a sorority house, so they know she lied to them. One of her sorority sisters finally convinces her to turn herself in. She gets charged with a long list of crimes, including several felony charges. Her parents decided to leave her in jail for the weekend instead of paying her bail. Once she gets out, she spent several hours combing the bushes where she'd hidden to find the handcuffs, since one of the charges was theft of police property. Why is this story relevant to this thread? Because the cop that caught her and her friends that night forgot his breathalyzer and let the entire group off with a lecture. You've been visited by the Good Sleep Kitter. Upvote within the next 3 seconds and you will be blessed with cozy and restful sleeps. Thanks for watching. If you are new to the channel, you can subscribe. I publish new videos every day. Until then, check another video, or don't. Either way, have a great day you magnificent people. Doctors of Reddit, what was your dumbest RIM Verismid patient experience? RM here, I see some crazy stuff, but one thing that stands out was the time I was admitting a guy to the hospital. I can't really remember what for, but he was about 400 pounds. Diabetic, heart disease, you name it. Anyhow, I'm at the computer going over some admission questions with him and his 10 family members who are crowded in the room with him. A few minutes and he starts complaining that he's thirsty. He needs something to drink right now. So I get on my phone and call the nurse assistant and ask her to bring in some ice water. As soon as the words are out of my mouth, the whole family screams NOOO. No water. He's allergic to water. Well, this is gonna be a problem. Turns out the guy had been drinking nothing but Sprite and sweet tea for years because of his water allergy. The next question the wife had was, where are we all supposed to sleep? The whole family, 10 people, were planning to stay at the hospital with him. Was working at a clinic. I was speaking with a non-controlled diabetic patient about her sugar intake and she said she drinks a 32-ounce soda every day. I ask her if it's regular or diet and she replies with it's half regular. I let the ice melt first so there isn't as much sugar in it. Sorry, but that isn't how it works. I have had several arguments with diabetics about Coke, Kool-Aid, sweet tea versus those made with artificial sugar. I tell them, look, don't drink sugar. If you have to have something like that, use an artificial sweetener. No way. That stuff is poison. It will kill me, mom. Your A1C is 14. Sugar is already killing you. I had a patient who was a completely non-compliant diabetic, smoker, morbidly obese, who had his first heart attack at 45. His blood pressure was also super high, and instead of taking his antihypertensive medications, he went to the gym. In the gym, he would sit in the sauna for a very long time, and sweat a lot, and lower his blood pressure by becoming dehydrated. I have one. I got this from my friend, who is a doctor on the children's ward in a rural hospital. These parents bring in their child whose hair is infested with lice. The lice was visible to the naked eye and could be seen crawling on the child's clothing. While the medical staff examined the child, in order to determine a course of action, they discovered the child was covered in a white powder and smelled heavily of chemicals. They asked the parents what were the substances and the smells emanating from the child. The parents said, quite matter of fact, it was Savine powder and flea and tick spray they used on their dogs on the family's farm. Needless to say, social workers were notified about this case. Had a neighbor in rural TN who was convinced that the best way to treat her child's head lice was to comb diesel fuel through it, and that doing it in an enclosed living room while smoking cigarettes was acceptable. She was baffled when CPS took her kid away. 70-year-old female tripped and fell 2 days ago. She came in with hip pain but reports after the fall her nose was bleeding. She had landed on her nose. About a year prior her dentist had messes up an infraorbital nerve block and caused some swelling in that region, but that all was resolved. This old lady is now convinced her nosebleed after falling on her face is related to an infection from the dental issue a year ago. After multiple back and forth on the etiology of the nosebleed, she became the first patient I raised my voice and put down an authoritative no, you are wrong. Just stop it. This has got to be the medical equivalent to the update you installed on the computer a year ago is making it run funny. Get over here and fix it. I work for an optometrist and it was the month before school started and a woman brought in her son to have his eyes checked for the first time. Seems like a pretty reasonable thing for any parent, even if he was a little older than usual for a first eye exam. Better late than never, I guess. The mom was well spoken and appeared fairly intelligent. Everything went as normal. The doctor examined the boy and ended up prescribing glasses. When the doctor was explaining to the mom that her son had to wear his glasses all the time since he's nearsighted and basically can't see clearly past 5 feet in front of him, and will definitely need glasses for school. For some reason this caused a switch to flip in the mom and she spazzed out on the doctor, saying that her son doesn't need glasses and that the doctor is only saying that he does because he wants to sell glasses. She says that she only brought her son in because there was some form for school that needed to be filled out and that doctors are all a con artists trying to push unnecessary medications and interventions. The doctor tried to calm her down and explain that he's only trying to help them but that she was free to get a second opinion and gave her a copy of the kid's prescription and sent them on their way. About 4 months later the lady is back asking for another copy of her son's prescription. Apparently the first semester midterm results were in, and her son failed them all because he couldn't see the board in his classes and needs glasses. Not a doctor but I'm a nurse who worked in the Orita Trauma Center, was doing surgery on a 19-year-old who tested positive for MNC who was grilling the anesthesiologist about every drug we were going to use in surgery because he doesn't like putting chemicals in his body. Gotta stick with that organic, fair trade, non-GMO Coke. Most of my own stories go along similar lines to patient has chest pain driving a coach load of school children. Thinks it's indigestion, swigs bottle of Gaviscon, later diagnosed with a huge heart attack. My favorite ever story from a colleague. A patient comes into A&E with abdominal pain. As part of the workup he gets an abdominal x-ray which shows the problem as clear as day. The colleague has then proceeded to remove, from the patient's rectum, an 8-inch replica of Nelson's column, the statue in the centre of Trafalgar Square, London. On showing it to the patient, the response was, "Oh, that's Nelson. He lives up there." I've got 2 stories that stick out in my mind. The first is the mother of a toddler who came into emerg. The kid had cruddy green bloody stuff coming out of his left nostril, and a lot of redness and swelling of only the left side of his nose and the adjacent cheek. Mum was sure he caught a sinus infection and just wanted some antibiotics. Now I know some kids like shoving whatever will fit into their body orifices, and that this was more than likely given the one-sided nature of his condition. But Mom was insistent that he never puts things in his nose. It took some convincing, but I finally got her to let me take a look. Gave a squirt of midazolam in the good nostril to settle him, then dug with some tweezers through the crud until I pulled out a big Olay button battery. It would have been burning his nose for a couple days. Hopefully he healed up well. Side note, if a kid swallows a button battery, it can do a similar thing to their esophagus. This is an emergency and needs to be dealt with ASAP. Patient had a hard time getting pregnant. Finally conceived but miscarried. Patient has a DNC so she can try again, this time with medical intervention. We monitor her blood to ensure the pregnancy hormone is gone before beginning treatment, but she keeps coming back with higher levels of hormone. Docs are worried because she might have some retained placenta or pituitary disorder and this could be super bad for future fertility. We call her in for a conversation about the hormone levels not going away. After talking together about what might be wrong, they are going to go home and think about further tests. She said, "I need to go. I have an appointment at the weight loss center for an HCG shot." Turns out that she is on the HCG diet. HCG is the pregnancy hormone. And this was after an hour of the doc saying, "We don't know why you have these constant higher levels of HCG in your blood and we are worried." Patient inquiring about birth control was adamant she wanted an IUD. I mean, she probably wouldn't get pregnant after that. Had a young woman with recurring UTIs that began after a recent partner and with no STDs. Went through the standard questions trying to figure out what could be causing them and eventually found out she had been lubricating with jelly, not KY jelly. The mix-up had literally been a joke on house. It took me some effort to keep a straight face, but we eventually resolved the problem and she stopped getting UTIs. Oh lord, I'm British so didn't think jam straight away and was just imagining someone trying to get Jello type jelly to stick to their bits. Oh, I have 2 good ones that come to mind. clinical pharmacist here, BTW, with one story in the ear and one in the pharmacy. A physician told me this one. 16-year-old boy presented to the ear with an extremely swollen, discolored penis. Apparently he has been using his mom's insulin needles to draw blood out of his arm and inject it into his own penis. He thought that adding blood would help increase his size. His penis was terribly infected and he was hospitalized for a week or so. 2. One day in the pharmacy, a girl comes to the counter requesting a refill for her birth control. We pulled up her profile and realized we couldn't refill it because she just got a 28-day fill less than 2 weeks ago. When we asked what happened to the other one, she said she was out. Apparently, both her and her boyfriend were each taking a pill each and was adamant that was how they needed to prevent pregnancy. Apparently he has been using his mom's insulin needles to draw blood out of his arm and inject it into his own penis. His penis was terribly infected and he was hospitalized for a week or so. Frick, that is just gruesome. I work in the ear. We had a very pregnant patient come in needing stitches in her vagina. Turns out she was a realtor and didn't want her water to break while she was showing a house, so she put a glass cup in her pants to catch the water. Instead of using a pad or an adult diaper, she went for a glass cup. She sat down while showing a house and sure enough, it broke and cut her up pretty bad. Between the guy putting arm blood into his penis and now this, I don't think I'm gonna see my genitals again for a couple of days. I'm a corpsman, not a doctor, but I once heard a patient tell me that there was no credible research that smoking was bad for one's health. Okay. 80+ YO. Patient who was declining with multiple diagnoses and about 3 decubitus ulcers. Daughter was adamant that her father be kept on his strict paleo diet because that would supercharge his healing. She had a stack of diet books. He simply wasn't getting enough nutrition to heal the ulcers. He didn't like the diet at all, BTW. At some point you kind of have to stop being polite and just tell patients' family members bluntly that you don't have time for this crap and what you recommend and they can do what they want and just document everything. It happens a lot, but she sticks out. I am a dental student. One patient in particular is pathological liar. During one visit, they claimed to have gone to medical school. Next visit was that they did dental army. Last visit was that they had a PhD. The patient will say things like, "Hey doc, do you need me to move my head mesial or distal number? I need you to move your head right. Hey doc, are these cavities being caused by the anaerobic pathology microbes number? They are caused by you eating snacks all day and not brushing." A patient was admitted for anemia and a localized cancer was found. She was referred to surgery so she can get cured from her localized cancer, and she started telling everyone that it was the doctors who caused the cancer and that she was doing just fine before coming to the hospital. She lectured the surgeon and my colleague, who pleaded her to get her surgery so that the cancer doesn't advance, and yet she refused, saying she knew better and probably didn't even have cancer. Some people. This kind of reminds me of my brother. He told me that when he was younger, 5 or 6 years old, he thought that when a doctor diagnosed you with a disease, it means that they actually gave you that disease. The only difference is, he quickly realized this wasn't the case and didn't become a freaking idiot like this lady. Nurse here. The number of American 20-something males who don't know what circumcision is ridiculously high. They think that boys are born circumcised. Evidence. New fathers and mothers asking me what's wrong with their newborn son's penis. He still has his foreskin. Many parents choose to have it removed when the baby is a couple days old. It's called circumcision, often followed by a parent's question, "What's circumcision?" That's when I face palm. Dead serious. We talked about circumcision in my grade 6 health class but saw any pictures. I had absolutely no idea until I was in high school. I knew what it was but had nothing to compare it to. This was pre-Google. Was working at a pediatric urgent care. Family brings in their 3-year-old unvaccinated son with autism for a weird rash. They couldn't give me any reason why when I asked them about his vaccination status. Said it before, I'll say it again. Had a patient insist I didn't have a heart attack. I had a myocardial infarction. That's just the technical term for a heart attack. Genius. Patient had an anoxic brain injury and drug overdose. She was 23. Her father demanded a brain matter transplant and oxygen directly put into her brain to fix it. But then he decided they would trash and peg her, send her to a nursing home, and wait for a cure, because we didn't know what we were doing. I was a unit secretary and nurse aide on a radiation oncology unit in the early 2000s. We had a patient show up through the year and was admitted for emergency radiation treatment. She had a massive fungating mass in her mouth that had consumed half her head. When the radonc doc tried to examine her and open her mouth, her remaining teeth fell out into his hand. It had eaten through the bones of her face, invaded her eye socket, everything. Doc said it was the worst case of mouth cancer he'd seen. According to her husband, she had a small lesion on her hard palate, and upon receiving the diagnosis of an early-stage squamous cell carcinoma, she decided to treat with essential oils and things like frankincense because chemo was poison. Her husband said he had tried to reason with her, but she was adamant about the natural treatment. She died in agony shortly after. You know, I usually adamantly refuse to allow my happiness to be disrupted by stuff on the internet, but it's stuff like this that makes me feel justified in allowing myself to be triggered when I see someone I know on Facebook posting horrible misinformation from somewhere like Natural News. RN here, not a physician, but you may find this interesting. Young adult male presents with multiple abscesses on various parts of his body. States he injected his boyfriend's semen into himself trying to get pregnant. He tells one of the APCs he should have gone with his original plan and tried on his dog first. Psych clears him. He's admitted to the floor and gets IV antibiotics. What? I've seen enough of Reddit today. Medical professionals of Reddit, what is the craziest DIY treatment you've seen a patient attempt? Had a patient come into the ER with a makeshift bandage on his shin. He had fallen on rocks while hiking and left a 3-inch long, half-inch deep gash in his leg. I go to pull the bandage off, and as I'm peeling it away I notice the skin is completely black and there's dark chunks of fungus falling out of the wound. It looked necrotic, like it had been left alone for a week. I look at this guy like he's crazy as he tells me the wound is only a few hours old. He's pretty proud as he explains that he created a makeshift poultice by chewing up leaves and moss, mixing it with river mud and stuffing it into his leg. That's what all the black mossy stuff was. Hint, don't do this. Finally, something I can add too. When I was in med school on my family medicine rotation, I was sent in to see a middle-aged woman with complaints of sinus congestion. Sure enough, from the beginning I can tell she's really stopped up with her nasally voice, and my history and exam are consistent with your run-of-the-mill viral upper respiratory infection. I begin educating her on symptomatic management, and the following exchange ensues. Patient: do you think it might be the flu? Me: it's possible but unlikely. It's really out of the typical season. It was June. The patient: yeah, I guess I wasn't sure it was. I've been spraying Lysol everywhere and it doesn't seem to be doing any good, and it says it kills the flu virus. Me: well, that's something that could help disinfect the house and keep the virus from spreading. Patient: I guess. I just wish it didn't burn so much. Me: what do you mean? It burns? Patient: you know, when I sprayed up my nose it burned so bad. Yep. My patient thought that since Lysol kills influenza, the best way to nip it in the bud was to flush her sinuses with it like a saline spray. It did not work, for the record. The fact that I didn't immediately fall over laughing and instead seriously counseled her against ever doing that again is still the greatest featuring of composure in my entire career. RTL. Doctor, when the label on Lysol says not for internal use, they mean it. Not for internal use. Now it says that. It was marketed as a douche and birth control in the 1920s. Parents sneaking essential oils onto their premature baby's skin. They have central lines. These oils can wick onto the line and damage the line, cause infection, or interfere with medications. Infections in preemies can mean death within hours. Preemies have incomplete skin with much faster absorption rates than fully developed adult skin. These oils can cause burns and damage their insides. Your pyramid scheme company is not a reliable source for neonatology treatments. Please, dear God, keep oils off of any baby, but especially preemies. I'm a dental student where we see mouths in pretty awful condition. One guy came into the emergency clinic with teeth half rotted off from decay and told me he has been putting gummy bears in the holes to make it less sharp on his tongue. That reminds me of the time when I tried to DIY a tooth from a mantis because I had lost a tooth just before the day where we took school pictures. As a child I got really bad sunburn. The person looking after me coated my sunburn in baby oil to help it heal, and sent me back out into the sun. I realized when I was older why my mum went nuts. I have a Jamie Oliver recipe that directs me to do the same thing midway through roasting a chicken. White bread soaked in milk placed on an armpit abscess to draw out the infection. Needed an IND and a couple weeks of IV antibiotics by the time he got to us. Either that or the guy who crashed his motorbike, scraped his leg all to heck, and then decided the best course of action was to self-cauterize it on the tailpipe. Whoa, stupid or not, the tailpipe guy had a set of brass ones. Dental student here. We had a patient who declined a much needed cleaning saying he could do it just as well at home with a scalpel. Didn't brush his teeth but every few weeks he would go at the accumulated plaque and tartar with a scalpel. Same patient also insisted we do a procedure without local anesthetic. He was an amateur boxer and was building up his pain tolerance. He also told us he smoked 20 blunts a day and only drank Coke. We could tell. Worked in pediatrics for a few years and we had this one family come in with a kid who was burned by one of those microwave ramen soups. They put duct tape on the now blistered skin to keep it from popping in the car. Not me, but my mom. Had a gentleman walk himself into the ED one day after he tried to give himself a vasectomy with an animal neutering kit he bought on the internet. When she asked him why, he told her that his wife wanted to have a sixth kid and it was too expensive to pay a doctor to do it and how hard could it be to DIY. That is a man dedicated to not having another kid. So sugar can be used to help heal certain types of wounds. A patient I saw had missed an appointment with part of their care team where they get their bandage changed. I noticed what appeared to be oozing around the edges of the bandage. Asked my patient about it. Offered to change it for them. We didn't typically do that in our clinic. They said yes. I go get fresh bandages and whatnot. Take the old one off and it's just sticky and stringy. Picture the slow-mo shots of caramel being pulled apart, and it smelled. To be fair, most wounds smell, but this was different. I finally asked them what they used to change their bandage since I knew it wasn't discharge. Maple syrup. They used maple syrup. My grandpa thought a leg discrepancy was causing my back pain, which was causing spasms. He put several pieces of cardboard in my shoes to try to even out my legs, which were already even. He also thinks black beans cure everything. My dad thought those pesky spasms was a pinched nerve, so he would take me to the chiropractor, his girlfriend, to get my neck cracked when it happened. Seizures? People, they were seizures. Black beans are delicious and make a beautiful blue dye. That's useful enough for me. I'm hoping you get actual medical care now. Woman I know has a dog that is epileptic but was not willing to medicate the dog for some time. She kept trying holistic remedies, one of which she informed me about was giving the dog all-natural vanilla ice cream during a seizure to stop it. You know, because you should always try to put stuff in the mouth of a seizing animal. It didn't work. The dog is on meds. Seizures are controlled now. Imagine that. Had a patient come to the for a cough. We did a chest x-ray that caught a little something in the abdomen pelvis. Did a pelvic x-ray. Long story short, she stuck a shot glass up her vagina for birth control, left it up there long enough for it to calcify, and we had to surgically remove it. One time, when I was in nursing school, I was doing a clinical and a guy came in with penile pain. Long story short, several days prior, he decided he wanted a penile texture implant to help enhance pleasure during intercourse for his lady friend. He and his buddy got drunk, of course, and decided to do it themselves. So they went in his garage and took a box cutter to slice open the skin on the dorsal, top, side of his penis, made some room between the skin and underlying muscle, and put a small porcelain heart underneath. Then he superglued it shut. To make matters worse, the guy didn't wait for it to heal and decided to take it for a test run. He ended up with a major infection and presented several days later. I unfortunately don't know the outcome. I was just there for the porcelain heart extraction. You can't make this crap up. I've now worked in a surgical trauma ICU as an RN for 2 years, and people never cease to amaze me. Putting a toy up the rectum to better reach another, larger toy. I just read the other day about a dude who got a toy stuck up there and then got the kitchen tongs he was using to extract said toy stuck up there too. Adult patient had gas and poked a hole in his belly button with basically a knitting needle to release it. I didn't think it was possible to ever cringe this hard. You've proved me wrong. I'm a doctor, but didn't see this firsthand unfortunately. However, my friend in ED saw a young 17-year-old boy that came in with personal trauma and mild blood loss. She trigged him, taking him to a room with his parents and asked what he'd come in with. His mom turned around and said, "Go on, tell the lady what you did." He then proceeded to tell her that he tried to circumcise himself with scissors for religious reasons as he hadn't been circumcised when he was younger, but had to stop halfway due to pain. Eventually the shame had grown enough that he had to tell his parents, who immediately took him to ED. Some antibiotics and a revision by urology later and he was able to be sent home. What the frick is wrong with people in this thread? My mom once melted Vicks Vapor Rub into my tea because she thought that would help my cold. It didn't. I know people who would do this. More than one of them. They'd swear by Vicks Vapor Rub, and kind of treated it like a cure-all. A man who'd accidentally sliced his leg open at his workplace. He obviously figured that as surgeons use staples to close wounds, he'd cut out the trip to hospital and DIY with an ordinary disc stapler. Arrived in ED with a pus-filled wound with the odd discolored staple hanging off it some days later. Not at all DIY, but one of my friend's dad back home was a doctor, and he had a patient come in with 5+ snake bites, mostly on his hands and arms. The patient said he got bit by a snake and tried to catch the snake so he could bring it in for the doctor to identify it. Luckily the snake wasn't venomous. Patient came into the pharmacy and asked if they could use a plastic bag secured with a rubber band instead of condoms. Theoretically, you could. However, it wouldn't work at all and it would hurt. We had a guy come in with an abscess on his right thumb. When I asked him what happened to his hand, he told me about his recent deep-sea fishing trip and was given the responsibility of cutting the fish with an open wound in his hand. A sliver of fish got in there and became infected as it healed. So this guy gets the bright idea of doing a little DIY wound drainage by grabbing his pocket knife and cutting it open, leading to a greater infection. Morgue workers, pathologists, medical examiners, etc. What is the weirdest cause of death you have been able to diagnose? How did you diagnose it? Work in a nursing home rehab. Guy essentially died from pooping. He pushed too hard, blood pressure dropped and that was it for him. I am a friend of a coroner's assistant. He spent a few months there. He said his craziest experience was when a man came in apparently expired. He was a little vague about how the guy ended up on his table with the coroner, but he'll chalk it up to being early in his career. He starts to do a standard Y incision on the torso. He stops early on. He noticed that the guy had slight active vitals. He looked at the mortician present and says, "Oh frick, this guy's alive." They determined the best way to resuscitate was to do an adrenaline shot. Now apparently he was declared dead but had something akin to puffer fish poisoning induced to his body. Anyway, the guy comes to screaming like a maniac and with his chest partially sliced open. He described the whole thing as surreal. Whoa, poor guy. I have heard firsthand of some bizarre causes of death. 1. Bee sting to the inside of the lung. A woman accidentally inhaled a bee and it stung her. Apparently she was allergic. Took a week to figure it out. 2. Cause of death was gunshot to the chest, and ruled a homicide. Except he had been shot 3 decades earlier. A small piece of shrapnel from the bullet wasn't removed when he was shot, but he was completely fine for 30 years. Then it found its way into his circulatory system close to his heart, made its way into the man's right ventricle and caused a heart attack. The man who had shot him was sent to prison for a few years and released, but was subsequently arrested and charged with murder. 3. A man with a very weird fetish put a live eel up his bum, and it tore a hole through his large intestine. Died. Was the eel okay? Eel be fine. Friend is an autopsy tech. Apparently it's not uncommon for cats or small dogs to eat the hands and face off a dead or incapacitated owner. His worst was an elderly woman who was paralyzed, but not killed, by a stroke, and her little dog ate all her exposed skin before she was found. He did her autopsy after she died several hours after being admitted to the hospital. He did her autopsy after she died. Well, that's good, I guess. I'm a criminal defense attorney. Had a client charged with murder for essentially getting into a shoving match with a guy. No external bruising or scratching. No evidence of trauma anywhere. They opened his head and found a subarachnoid hemorrhage. Turned out he had a ton of booze and blow in the tox report. The coke had constricted the blood vessels and driven the blood pressure up, and the booze had thinned the blood out. When he bumped his head slumping back, that was all it took, and he blew out and was dead in less than a minute. Really sad case. I'm a criminal defense attorney. Username: Public Pretender. Ha, nice. My dad told us that they once had a guy bleeding out on the table from a stab wound. They stopped the bleeding, but his vitals were still taking a dive. Someone points out there's too much blood. They turned him. It's coming out of his butt. Someone had stuck a light bulb up this guy's ass, broken it, and stabbed him when he tried to escape, and he still escaped. They stabilized him, but he died of septic shock. This was told to us over dinner, mind you. Well, not a dead body, but I was a security guard at a hospital in Alaska. One of my duties was to bring deceased folk to the morgue, so I had a key to it, to get a radio call that some patient's wife wants her husband's wedding ring back. I assumed it would be on a deceased person. I go to the morgue to look for it. I look all over. No gold ring. I even open the coolers. No bodies. I then look in the fridge. Body parts and a little igloo cooler. I look inside that. It looks like very old banana peels. I glove up and pull some out. Turns out this guy had gotten his hand shredded in machinery. I had to get the mangled ring off his mangled hand and clean it off and go give it to him. That's above and beyond the call of duty as a security guard. I'm an apprentice funeral director, but we had an autopsy tech come into my school once to do an autopsy demonstration. He was asked this very question, and this was his answer. Male, mid-50s, presented with jaundice and other signs of alcoholism, but supposedly no history of drinking. During preliminary observation, techs noted a red liquid coming from the anal area. Assuming blood, it was tested. Came back as red wine and blood. Turns out the deceased was a closet alcoholic who would give himself enemas with whatever alcohol he had. In this case, red wine. The doctors concluded he pierced part of his colon rectum with whatever he enamored himself with and led to a bleed. Assuming blood, it was tested. Came back as red wine and blood. Yes, an oaky start, with hints of plum and lower intestine. Complex hemoglobin finish that lingers on the palate. Edit. Thank you for the gold. I will spend it on fava beans. I worked briefly as a morgue assistant a few years back. The job mainly consisted of moving corpses and holding organs while the pathologist did his thing. By far the most WTF-worthy death I saw was a guy who had been working in a factory, getting himself off by rubbing his willy on the underside of the high-speed conveyor belt he was meant to be operating. He got caught and it tore off most of his crotch. Ruled as death by misadventure. He had bled out, torn femoral artery, before the paramedics even made it to the scene. Death by misadventure. Makes him sound like a pirate or something. I've seen quite a bit. Working at the OCME has been a summer job that morphed into a side job while I'm in school. Two most unusual calls I've been on. 1. A man went to hang himself, and when he jumped off of his apartment balcony he left so much slack that it took his head off. His head was on one lady's balcony and his body was on the ground. When we were there, we couldn't find the head, so we had to knock on a couple doors where the rope was hanging to in order to find it. 2. A man was sitting on the railroad tracks at a railroad crossing to commit suicide by train, where is very messy and annoying to have to pick up, mind you. But a drunk driver was trying to catch air over the tracks and killed the guy, but threw his body off of the tracks before the train came a couple of minutes later. Met a man who told me how he had 2 nephews but now only had 1. I asked him what happened. Apparently his eldest nephew, around 28, was riding his motorbike on a weekend, out in the countryside here in the UK. They found him later that day, dead, on the side of the road, on a corner, motorbike next to him. with no obvious signs of impact or anything that could possibly have led to his death. It took a long time for them to work out what had happened. Eventually they found a small bruise about half an inch in width on his temple. After some investigation they discovered that the corner of road had just been resurfaced and had some loose stones on top. They concluded that as he rounded the corner at about 30 miles per hour, the bike had slid from underneath him. As he rolled to the side of the road, the footrest of the bike had entered the corner of the helmet through the hole where the visor was open and hit him in the temple, killing him instantly. Nothing reckless. No one else involved. Just bad luck. Sometimes that's all you need. I'm a nurse and this 80-year-old man had anal fissures and was admitted to the ICU because he shoved an entire frozen D-cell-sized mag light up his ass and perforated his bowel. He went to surgery to have it removed and later died from septic shock. The mag light, however, survived. Those mag lights are awesome. Edit. For their durability. Brother and sister. 5. 7. Playing hide and seek in a hopper chest. Well, after reading this I realized I could have been killed by one when I was around that age. Luckily my friend saved my life. We were playing hide and seek and I was literally taking stuff out to hide in it and he stopped me when he was passing through the room to find a spot. Whoa. Just wow. Worked at a funeral home for a few years. First ever house call I took was to pick up a guy who died at home. Heard from his son that he hadn't been to the doctors in 20 years. We take him to the medical examiner and discover he had a hernia on his scrotum causing it to be the size of a football. We're not sure how he lived with that thing, but he was wearing jeans and a jock strap to keep that thing in. His toenails looked like dragon toenails as he obviously couldn't bend over to clip them. You know it's fricked up when the medical examiner calls another medical examiner on duty to say, "Hey dude, come check this out." My grandfather did some work as a doctor in Indonesia. He told us stories of people who'd had pathogens living in them and eating them from the inside out, some in really grotesque ways. Some people had fungus on them that basically sucked their lives away. Please don't refer to my wife as a fungus. The short of it, man died from endometrial cancer. Man had a transplant prior. Woman who gave transplant had metastatic cancer that had spread to said organ unknowingly. Man survived transplant but cancer cells from the transplanted organ populated and he ending up dying from her cancer. That is incredibly shitty luck. So my cousin and his best bud from med school wound up at the same hospital. His friend became a mortician and my cousin is a proctologist. One morning my cousin gets a call from a patient he had an appointment with later that day. The patient asks secretary if he could come in early. His issue was getting far worse. When asked what was wrong, he refused to explain and demanded to speak with my cousin. Now, my cousin has terrific bedside manners, the best I have ever seen. He makes it a point to speak with his patients whenever they need to. So he gets on the phone with this guy and the guy starts pleading with him. So my cousin had an opening and told patients to come in during that time. So patient comes in and is sitting in the exam room. My cousin walks into the room and asks him what's wrong. Patient proceeds to strip fully nude, get on all fours and stick his ass out at my cousin. While on top of the exam table, the guy began to explain how his butthole keeps leaking crap and it hurts really bad. Except my cousin apparently immediately saw that it wasn't leaking crap at all. The guy was leaking half of his goddamn intestines. Like, half a foot of intestine was just protruding from this guy's anus, and would throb and pulsate with every breath that patient took. At this point I wish I could say my cousin got the guy the help he needed. But before my cousin could do anything, the guy just screamed, "Just yank this goddamn crap out of me, man." Get IT out as he reached behind himself and yanked his goddamn intestines so hard that his butthole erupted with a fountain of blood, coating the nurse and my cousin. That was apparently the most inhuman scream that Stephen, my cousin, had ever heard that day. The guy was in so much pain after yanking his intestines out that he passed out and fell off of the exam table, smashed his head on the corner of a chair, and died instantly. So cue Stephen's best friend, the mortician, does an autopsy. Cause of death was pretty straightforward all things considered. But apparently his friend found an unraveled slinky string throughout patient's digestive tract. Like, the guy took a slinky and ate it while straightening the metal out. All in all, makes me shake in anxiety just thinking about the whole thing. Doctors of Reddit, what's your thank God they came in for a second opinion moment? I can't count how many I was told it was a headache, but I just wanted to come in and have it looked at in case it was something else I've seen. Of course, those are the patients that are the nicest and are profusely apologizing for wasting our time. And of course, those are the patients that have a brain tumor show up on their CT scans. Dermatologist here. I have seen probably 5 instances of my other doctor told me it was fine. That were melanomas. A lot of times people don't want a full skin exams. There are lots of perfectly sane reasons for this. Time, perceived cost, history of personal trauma. However, I routinely find cancers people don't know they have. Keep this in mind if you see a dermatologist for acne and they recommend you get in a gown. I'm an emergency medicine doc in the Midwest USA. The patient was transferred from rural nowhere to our tertiary care facility. Big hospital with every specialist. Coal was of really bad quality, but the transferring physician described a 21-year-old male that had rapid heart rate and breathing rate, low blood pressure, low oxygen, confusion, and a severe opacification on his chest X-ray on the right side. Diagnosed pneumonia. He gave him a ton of fluids, started antibiotics, put him on a ventilator, but he wasn't getting better, and wanted to send him to us. Sure, send away. An hour later the gentleman arrives, and looks young, fit, and not the type to just drop dead from pneumonia. We roll him onto our stretcher and find a huge stab wound in his back. The X-ray finding was his entire right chest full of blood. We put a tube in it, gave him back some blood, and he had to go for surgery to fix the bleeding. Lesson: look at your patient. I am a semi-retired physician and I don't believe in second opinions. I much prefer 2 first opinions. This is an important distinction because often if the doctor forwards your file to a different doctor, they'll flavor it with their interpretation. 19 meters at the time, 33 now. I felt sick for about a week. Flu-like symptoms. Didn't want to eat. Just felt bad all over. One day at work I feel a very uncomfortable cramp tear in my abdomen. So I go to one of those 24 hours clinics. At this point I'm slumped over. Can't stand up straight without insane amount of pain. Just generally uncomfortable and hating life. After a few hours at this clinic, they say you probably have kidney stones. Go home, drink fluids, sleep it off. This seemed fine to me. I was ready to go home and listen to the doc. All was good. But my girlfriend at the time didn't last much longer than that, wasn't a fan of this diagnosis and drove me to the ER. Against my wishes, of course. After a few minutes at the ER, they determined my appendix has ruptured and I'm going septic. Apparently I was pretty lucky to not have died, though I did pick up bacterial pneumonia while in the hospital, so the recovery kinda sucked. Now I just have a crazy 6-7-inch scar on my belly to remind me to not avoid hospitals when I'm sick. I was like 10 and my parents took me to the doctor cause I thought I broke my leg skateboarding. He said it was a 3rd-degree sprain, told me I'd be fine. I pointed out lines in the X-ray and he said they were nothing. I somehow convinced my mom to take me somewhere else and they confirmed I had multiple hairline fractures in my growth plate. I am always impressed when dogs go skateboarding and are clever enough to understand X-rays. A bit of background. In my field of audiology we have people licensed to diagnose not only hearing issues but balance disorders and other factors impacting listening and understanding. We also have another field who popped up when it was not considered as ethical for us to treat those more serious hearing issues. That is, with hearing aids, but they don't need the same doctorate level training, just barely high school or some college depending on jurisdiction. So I had a patient come in with a serious difference between left and right hearing, and this in itself is considered a red flag because both ears are exposed to the same things over time. And there are very few explanations as to why one would get so bad. The patient could hardly understand words on that bad side and the better ear was pretty good overall. Just minor hearing loss, perhaps age-related. Immediately upon seeing these test results, the aunt and I agreed to send this patient for an MRI of the head because something was off. The patient confirmed no MRI or medical treatment had been recommended in the past and only hearing aids by this lesser-trained hearing aid dealer, working for a popular US chain. The patient had been wearing these hearing aids already for a few years. The MRI results came back. Massive tumor on the hearing nerve. The hearing aid dealer is being investigated currently for malpractice, or more specifically a violation of state laws regarding red flags. I got a moderate traumatic brain injury in October, and the week after I got home from the hospital I wasn't acting like myself, was refusing to eat, and just didn't make much sense. My mom called the doctor a few times. They said it was normal but to take me in if anything changed. She took me in on the Saturday a week later because I started slurring my speech and was unsteady on my feet. The injury caused my sodium levels to drop from 140, normal, to 119. This in turn caused stroke-like symptoms, which were in reality a series of small seizures. Electrolyte imbalances are no freaking joke. Glad you're okay. Had a patient come in for therapy after his PCM yelled at him for being a hypochondriac and saying his symptoms were all in his head and that he was just trying to fish for disability. His symptoms were pretty obviously neurological, so I referred him for an MRI. To my shock, he had only ever had x-rays. Sadly, I had to tell the 19-year-old man that he had multiple sclerosis. With great satisfaction I got to tell that PCM he'd done goofed and that I would be talking to our mutual chief of clinical services about the incident. Symptoms were all in his head. To be fair, it was all in his head, and possibly spine. Took me a few years to finally get my MRI and multiple sclerosis diagnosis. It is a B to get taken seriously for, so thank you for that. Wife went to for pain in her pelvic region. Ultrasound showed a mass. Probably an ovarian cyst, they said. It will pop in time. Leave it alone. Went to the doctor about a week later. Had a surgery to pull it out maybe a month later. Did a biopsy on the mass. It was ovarian cancer. She is now cancer-free, but WTF. I had a guy come in for a second opinion after the first place didn't bother asking any medical history. Of course I took his history and asked more questions as we went. I remember telling him something felt off and we needed to run a test. So I ordered a peripheral vision test. When I got the test back I was shocked by the most classic tumor pattern I'd ever seen. 2 weeks later he was in surgery to get it removed. A month after this guy was back in my clinic thanking me. Totally different guy. Personality was a complete 180. Energetic and happy. Went to my family doctor with the worst headache of my entire life. She dismissed it, telling me it was a tension headache and that I should take a Tylenol and lay down in a dark room. Over the course of the next month, I saw her a total of 13 times, each time with worsening symptoms. First it was dizziness, then vomiting, then eventually I could no longer see out of my right eye. Every time she told me it was just a tension headache or a weird migraine. Gave me a prescription for painkillers and sent me on my way. The final straw was when I was no longer able to walk properly. I would try to take a step, but all I could manage was this weird shuffle. She reluctantly agreed to send me to a neurologist. The next day I showed up at his office and was in there for less than a minute. He took one look in my eyes and immediately called an ambulance. Turns out I had hydrocephalus. My ventricles were 5x the size they were supposed to be, and my brain was literally being squeezed out of my head. Go figure. People get headaches all the time, but if you go back 13 times with worsening symptoms, serious malpractice. She could have at least told you to go see another doctor if she wasn't sure what to do. I think a lot of doctors just don't want to admit they're not sure what to do and that a second opinion is needed. No one knows everything and it's fine to admit that. Not a doc, but a nurse. At a clinic, a lady came in for breast pain with a lump. I was in the room for the exam for safety of everyone. The doctor told her it was a sprained muscle and to go away. When he left the room, I told her the name of one of our other doctors that specializes in women's health. Told her she could not let this go. She saw him and he referred her for some radiology, and that's how they found her breast cancer. She later told us all this in a sweet card she sent telling us if I hadn't told her to advocate for herself she may not have followed up. A bulk of my career lately seems to be maligned patients with legitimate medical issues who've been labeled as hypochondriacs and sent through for a psych workup and meds counseling. People with histories of all kinds of endocrine issues, like thyroid cancer, thyroidectomy, patients who see someone once every 2 years about their thyroid and never have labs checked or med dosages fixed, or diabetics with poorly controlled sugars, people who've had bowel surgeries and take time-release meds, and then wonder why they aren't working. The piecemeal system of healthcare in the US is really doing such a disservice to actual humans. So many specialists and no one piecing together the big picture. Bit of a weird one, because the request for a second opinion came from an intensivist and I was a contributor to their treatment plan. I work in poisons control. Had a call from a green, but very astute young doctor with a middle-aged female patient presenting with a vague 36-48 hours history of malaise, confusion, hypoxia from hyperventilation, and hallucinations. On workup was noted to have pulmonary edema, lung fluid buildup, metabolic acidosis, acute kidney injury, sinus tachy and raised CRP and WCC, suggestive of infection but no temperature. The initial diagnosis was sepsis. This keen-eyed doctor, pretty fresh out of med school, decided to do a salicylate level on this lady because the hyperventilation paired with metabolic acidosis and RQ was enough to prompt her suspicions of aspirin poisoning, even though they could just as easily be explained by sepsis as well. The level came back high, not huge, but high, which prompted her to phone me for a second opinion on how relevant the finding was in terms of the patient's clinical picture. Simultaneously, the patient's family investigated the property and located numerous aspirin blister packs suggesting she had been dosing herself for chronic pain, which was present in the medical history. Chronic salicylate poisoning is insidious and has been referred to as a pseudosepsis in the medical literature as it often causes similar features. Comparing a high level in chronic poisoning to the same level in acute poisoning, features are much more severe in chronic poisoning, that is, pulmonary edema, hypoxia, RQ etc. There is a disparity. We recommended certain treatments, all hail sodium bicarbonate, and the patient made a full recovery after a 2-week hospital stay. Whilst there was no question an infective cause was present and contributory, I was impressed with the green doctor's intuition and willingness to consider other causes. I feel like it greatly improved the patient's treatment. My grandmother had her hip replaced, but the hip always hurt to her. She waited a year, hoping it would go away, but it never did. She asked multiple doctors and did multiple x-rays, but doctors said the replaced hip was fine. We finally made her go to a private clinic in my hometown, and the doctor saw that the replaced hip was fine and dandy, but the bone around it looked like it was a tad bit eaten by bacteria. So the new doc did an operation, and there was so much pus in the leg it was insane. If my grandmother waited any longer, her blood would become infected and she would have died. Thank goodness she went to the clinic. A nurse here had a lady in for simple pneumonia. Her 13-year-old son was getting bored, so I showed him some equipment. I connected a simple heart monitor to him and discovered he was in a complete heart block. I printed a strip and showed it to the doc. We suddenly and unexpectedly got a cardiac patient. This is some Grey's Anatomy crap. 22-year-old guy came in after seeing his primary at another hospital. His mom was my patient and asked if I would see him. I am an internal med doc. He had told his doctor he had a headache. I did the usual full review of symptoms since he was new, and he also marked his left testicle had a lump. Did exam and he had hard small lump on testicle. Knew right away likely had metastatic testicular cancer. One stat brain scan and testicular ultrasound later confirmed it. Asked him if told other doctor about the lump and he said yes, but the other doctor told him it was normal. I think the other doctor should get his testicles checked too if he thinks lumps are normal. Hi doctor here. I had a patient I saw several months before they came in for their visit, but well less than a year, which often means something could be wrong. In this case, as it turns out, nothing was wrong with her by way of complaints. She just wanted to get updated before getting some new glasses. We decided to just run the regular gamut of tests anyway, just because we might as well while she was there. She was a 50-year woman. Fairly normal exam. Perfect vision. Retinas showed healthy, but something about her pupils really bothered me before I dilated. We chatted about it and I asked her if she banged her head or anything weird and she said no, but suddenly reveals this crazy history of an old meningioma, a type of brain cancer she had removed a few years ago. She had decided to omit this from her history with us so she didn't feel it was important, but we went and put it into the charts anyway. Turns out she got a CT done 2 weeks prior to her exam with me, which she says turns up completely normal. I tell her she should tell her doctor about this anyway just to cover our bases. Fast forward. Patient shows up in my office ecstatic to tell me that my examination revealed that her tumor had returned with an incredible vengeance. She had no idea, was totally asymptomatic, and the CT she had prior to me showed what was very literally the size of a speck of dust, which the radiologist dismissed as artifact. On her return to her doctor, they decided to rerun the CT to cover their bases, and they found a quarter-sized tumor. Within 2 weeks the tumor went from the size of a dust particle to a quarter. She was rushed into emergency surgery as the tumor was growing super fast and was close to a blood vessel, which could cause a massive stroke. She had it removed that day and returned to me after recovery to tell me of what got discovered as a result of my testing. She is now a long-time regular patient I have been seeing for about 10 years. Medical professionals of Reddit, what was a time where a patient ignored you and almost died because of it? I am a nurse and I had a very polite and lovely patient trying to remove all manner of chest tubes and IVs after a motorcycle accident. He was obviously delirious from the pain meds and the head injury, but very nice still. I left him in the care of my co-worker for my lunch. 10 minutes into my lunch break I see him stagger past the break room door like something out of The Walking Dead, trailing blood everywhere, only to collapse out cold a couple of seconds later. Said he needed the bathroom. IDK how the frick he pulled his own chest tubes out. Removing them always makes me cringe, let alone doing it to himself. He was put back to bed, this time in the ICU, and got some more sedation, and even though him ripping it all out set him back a couple of weeks, he still discharged and came to say hi and thanks on the way out. The happiest delirious patient I ever had. What a bloody trooper, haha. Had a post-cardiac surgery patient get out of bed, naked, and walk up to the front desk demanding to talk to the charge. Don't remember why. He unhooked his chest tubes from the suction. Surprisingly, there was no bloody mess because he actually clamped them off. When asked about it later, he said, well, I thought about pulling them out, but it seemed like a bad idea. Had a throat cancer patient. We offered him surgery to remove the tumor. It was a fairly conservative surgery. He left because he didn't want a mutilating surgery, and his daughter-in-law had been studying magnet therapy and she was quite good with it. His words. He came back a year later and was out of reach from any treatment. His cancer was so advanced that there was nothing we could do for him. Patient came in with syncope and general malaise. Found out she had a tiny patch of skin cancer on her ear, which she hadn't treated in over a year because she wanted to go to a different hospital to have it removed and just hadn't found the time. It metastasized to her brain, and I think other places. They gave her 5 months maximum. We had a college student come into the year and had a wonderful case of appendicitis. He needed to get surgery ASAP as surgery is way easier and safer if done before it ruptures. He called his parents to let them know and they told him to refuse because he had a test upcoming in the week and they didn't want him to miss it. He left there against medical advice while we were all telling him that if your appendicitis gets worse and ruptures it can definitely lead to death. The kid luckily comes back about 10 hours later after it ruptured. He gets the emergency surgery and the amount of time he got to spend in the hospital probably doubled. Holy, those parents are beyond stupid. Had a repeat patient, not quite frequent flyer status. As a medic that would always call for a severe allergic reaction to shellfish every other month or so. She had always had the allergy and knew her reactions were getting worse. After a year, 6 or 7 calls of the silliness. My crew and I stayed in the hospital with her and talked at length about the situation since she'd always stay mum about how it kept happening. She told us she comes from a patriarchal culture and her father made this amazing seafood soup. If she didn't eat it and force her body not to reject his gift to the family, she would lose her car, phone, or whatever punishment her father deemed necessary. We pleaded with her to do whatever it took to show him it was deadly and carry her EpiPens with her. Fast forward a few years when I altered course into nursing and joined that saw a familiar bloated face. Turns out she had gone off to college in another state and hadn't been home for a while, but had visited her folks for a holiday. Of course she had the soup, and despite hitting herself with the EpiPen when her throat started tightening, the reaction continued. Her mom, who I had never seen before, told me she tried to eat it fast and rushed to the bathroom where she was found on the floor. Medics couldn't tube her in the field, so tried medical management until they could drive her to our doc performed a tracheotomy at the bedside and she went to the ICU. Took a week for her to recover, and I was told by the ICU nurses that her father finally got it, that her allergy was a real medical condition. Whoa, poor woman. Hopefully the father actually did get it because that is balls. Shellfish allergies are severe. Had a patient stop taking his heart failure meds in favor of drugs. Cause, you know, drugs makes the heart beat faster. Ha ha ha. We had a mom in the NICU who would constantly kiss her premature baby on the mouth. Several nurses educated her around why that's not safe for the baby, and thankfully documented their teachings. This was during cold and flu season, and became even more concerning when the mother was coming in with cold-like symptoms, coughing, sneezing and obvious congestion. She still continued to kiss the baby right on the mouth. The baby was almost ready to go home by this time, but got extremely sick. The baby ended up on a ventilator and had quite the extended stay with many close calls. I've read that the most common reason for a surgery to be performed is the patient not following doctor's orders during recovery. Doctor says, don't ride your bicycle for 6 weeks. Patient hears, don't ride your bicycle until you feel you can. Animal hospital professional. At least once a week we have to suture up a spay because the owners don't want to keep the cone on their dog cat and let them tear up their surgical site. Their organs are right there. Keep the dang cone on. I don't care how sad Luna is with it on. Then they yell at me because it costs money to sedate and suture an animal. Patient came to see me having a stroke due to a blocked brain artery. I'd activated the code stroke team. Everyone was ready in the theater to get the clot out of her artery. Nurses, anesthetist, technician, bitchy, 42, insisted on updating her Facebook status and checking in before allowing me to treat her. Wasted 5 minutes and 6-10 million brain cells, if she had that many to start with. Winner of the WTF award from me. Almost every day, you must not get up or you will die from embolus. Walks to bathroom to take a crap. Didn't die, but did lose an eye as a result. Young kid, 20, with bad diabetic retinopathy from uncontrolled DM type 1. Had eye surgery to remove blood and scar tissue from inside the eye. We told him to take it easy for a few weeks. He went to 6 Flags. Roller coasters are bad. Retina completely detached. Eye got soft and painful. Had to be removed. Eye got soft. No. Please don't get up on your own. Then he gets up on own and pulls out line going into jugular that leads directly to the heart and proceeds to bleed all over everything until he passes out and almost dies. Again. No. No. One time at the VA after adult circumcision. Do not have sex or masturbate for 6 weeks. Decided to masturbate the next day. All stitches tore. When I was in medical school, had a gentleman in his late 60s come in for chest pain. Found to have a large heart attack. Very impressive STEMI and lad by EKG. Refused emergent cardiac catheterization, go through the arteries and put a stent to open up the vessel of the heart, so he could bring his car home and planned on taking an ambulance back to the hospital. He was in the parking ramp and it cost $20 day to park. Came back by ambulance in full arrest, no pulse, and died. Doc had to call his son and explain what happened. He was like, yeah, that sounds like Dad. He's always been cheap. Obviously what happened wasn't worth saving the $20, but that seems like really expensive parking. Friend told me a slightly overweight homeless woman was shooting in her butt and the spot was necrotic. She came in with sepsis and somehow standing and talking with what he could only describe to me as near full body organ failure. They stabilized her. Somehow she survives but is now missing half an ass. He said 2 years later she came back with her foot now rotting off from shooting in between her toes and on her ankle. Same condition, etc. Just now the leg. They amputate and he says somehow she survives again. Except 2 weeks later she is pushed back and on a wheelchair, drooling and nearly dead from overdose. Put in ICU. Son comes to visit her. At this point the hospital staff and my friend know her by name by the multiple visits. She hasn't seen her son in nearly a decade. He convinces her to promise to try to clean up for her grandchildren. Less than 24 hours later she ODs. Again, inside the hospital bathroom, somehow having snuck her kit in, nobody knows how. Friend said she was on the toilet with the needle in her arm, still warm, but very, very dead. Not necessarily the patient, but the caretakers at the facility where the patient was living. I used to visit different board and lodge facilities for adults with mental illnesses and meet with clients to discuss their mental health. helped them set up job interviews, therapy sessions, and helped them set up their medications for the week if they were unable to do it themselves. Most of these facilities were places for people who had left the hospital and were deemed independent and stable enough to have the freedom to come and go as they pleased in a shared living situation, much like a dorm. Despite having a place to stay and food provided, they were usually pretty poorly supervised by the mental health staff workers there. I often hated these places because, while they were ideal for some people who were truly getting back on their feet and thrived off being able to live a semi-normal independent life, they were way too lax for many of the sicker, more isolating patients who were not at all well and slipping under the radar. Some of this included them not taking their medication as directed, which was one of the requirements for keeping their housing, but unfortunately it was not strictly enforced. There was one man who had paranoid schizophrenia who was extremely quiet and kept to himself. I had met with him a few times and he seemed to be going downhill in his appearance and general mood. I spoke with his doctor and urged the facility staff to closely monitor him and his medication intake, as I saw in his logs that he often skipped coming in to get his medication at all. I was told that they were going to be sitting down with him to remind him of his living agreement and that he had 30 days before losing his housing if he wasn't med compliant. I was also told that his psychiatrist was aware and they may be sending him back to the hospital that week. Apparently this never happened and he went out into the community and acquired a knife and used it to slice up his roommate while his roommate slept. He carved him from mouth to ear and stabbed him in the stomach several times. The man survived the attack, but the man who had gone off his medication claimed he was being poisoned by his roommate through the window AC unit. For anyone with a violent incident like that on their medical report, it is incredibly unlikely he will ever be able to find a better rehabilitation house ever again that will accept him. The system basically screwed over two people that day, as the man who was hurt was already there for PTSD, and as you can imagine, it not only scarred him physically for life but exacerbated his illness with more trauma. That is terrible. Negligence created two victims and made them worse off. That is one of the worst stories on here. Hi, doctor here. I had a patient who came in and on evaluation I determined that her diabetes was out of control by the look of her retinas, which required immediate intervention. I sent her straight to the retina specialist who then scheduled her for an OR. She decided that day not to go in because she had work and couldn't afford to take off. She was cleaning houses and the sprays made her sneeze, causing massive hemorrhaging in her eyes due to the weakened vascular state from the diabetes. She went immediately blind and got into emergency surgery that day. It took months of recovery and injections to reverse some damage, and she now, years later, has functional vision again. Her kidneys were also failing her and she had no idea. This kicked off a massive lifestyle change and a chain of doctor's appointments that saved her life, all starting from an eye exam. Patient was supposed to have stopped for 8 hours for her morning scheduled breast surgery. During the procedure she regurgitated what can only be described as a full partially digested English breakfast, with identifiable sausages, egg, beans and possibly black pudding, up into her unprotected airway and attempted to inhale the lot. Managed to prevent the majority of it going down, but she needed HDU care for a day or so for her lungs to recover from the stomach acid. I used to work for a surgery center and the amount of morons who did this was astounding. There's a freaking reason you are told not to eat drink 8 hours prior to surgery. They have no idea about aspiration. When I'm told the 8-hour rule, I fast for over 12 hours. I dang well make sure there is nothing in my system to frick me up. EMT paramedic student here. So we had a patient who was morbidly obese and couldn't get out of his house. He decides after about 4 days of uncontrolled chest pain to call it in. Well, we get there and find evidence of several MIs but refuses care and wants us to leave. About 45 minutes later we get a call from the building he lived in and we got there and it was him in full-blown cardiac arrest. This man was so obese that we couldn't get him through the door and had to knock out a wall and lift him down off the 2nd story with a lift. All the while me and my paramedic lead were bagging him through an ET tube. Lots of firsts on that call. First ET tube I put in and first IO is ever seen done in the field. Butthole patient on a Centrimag. Basically a heart pump with hoses that draw blood from your heart into a pump next to the bed and brings the blood back to the heart through a different hose. As you could imagine, there is little room for movement since they could dislodge and you'd have blood squirting inside your body or outside. This guy was adamant he had to sleep face down. Well, he did, and then he died. I am on dialysis, and one of the nurses told me about patients that after kidney transplants just will stop taking their anti-rejection meds after a few years because they think they don't need it anymore, and it's really frustrating for them nurses because the patients just ruined a donor kidney. Not a doctor, have worked in addictions field. Too many clients have died or will die because despite the repeated warnings from their doctor that they have almost no liver function or that what they're drinking is giving them all sorts of brain damage, they continue to drink hard. But a lot of these guys feel like they have nothing to live for but the bottle. It's really heartbreaking. This would be my father-in-law. At this point the alcohol is just slow-working poison that is eating away at his body. You have been visited by the Science Doggo. Upvote now and you will get high grades and good results within the next week. If you are new to the channel, you can subscribe. I publish new videos every day. Until then, check another video, or don't. Either way, have a great day you magnificent people.